What's up, Roblox gamers? Edwak here for another game we're gonna play today, Spyro the Dragon.
On what show?
On
the Switch.
No,
on what show?
On the show.
Oh, Super Bowl Game Saturday.
that was a lot. You named this.
Super Bowl Game Saturday.
Yeah. By the way, we are on Friday because of course it is Edwak and Nickie. Fine. Yeah, I'm Captain D-Trek, by the way.
I'm Nickie.
Edwak.
Yeah, again. So yeah, you said before, but yeah. Okay, there you go. Well, that was an amazing opening, by the way. Yeah, thank you, by the way, for coming back. Whenever they're on the show, it is gonna be Friday's show, as is, unless we have a very rare extenuating circumstance. But tonight, we're coming up to 25 years of Spyro the Dragon. He mentioned we're playing. Super. Hello, everyone. Hi, Captain. Hi, Nickie. Hi, Ned. We already have somebody in the chat for this. Dolly Finn, so good to see you tonight. We're playing Spyro the Dragon, which came out on the PlayStation back on September 9th, 1998. Actually,
Wow.
part 2 of this game. We have another part of this coming up next month. Is it be the day before the 25th anniversary. Came out here on the PlayStation, where it sold 5 million units. It was developed by Insomniac Games. You familiar with this company?
Oh yes.
Yeah, the people who started as actually a company that they started actually as far as a medical company. As far as the people who worked there, it was Ted Price, the CEO, as well as Alexander and Brian Hastings. They're two programmers. The company was Extreme Software, where they started. A good year, so Dolly Finn says, yeah, for 3D collectathon platforming games, absolutely it was. This is the second game that Sony made after Disruptor, which was on the PlayStation as a first-person shooter. It was popular enough as far as critical reaction, but not with sales, but they're pushing like, yeah, do another game. Yeah, they got this, and the rest is history, as they say, for the little dragon, as far as our character going to see. They also went on to make games like the Resistance franchise, Ratchet & Clank, Fuse, Sunset Overdrive on Xbox One, and the Spider-Man games of Sony's, which the second is out in 2 months. So yeah, they've definitely gotten around, but this was one of the early ones of them. And Edwak and Nickie here, for sure, are the experts of Spyro the Dragon. I have not played much of this game, and the only version I played is on the PlayStation. But we are not playing on the PlayStation, we are playing it where?
On the Switch.
Yes, in the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, which came out in 2008. It's actual Spyro time. Hi, Chasm22. So good to see you tonight. Edwak and Nickie are here for Spyro Reignited Trilogy. It came out on November 13th, 2018. No, I was getting that wrong, too. For the Xbox One and the PS4. It later came out on September 3rd, 2009 for the PC and the Switch from Activision and developer Toys for Bob, a company that started making the Star Control games on the PC, as well as their collaborations with Crystal Dynamics, the people who make the Tomb Raider games, and Big X.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but they worked on games like The Horde, Pandemonium, and Disney Extreme Skate Adventure. You ever play that?
Absolutely not.
It's amazing. You should. Don't take that head too necessarily. That game is amazing. It's one of the best Tony Hawk's Pro Skater-like games ever on the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. But yeah, we're playing that tonight. And we're also going to get into stuff with the elephant in the room as far as this release, because of the fact it was released unfinished on everything. But,
The trilogy?
yeah, unfortunately, when it came out on the PS4 and Xbox One, they printed only the first game to the disc. You had to download the rest because Activision wanted that out by the holidays, so they got other companies, including Vicarious Visions, to help finish off Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage and Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon that are remade in this. Now, when it came on the Switch, it also was a bit weird because you have to download the entire games of all three. You can play up to, I think, the first boss. Edwak, you and I were testing that a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
Specifically, yeah?
Especially for the first one, I remember being able to play every stage except for the boss of the first world.
Yeah, but that's that one element to it, and also there was a bit of controversy on this game because of the fact that they didn't have subtitles in the cutscenes originally, which then put in later, and also some of the changes between the original game on the PlayStation and this one, including the fact their enemies are going to throw like goop at us. They used to have semi-automatic rifles, and one of the characters, Spyro 2, was changed. But as since Edwak's going to be the one primarily controlling this one, I said, what version are we playing? He said, we want to play it here on Switch. We're playing it that way, and yeah, we're going to let our experience with Spyro go.
All right.
Feel free to Chasm22 and Dolly Finn to let your memories flow, and same with Nickie and Edwak here.
What language would you like to play in today?
Oh, would you like to play in Portuguese since you went to Portugal for a week? You should be an expert now.
I don't know, you're going to have to translate the dialogue as far as the subtitles, as far as this.
Yeah, you will have to do
All right,
that.
well, I guess we'll just play in English then.
Well, either way, it's like, that's at least worth giving that. So, yeah, we got our selection of languages.
And Nickie will be in control for a while.
Yeah, also, by the way, you have another fucking end-user license agreement.
Yay!
No, what? Yay, I hate these things.
Alright, we're gonna read
What if I
the
decline?
entire thing to the audience
Okay.
here. We're gonna read every word here. So.
Important notice to residents in North America only.
And
What the
then-
fuck are you doing this, are you? I'm not gonna say no if you want to do it.
I'll read keywords. Residents in North America and Australia only.
Patches and updates, as I mentioned
Shall not
specifically.
exceed the actual price paid.
And remember, this is
Activision
not...
does not guarantee any online services.
I thought
So-
Capcom was bad.
Well, no, Namco is worse, because they do this with every fucking game they release. Unfortunately, as of September 1st, I'll have to put a picture of that as something happened on September 1st, 2015, which is 3 years before the game came out, by the way. But we get past that shit and we play the actual games. Spyro 1, 2 Riptor's Rage, and 3 Year the Dragon. We're going to play 1. We're also going to go boom, boom, boom. We're thumping case of it. What is your experience, by the way, to our guests tonight with Spyro the Dragon? The franchise and the first one.
Played the first 3 to death on PS1. I did not play the games after that. I may own one or something on... I think I own one of them on PlayStation. Oh, I see a Spyro right there next to Star Ocean.
On what console?
PS2?
He has a big wall, by the way, of stuff that he has. Spyro Into the Dragonfly. Also, we do have subtitles, by the way, on the voices. So you can go to those, and we'll go to the voice acting a bit later. But yeah, keep going. Go for it.
I want to hear. I'm gonna make sure everyone can hear this.
Also, by the way, we do have subtitles for it, so yeah, if you have anything you want to go into as far as we see the story, go ahead and do it.
What about this Ganasty Ganork?
Ganasty Ganork.
I understand he's
I love the silent G's being emphasized.
Yeah, something I never paid attention to was it said that he turned the gems into the warriors for him, which is why when we beat up the enemies, we get gems from it.
Oh.
This is the plot also, I think, of the original on PlayStation as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I love the character animations, I'll say this as far as it.
I mean, like, no wonder he became evil. They were saying he's ugly.
Something to remember when we get to 100% completion. This is his little room with these, like, motivational posters all around. We'll see that again at the very end.
Yeah, because they've beaten this game. I haven't on any version. I don't have this version. I only have it on the PlayStation. But per Edwak's request, I'm going into this blind as far as the plot. So yeah, and then the plot of this game is what Nasty Nork is causing trouble to the dragons, solidifying them, and is up to this young character, Spyro the Dragon, our purple friend, with okay, his Nestor. This is the
I did
one
it,
rescued.
my god.
Oh, that was quick.
I've
You rescued
done
and
my
run
part.
away. Yeah, he's like,
Putting
yeah,
the team on my back.
not
here.
worse for wear on this one.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro.
Nestor.
Free 10 dragons in the artisan world, then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
Alright, so that is going to be the idea. By the way, let's also talk stuff with voice acting. There's a lot I got to talk about on this one. We'll talk about, yeah, it was Nestor, correct?
Nestor.
Yeah, he was voiced in this game. Actually, here's the weird thing. I'll say this because I'm running the voice acting of the PlayStation 1 game and the Reignited Trilogy, but weirdly enough, most of the cast of the original game was not indicated in the PlayStation game, and sort of same with this one, but the Reignited voice we're hearing is saying, by the way, what'd you just do there?
Oh, I glided from over there to over here.
And, you know, before I go on that, do you want to talk about how this game plays to anybody who has not played this game before?
Yes. So, you're this very handsome little dragon. He's looking extremely handsome and very dashing. And you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Like you can run. You can go run like this, like a wild animal.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
like I got so scared of me.
He's
And
running away.
you can glide. You can go like that, like wee.
How's the glide work as far as button combination?
Oh, okay. You're gonna hit at the top of the hill. You're gonna hit B and then hit it again.
Okay.
So double B basically.
So it's basically jumping, you do a glide. It's almost like Knuckles in the Sonic the Hedgehog games a bit, but we're in 3D territory.
It will carry you forward automatically.
Okay. Yeah, from what I understood, feel free to indicate this is not right. This is a heavily momentum-based collectathon platforming game. As you're rescuing another, you're rescuing dragons left and right already. We're not even 10 minutes into the game.
I'm just doing it all right now.
I'll torch you.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is doing?
Sparks? I don't know.
His name is...
Oh, fine. No, he said who he was. I thought they already named
He's
Sparks.
protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
So the way Sparks will work is it'll indicate your HP, so to speak. He is golden right now, which means you have basically 3 HP. If you get hit, he'll turn blue, and then if you get hit again, he'll turn green, and then once more, and he'll disappear.
Oh, okay.
If he disappears, you may notice when you get close to gems, he'll actually she, I believe it's she.
We'll have an answer if you don't know.
As you get close to treasure, if you get close enough, Sparks will just go pick it up for you. When you get hit 3 times, those Sparks will not be with you, and you'll have to touch the gems directly.
Okay.
And then if you get hit one more time with no Sparks, then you will lose a life.
Okay, so it's kind of interesting, I guess, how they're handling life, because the thought was like, hey, you'll have a life bar maybe in some other games. But in this case, Nickie's just saying, like, yeah, fuck these guys, and just ram them in the head.
I think if you frame them, you might be able to one-shot them.
Oh, yeah?
I can't remember.
Okay, so you can also burn him, because remember, Spyro is a dragon, after all, so he's a fire-breathing dragon, specifically. Is that the idea? And also running with the dash.
Wait, not this button. Wait, not that one. Wait, not this button. There we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's just running away from his I bet he ran into his death that way.
Yeah, he came at me.
No,
I felt intimidated.
we have it on video, we have witnesses in chat and in rooms, so I'm not gonna argue that either, specifically.
If you
Is
prove
Marco
your
the
worth
balloonist?
by rescuing 10 dragons, then you may use this balloon to fly to a new world.
Okay, so that's, I guess, the goal here. Is as you rescue the dragons, you can open lock new worlds in this game. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need enough dragons to go to the next world.
Okay.
Additionally, with the life system here, you can restore 1 HP to Sparks and yourself by beating up any of the little critters along any of the stages.
Okay.
And the little critters will change for your location.
Okay. And here's Argus.
Cool flash. Do that again.
I like the idea of how young Spyro's sounding, but not as excited, specifically, but also the idea like how it's managing with the sagely advice of Argus and everybody here.
Other artisan lands.
Yeah, I like it too. He's very, like, rascally.
Yeah, I guess in this case, this is also a good time to get into voice acting stuff, because I got a lot. Specifically, I guess we'll go into the characters we've seen so far. Starting with Spyro here. He might sound familiar in this version. He's voiced by Tom Kenny, who, of course, was the voice of Heiferwolf on Rocko's Minor Life, and most, indicated everybody else, I would think, SpongeBob on SpongeBob SquarePants, as well as Gary, and the narrator, the guy who says, "You always need to." So yeah, that's him as well. On top of that, he was also actually the voice of Spyro in every game in this franchise, except for the Legend of Spyro games. Starting with Ripto's Rage on PlayStation, but other roles of Tom Kenny's included some interesting stuff I found. He was the voice of Rin, Once, and Bobu, I think it is, in Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2. He was the mayor and the narrator on the Powerpuff Girls. He voiced Biggs from Star Wars in Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3. And he's also the voice of Rabbit in Winnie the Pooh, currently. And also, actually, a show we had a chat mention when we played Guitar Man, Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. He's the voice of Gibson in that as well. As we got all the dragons in this area as well. So yeah, this is, you said this wasn't a very long game, so I think maybe you're indicating, I guess, an element as to why and why it's an easy breezy kind of fun game.
Very breezy.
So far, I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
so
I'm having a great time
watching.
watching.
This is the first hub world, so.
I need to go into now like that other world.
You could go into any of the worlds, I guess the stages in this world, or you can try to find all the treasure. If not, I'll clean that up.
Well, the choices are yours and yours alone, I guess is the idea, right? You basically, when you have enough dragons, you can go wherever you need to go and have your choice of where to go.
This happened very quick, so you guys may have missed it, but when she went to the crest of that hill and glided up to that platform that you missed initially a couple times.
Oh.
It said you got a skill point, and what that is it's not your traditional skill point like a skill tree skill point. It's there's these slightly hidden challenges in a few stages. There's only a handful. There's only like about 8 or so, where you need to do a very particular thing in a certain stage, and it'll give you a skill point. Again, there's no skills or anything to spend them on, but what it actually does is unlock some of the concept art in the art gallery.
Okay, and I guess then, how do you want to handle this? Because they're the ones going to be playing this game, I'm not. So it's your choice on how we're going to run this game, what you're going to show off feasibly, and also, as I mentioned to Edwak off-screen, if this is a case we're going so mile-a-minute on this that we're not going to need most of Part 2 for this game, you can pull something else out that'll run on Switch without needing the feed cut as a little bit of an extra. So it's your choice of what do you think you want to do. Both of you, because I guess they're sharing ownership of the gameplay, I'm thinking,
So much treasure.
Yeah, I'm just loving looking at it right now. I have something to look forward to when I, after we play this, and then I'll play up, I guess, on the PlayStation game up to where we're seeing.
I felt like I had to talk to him first, because it's kind of rude to just like take the treasure while he's like hand-trapped.
Yeah, basically he's looking around saying, like, what's this dragon doing, taking all my stuff?
I just take the treasure and I leave him.
No.
Yeah, just make sure, he's out of view. So, like, fine, now we can take it. He's not here to complain anymore. He's just bashing around.
Let's do it all in one.
Okay.
Ready? Watch this.
Oh.
Okay, just kidding. Watch this. Ah.
I
Yeah,
love the
that
way the
looks pretty cool.
movement of Spyro is going in this game, and actually this might be some time to go into this as far as how this was designed, because a couple interesting things about this game. We're seeing this kind of fantasy, medieval, kind of light, very colorful look of this game. But when this game was in development, initially it was not going to be looking like this. It's actually going to be a much darker take.
Really?
Honestly. They looked at the movie. Have you ever seen the movie Dragonheart? Came out in 1996. It starred.
No, I haven't seen that.
It starred. It was the voice of Sean Connery's Spyro the Dragon, as it was. They made a game based on the PlayStation and the Saturn from Acclaim. It is not a good game at all. But they said we wanted to do something like that. But then they said, you know what? This seemed like something they're gonna do with just kind of having more of an appeal to a lot of people. But I think they made the right decision looking at this, because they said, fine, it's gonna look cartoony, but it's also something that still looks kind of regal. It almost looks like something like a high fantasy thing, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm looking at least. I don't know if you want to go into that, or just like, hey, would this game be better with a look like that, perhaps?
Over the edge over there.
Yeah, look at that. Look at out in the water.
Jump
Look at the
down.
distance.
Oh,
There's more level.
more level. Oh, I think there's still more level inside there too, maybe too.
Yeah, because there's going to be a lot to look around. I guess this is all about exploration, really.
It's, like it's kind of like a little hidden area here.
Mm-hmm.
Treasure. Oh,
And a key.
Key. Okay, that was. I meant to do that.
No, hey, that's the idea. Like, this is a game where it looks very fun as far as how it runs, so you can kind of just play it at your own style. It seems like, feel free if I'm misinterpreting this, even just not even 20 minutes into this, I get the sense this is a very relaxed kind of game, just as far as playing it, not even as far as
Yeah.
how this game is looking with how we're running the show for it.
No, this is. I'm just having like the most fun time.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's like easy peasy. Like it's easy to talk and play at the same time.
sure. I mean, sometimes that's an interesting thing. We've went over that, which is that you'll get cases where, hey, there might be cases where you're going to be in a tight case. You have to either, I guess, concentrate to a certain extent, or make it so that, you know, you're going to have to really grind down for it. And I've heard some other games in this franchise maybe go into that more, but I don't know. They're going to have all the answers specifically. I guess in some ways I'm guessing maybe asking some of the answers as far as some of these things. You're seeing the sheep. I guess, Nickie, you're not burning the sheep. Am I right about that?
Oh, I'm definitely avoiding them. They're really cute.
Yeah, because you can burn the sheep specifically. So if you ever saw, I mean, before How to Train Your Dragon got the idea, this game did fine. The ram, he's not getting saved. Or is he? Fine, he was attacking you. We saw.
Oh, the rams. I'm kind of.
Yeah, just
they're
knocking
kinda
him with
scary,
the wall.
But the sheep are not bothering me.
No,
They're cute, you know.
unless they start killing you. Like, hey, you know, the deadly sheep are gonna come by and destroy you. No, fine. He is. I kind of just like the
Wizard's
way.
gotta go.
I love the way these animations are looking, and even on the PlayStation, what I saw, it really looked state-of-the-art as far as what it was, and still does as far as this version, even on this system, because, fine, this is the weakest system of the 4 systems it's on, but still, it's not showing it, honestly, as far as how Switch is. It seems like a really good version.
Yeah.
It does drop some frames, but overall it's very nice.
And it was 30 FPS capped on everything else, unless you, mod the PC version, where that breaks the game as it is. And specifically, yeah, they're telling us stuff that Nickie and Edwak already know, and have already told you, I guess, but either way, yeah. So when you save them, they'll give you hints as far as how to play, like, hey, just want to look around, like, hey, what's this? Hey, what's this? Let's go here. Which I guess is an interesting kind of position to be in as far as something like this. Yeah, just, I don't know, it just feels so relaxed. Okay, fine, I'll go back to stuff with the voice, because I did get off that a little bit. Seems like we're gonna go mile a minute on this. I hope you're not minding this.
I don't mind at all.
Or that I'm necessarily stepping over. If I am, let me know if you need to.
Let me interject here
Go.
with, I want to go over the skill point system again.
Yeah, go ahead, run it.
So if you press minus, I think it is.
Yeah.
And now on the bottom you'll see X for skill points. So there's, the first skill point that you got was to reach the quote-unquote tricky platform there in the hub world.
Mm-hmm.
We are in Stone Hill right now, so only a few stages. You'll see this and the second page. Those are the only that's the full list, these 2 pages of skill points throughout the whole game, even though there's a lot more stages.
Really?
This level, if we go back to the first page here, does have one actually. It's to burn the hidden pink tulip, which is right around where you are.
So these are secret missions. You say in this game they unlock stuff in the gallery.
Yes. So if we go right out here.
Okay, should I leave?
Yeah, it's actually you go straight this way and a little bit to the right where that like bush is. Straight ahead right here, you'll see this deep guy right here.
Oh no, not this guy.
There's a pink tulip right around here. That's
Him?
you just passed it.
That guy running
A little
away?
bit to your left, a little bit. It's right here. That's the hidden pink tulip. You gotta burn that.
Alright, so yeah, there you go. And question, I guess, the skill points. Were these in the PlayStation version as well?
I believe. I can't remember.
I'll have an edit when we edit this just to give an idea, because as I said, I don't know either. Fine, I don't know. I definitely don't know, because as I said, I played this very briefly. I picked this game up on PlayStation back in 2007 when it was getting a bunch of games sold off.
You can kind of see that's like it's kind of denoting where the invisible wall is.
Okay.
You can't go outside of those stones.
Has there ever been like a fully open world case of Spyro where you could?
Open
you know?
world? I don't know.
Because honestly, this seems pretty open world as far as how it is, and I guess when you think about a lot of collect-on platform games like this, maybe sometimes have that thought like, hey, you're exploring this big area to find stuff. So I don't know, maybe that would be an idea, or maybe an idea for a new Spyro game, because hey, we're at 25 years in a few weeks. Maybe an idea.
I don't think you can go.
Oh no, oh god.
You fall into the exit door.
Oh no, oh.
Well, the other thing I guess you could do, could you feasibly like do that dash and quickly jump at the end of it, or you do need to have enough of a distance to start the run? Also, it doesn't look like it's not affecting your momentum.
Oh my
I
god.
didn't mean that.
Those innocent sheep.
It's,
I know.
well, hey, it's worth showing that off and showing the great effect of the cotton flying everywhere.
I've completely lost my way. Oh my god.
You're
Speedrun over.
you're lost, you just don't know where you are.
Reset the game. I want to go down
watch
that
this.
well too.
I'm just gliding. Oh, this well. Oh, okay.
You go down the well. Yeah, that is kind of, I guess, what we're seeing. Oh, another dragon. And a key in the lock.
Treasure. Oh, no! No!
I was saying
Go
that.
back! Go back!
Yeah, we have a dragon we have to save. Yeah, because when you walk over those air puffs, whatever those are, you just go up. Is that right?
Yeah, it's like the elevator up.
Okay. Okay, Gavin likes his tea, I guess.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power. When he eats butterflies, he stays strong. Like me.
Sure.
There you go, you got all the dragons.
Oh, I found the dragons.
I love how Spyro's just looking at it saying, like, wait, yeah, sure, fine. By the way, one quick thing going back to the voice acting. He was not voiced by Tom Kenny in the original game. He was voiced by, actually, someone who was also on Rocko's Modern Life, Carlos Elzraki, who was the voice of Rocko and Spunky on that show. He also is in games of other cases. He was the voice of Dr. No in GoldenEye Rogue Agent, as well as the voice of then-President Bill Clinton in Soviet Strike on the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn, if you ever played that game. And also Mac in Secret Weapons Over Normandy. But outside of that, he's also probably best known as Deputy James Garcia on Reno 911 and Winslow on CatDog. But the reason he's not in any of the games except for that first one on the PlayStation is that I don't think he liked how he sounded. He said, when I did the voice of this, I made him sound like the kid at school that wanted to be liked by everybody. And so he then wasn't in any other ones, but Tom Kenny came in and he's been him ever since. In most of the games except the Legend of Spyro games, in which case he was voiced by Elijah Wood from World of the Rings, which is kind of interesting to see the massive star power out of that. You want to get that guy?
Yes. Go.
Yeah, you're not getting away from me.
He's not that fast, I think, yet.
No, you'll be able to catch up. It looks like that. I love, like, yeah, look, there's the chase. He's running. He's not getting far. Nickie has horns with his name on it.
Come on, get over here.
It's got
Yes.
it. Good job.
Yes.
And for catching up with him, you got...
An egg.
Dragon egg.
Dragon egg.
What do those do?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I can't remember either.
Just to collect them?
They're baby dragons, I guess.
Yeah, because I think in some of the games you hatch them, but I don't know. Is this one of them?
I,
From what I've understood. I don't know as far as what
Another
we're
thing
seeing.
to note is, if you push in the left stick, Sparks will tell you where treasure is still hiding.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Should we find all the treasure?
Yes, 100%.
Do you want to do the cleanups?
Yes.
Okay.
I already know where the treasure is.
Oh,
Okay. Actually, speaking of Sparks, since you did mention him, I guess your question, like, what gender is Sparks? Well, he's not voiced in the PlayStation game at all. In this one, apparently, oh, fine, he, she, I'm not sure which. We'll find an answer. Have an answer below. Fine. Sparks
be a
voice,
they.
maybe, but he is fine. Sparkus is voiced by a man in this version. He's voiced by Andre Suliuzo. Sorry, I have a tough last name too. He's been the voice of Sparkus in Spyro 3: Year of the Dragon on the PlayStation, but he was also Zuke in Final Fantasy X. Anytime they've made a game based on Shrek, including Shrek 2 on the Xbox and PS2 and GameCube, he's voiced Puss in Boots. So he's covering for Antonio Banderas that way. He's also the voice of Harlem in a game I mentioned, Men of Valor on Xbox, as well as Fred and Napoleon Bonaparte in Psychonauts. And interesting enough, Napoleon Bonaparte is also in Age of Empires 3. He voiced him in that game too, so it's a case where he's voicing a historical figure in 2 separate franchises and 2 separate games. And he's also the voice of Weimer in the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Jerry in the 2021 Tom and Jerry film. So yeah, that is who's voicing Sparks. Yeah, Sparks is not voiced in the PlayStation game, which is the weird thing as far as the voice acting in this game. It's like, wait a second, what's going on with that? I'm liking the voices as far as what I'm hearing out of this.
Yeah, it's actually really good.
Mm-hmm. And even on the PlayStation, that was the case, because we got some big names even on the PlayStation, including a character who, weirdly enough, was not credited as far as who voices them in this one. That was actually, we saw Delvin before. There's no credit list as far as this game of who voices him. But on the PlayStation 1, off screen, we were talking about a franchise that this character's in, or this actor was, Clancy Brown, who was the voice of Mr. Krabs on SpongeBob SquarePants. He's also Neo Cortex in the Crash Bandicoot franchise. Specifically, Crash Bandicoot 2, 3, Crash Team Racing, Nitro Kart, and Wrath of Cortex. By the way, which Wrath of Cortex Nickie's going to play at some point for the show. So he's the voice of Hades in God of War 3, Captain Black on Jackie Chan Adventures, and also movies including Kurgan in Highlander in the 1980s, and he was also the voice of Captain Hadley in one of the best movies of the 1990s, that being The Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, he's the voice of Delvin on the PlayStation game. In this one, I don't know. I looked everywhere as far as the voice acting to kind of get names, especially because I don't know this game. So it's like, who voices characters? How do I cross-reference that for it between IMDb and behind the voice actors for it? That's what I was able to find as far as that. And yeah, look at you just burning the place up.
I can't believe Cortex is Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Seriously?
I would have never thought that.
I was just passed by my dad downstairs, and he was watching a movie, and it was the guy. Like, it was a live action, I don't know, movie or a TV show or something. But
The person who voices Mr. Krabs?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Clancy Brown. I mean, yeah, because I've seen him in a lot of things, although weirdly enough, after a while, he wasn't in Crash anymore as far as Cortex. I guess with Mr. Krabs, he's been Mr. Krabs forever, although some of the games, he's not in them.
Oh, wow.
Weirdly enough. He's not in SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. If anybody's going to say something negative about that game, there's like, hey, that's not Clancy Brown in the game, and they couldn't get him for some reason. I don't know why necessarily, but I've seen a lot. He's been prolific. He's gone over many years as far as, I mean, Highlander was in the 1980s that he did voice, or he was in the movie as it was, so he's been pretty prolific. In fact, I think my mom and I went to see the movie Chappaquiddick about Ted Kennedy a couple of years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago. He was in that movie. It's like, wait a second, he's here? It's like, oh yeah, and then of course Shawshank Redemption. You've never seen that movie. That movie's amazing. Maybe that's what your father was watching.
No, it was something older.
Maybe Highlander, because that was older as well.
It wasn't, it wasn't Highlander. I've seen that too.
Oh, okay. Actually, I don't even
Something,
think
there was a lot of religious stuff going on in it.
There'll be a name below of what that is, because I'll indicate what movie then Clancy Brown's in. No, I can find out. It's editing material. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Power of editing.
I do love the power of editing.
Wow, I can't believe it was that movie.
Yeah,
On screen now.
I've seen that one now.
Right, that's probably gonna be the idea at that point. Then it'll be something like, "Hey, we talked about this for a show." It seems like what other Spyro play is gonna be giving the love as far as Clancy Brown, who's only in not even this version. He's in the PlayStation 1 game, but yeah, that's what we do on the show. As far as the other dragons, actually, a lot of them are voiced by the same people. So you know what? If you don't mind, is there anything you want to go into here, Edwak? While
yes, actually, for this stage in particular, there's another skill point.
Yeah, so fine. Lead us as far as it and tell me when we can talk voice acting, and I'll go the rest. Just go the whole way.
So you see these bulls here, right? So the way the bulls work is you can hit them once.
Yeah.
If you bonk into them once, they will get their horns stuck in the ground.
Yeah.
If you hit them again, you will finish them off, basically. But the skill point is, and I think if you use fire on them, they instantly get defeated. But one of the skill point for this stage is to basically stick every bull into the ground.
Okay, and keep them there?
And keep them there.
Yeah, so think about what you did. Like, yeah, you're stuck in the ground this way. Okay. And I guess here's a question. I mean, fine. I don't know. I also find an answer for this one too. If they told you what the skill points were on the PlayStation version, assuming they were in there. But I guess the idea of trying to challenge you to think differently, I guess, about playing a game like this.
Yeah, it's not extensive. I mean, we already got 2 of them, and there's only like 12 of them, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
At the very top of your jump.
We can take a quick look, peek in there again. So skill points, we got 2, 7, so about 14.
Okay. Yeah, in the later games, they have more?
And we'll see. This collect skill points to unlock parts 1 and 2 of the art gallery. So
okay,
we need more of those skill points to check out the art gallery.
All right. As like, given the art of this game, I get the sense that we probably won't show that off. 'Cause I love the art of this one I'm looking at here.
Me too. I super like the style of it.
I guess that's probably what got both of you into this franchise. Am I right about that? Or part of what it was? What? Tell your story, because.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh! Can you not undo that?
You cannot undo that.
Okay.
So in that case, we should just leave. So, but you can at least quickly do it.
Unfortunately, there's loading times, but yeah, I completely botched a speedrun. So I gotta start the game over from scratch.
I say this is not technically speedrun unless Edwak wants to make it one. I guess. Although
I already speedrun the first part, so I mean, you're just not doing your duty here.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, shots fired. But either way.
But I feel like, well, my experience with this was that, so when I was little, my neighbor had this game. I never had this game. And I always played it a couple times, but really didn't get very far or anything like that. And it was, I think it was on PlayStation 1, if I remember right. And then I actually never played it again. And then I think it was when you got the statue, the little Spyro statue, maybe. We should insert a picture of it here. It's very handsome. I was like, oh, this is really cute. Maybe we had like talked about it, and I was like, oh, I haven't really played Spyro. So when this remake came out, we played it together. It was so fun. Like, it's immediately fun. Like, as soon as you start playing, you're like, oh. It feels really good. Like, it's really good platforming.
Indeed. Or as Captain 22 saying, it's all over. Speedrun canceled. I was like, yeah, fine.
Yeah, uninstall, delete the game.
And no, uninstall the game, delete the game, have it pop out of the card, have it shrink wrapped again, and sent back to the store so you have to go buy it again. I guess. You get the Matador guy going on there. But, I mean, there's something to be said about that as far as Edwak. How about you? What got you to Spyro?
I somehow got this game when I was little. I don't remember how.
Okay.
And I played it a ton.
I guess because you had PlayStation growing up, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't get to use later.
Fancy pants with a PlayStation.
Hey, I had a Nintendo 64, so I guess maybe I was in a case of that specifically.
Alright, fancy pants with a Nintendo 64 over here.
And then we got to the next generation, and they said fancy pants of you and I with the Xbox, and everybody was like, what are you doing in the original Xbox? Like, we have stuff on this you don't have. So, and we have the best version of multi-platform games usually, as far as that, so there's that. But either way, so, okay, so then that's what got you, I guess, what really got you for this franchise? It's like, hey, you got this in a circumstance specifically, and you said, yeah, I've, I guess, been loving it ever since.
Yeah, I mean, even once we finished this trilogy, I immediately wanted more. Like, I'm having so much fun now that we're replaying it.
So
Like, I wish they would make a new one.
Slightly hidden, but the way to get to the last dragon is we have to specifically get up to this height and then glide around this corner right here.
Yeah, sometimes there's like some tricky, like kind of gliding paths, I guess, like that you wouldn't think unless you knew. Okay. Or unless you're just kind of exploring, you know, you can just spend a lot of time gliding.
Oh, nice. I love how you off-screen hit him with the fire.
Well, okay, fancy pants.
Because he's going to run down there. We're going to have to do a whole loop. That's kind of annoying.
You're like, yeah, fine, fire. Yeah, just fine. Speedrun back on. So there you go. I think that's the thing I'm noticing about this game. Feel free to correct me if this is not right. It seems that... There you go. Good job getting it. That even when you get into a case where you have something go wrong, you can kind of just adjust yourself again, and it really is easy to kind of get yourself back in place, I think. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Heyo, ElecVerse. So good to see you tonight. Edwak and Nickie are here. We're playing Spyro the Dragon, the Reignited Trilogy version on the Switch. We have already run through... How far have we gotten so far?
We 100%ed the hub world, and we finished one stage. This is the second stage, and we're pretty much almost done with this one. We're just missing 8 gems. Okay, awesome. So that's gonna be the idea. So good to see you tonight, ElecVerse. Feel free to go in your memories on Spyro the Dragon. This remake, the original on PlayStation, anything with franchise, anything with Insomniac, anything with Toys for Bob made this remake. Anything you got, you know how we're open book, and we're already having a good time with it. And it's so good to see you tonight.
Welcome to the show.
Indeed, welcome.
Welcome.
Whoa.
I was gonna say, like, that's like the the Resident Evil announcing case, like
Resident
Evil
6.
Oh man.
Now do the bayonet opening.
Which one is that?
I can't remember. Wait, is it coming around the corner?
Yeah, I'm not sure which. My brother had it on the PlayStation 1 back then. Yeah, so I get that sense that's the constant. I think, as I mentioned, I'm kind of the newbie on Spyro here because I have it on the PlayStation. I got it not super long ago, about, like, fine, 16 years ago. That's sort of long. But I didn't grow up with this game because I didn't have a PlayStation. I had a Nintendo 64, so I came to it later, though I didn't play it massively, so for this play, I also asked Edwak, since he's the one controlling it as well as Nickie, I said, how do you want me to experience this? Do you want me to go in blind as far as the story and all this? He's like, yeah, please do. I'm like, okay, that's what we're doing. It wasn't until the Reignited Trilogy that I fully completed it. Okay, so that's what I guess, Nickie, you were saying, too.
Me too.
What version did you play of the Reignited Trilogy? We're running the Switch version as far as Edwak's choice, but yeah, it was on other systems. So what was the case of yours? Tell that story of it, specifically. Yeah, from what I've seen as far as this release, putting aside the fact that this game is in no way, shape, or form collectible because of the fact you have to download a bunch of it in like 18 years, you will not be able to have it if you don't have an internet connection. It's a very good remake from what I'm seeing. I had it on the PlayStation 4. Yeah, as far as my case, I don't know what I'd pick it up on. I'd probably pick it up on... I'd probably pick the Xbox One up and run it on Series X, as I'm cracking a cold one as it is, because yeah, it's party... Well, fine, it is sort of a party as far as Edwak and Nickie being here, as it always is.
It's a party! It's a Spyro party!
Indeed it is. Actually, even platinumed the game. Okay, there you go. So ElecVerse said, like, I ran platinum trophy run on that. So that's like the Crescenio 64. I mean, I'm pretty sure he probably platinumed this game as it is. I don't know if it's necessarily a hard one to do that. We also talk about that as far as like platinuming or getting a full achievement completion out of the game. When is it hard or not? Or if this game is even hard to do it in, which it might be, because you have like a bunch of games to run out. Oh!
You
heard me. No! Don't kick me.
Yeah, you're talking Resident Evil 6, like maybe not too far off.
I have an idea.
How will you defeat this enemy?
I think I... Wait, maybe not.
Just hit me on the head that way. Oh, almost. Oh, well.
He's
Please,
protected.
please.
Oh, you got him.
Oh, okay. How'd you get him?
Oh, I used fire. I used my fire move.
Oh, there you go. That's fine.
Specifically on his back.
Yeah. I thought I had to bonk him on the backside.
Alright, so burn his ass, basically. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
No, burn his loincloth.
No!
You can't burn him from the front.
No, I know, but he keeps turning around.
Does that hurt you when he bashes you?
Actually, no. strangely.
Oh, it doesn't hurt me? Oh, it just bonks
No,
me?
Yeah, because I was noticing sparks didn't change color.
Yeah.
Also, ElecVerse, if you know, we were not really sure on this. Is Sparks male or female? Sparks voiced by male in this version. He's mute on PlayStation, but I don't know either way.
The third game, Spyro says she.
Oh, so maybe Year of the Dragon goes into it. So it might be one of those things where it's questioned, like Knights. I'll tell you, it's like Knights because remember, Knights was androgynous until Knights Journey of Dreams on the Wii. People didn't like it. They said like, no, we're gonna specify this because they thought it was gonna be it should be more general. With Spyro, I don't know necessarily as far as it. And fine, since I haven't played Year of the Dragon at all. That's gonna be that idea. They would know more. They're the experts on Spyro, definitely, compared to me. And that's why they're playing the show, and I appreciate that they're doing it. And thank you, by the way, for coming back to the show.
Having a great time.
I'm glad, like, because I don't want to be in the case you're like, hey, we do a show, and you're like, yeah, fuck you, I don't want to be on the show anymore.
What? Who? What?
Nobody said that. I just was like, I want to make sure that we're not going to be in that case.
Irrational
I think this is just your imagination.
Yes.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's also, yeah,
I'm having a great time.
yeah, I'm glad to that, but I just want to make sure that, hey, you are enjoying the show as far as being here and all that, but that's the idea.
I just want you to invite me back on the show.
Of course, well, because, hey, like, we have stuff like she called dibs on. I know she's going to do... Oh, Christ, did you get splattened? I love that look.
You have to find some
Said-
frogs to heal.
I was going to say, that deed cannot go unpunished.
I have to defend my honor here.
Actually, I like that touch there, like, when Sparks is, you know, getting upset or, like, change greens, like, Sparks is looking a little like, ugh, I'm almost going to die or something. Now he's blue, like, okay, either way. Not necessarily sprightly and yellow. Yeah, I was going to say, I know, Nickie, you have dibs called in a couple things.
Pajamas Sam. Oh my god, do not do that.
Right, I think we're talking PlayStation mascots elements. We've not touched Crash Bandicoot on the show. I think Wrath of Cortex is going to be yours, I think. Yes, is that the idea?
Yes.
Because nobody else has called it. And it's like, yeah, she knows it. Well, we're going to run that on Xbox because that's by far the best version. This is.
That's the one I played on.
It's also the case with That, and we're not going to get minute-long loading times like on the PS2.
Oh, PS2 is bad loading times?
Oh my god, it's horrible loading times. It's the one game of Traveler's Tales also the people not defended. By the way, I don't know, did I tell you the reason why the loading times are so bad on that version?
I don't think so.
Okay, so here's the weird thing. It actually goes to something sort of modern in gaming. Here are those things going on where Nintendo's trying to patent certain game mechanics of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, and people are saying, like, why are you trying to patent something so general for this? Well, with Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, they wanted to include a minigame during the load screens. That actually a lot of reviewers pointed out saying, like, why do you have a minigame here? It only acknowledges the load times are horrible. But what happened was that it was cut out of the game before it came out, like, right at the last minute. And the reason that is because Namco had the rights, like, exclusive ability to be doing mini-games during loading screens.
Oh.
Yeah, because, I don't know, what's your experience with Namco stuff on the PlayStation? You ever play Tekken 1?
Well, we got Katamari, which does, like, you mess around with the text on the loading screen.
Yeah, that's true, and that had something like that, but I know with Tekken 1 on the PlayStation and Ridge Racer on the PlayStation as well, Tekken, you could play Galaga in the intro, play the challenge stage, and in Ridge Racer you could play Galaxian. And by the way, in the case of Ridge Racer's case, if you beat all the enemies on the screen for Galaxian before the loading is done, you get extra cars. But apparently Namco had the exclusive rights to do that, so Traveler's Tales and Universal published that game. They were not allowed to actually use that, so they had to cut it out. But then, at that point, people were like looking at the loading screens for like 51 seconds. They came out on Xbox a few months later, like it's 3. So like, fine, people knew like the loading was a problem in this, so they said we're cutting the load times down massively. But yeah, there you go. That was the reason why, and good job finding all the dragons here.
Found all the dragons.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that means?
What's
Time
that
for you to clean it up.
Oh, clean up.
Okay, so so what's going on then in this case is like it's kind of a tag team case going on in this game in the sense that Nickie's finding all the dragons as it is, and then Edwak's clean up, which actually I do like kind of like this idea of like, hey, it's like wrestling. You know how you do like tag team wrestling, you clap in, it's like yeah, go on in for me now. That's gonna be what's going on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, is there anything you want to point out here as far as you're running around the area? Oh, because I have one question actually. If this is if you don't have anything else, I'll take it as a no. So does this game run on the internal clock console?
In what way?
You're seeing the way that the world is. When we started the game was like sunset.
Yeah.
This stage is nighttime.
The stage. Oh, it's just the levels.
Yeah.
Okay, because at first I said, hey, wait a second. Now it's been really interesting. We started the show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and this is getting later. It's going on at night.
No. I think it'll be daytime when we go back now to the hub world.
I was like, consider the preview to whenever we get to Pokemon Generation 2. Where in that case, it's like, fine, it's going to all be night, unless they start early in the day. As it is, but I don't know when we're going to do that game, as it is. But it does look really, really nice.
I know.
As far as the artistry, as far as the color, because that's something I know Chad has often brought up. I know Dolphin in particular has brought that up a lot. But, honestly, it's interesting hearing the chat mention stuff like this, and then I look at it more, oh, you're right, it's because it's like morning now.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, boy. My least favorite part.
Oh, what's
Your
that?
favorite part?
Yep.
Oh, there's daylight in that level? Okay, apparently ElecVerse didn't know there is. I guess why? Do you know what dictates that?
So we step on
I guess-
every stone here, then we open this up.
Sunny Flight. Okay, so, ElecVerse saying this, he's questioning, like, daylight in level. How does the time of day change? Does it change in game? Just like, it's not tied to the clock of the system, or
No.
just certain levels are set at night?
No, that stage is always dark. That's always that's just how it is.
Okay, fine, then
It
all...
was called something night or something, I think, even the stage.
Okay. But this is Sunny Flight, because I mean, the hub world there, because it looked like we were at the sunset when we started it, but now it looked like it was day. So I don't know, maybe that's the thing for it. If you ever elaborate on that more, if you have a thing of that as far as ElecVerse, as your, what are you doing?
Oh, this is now like it's like a racing type, where you have to go through all of the little arches, and then you get extra seconds while the clock is going down, so now he's gonna get like another 3 seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ElecVerse saying flight missions, grrr, so I guess, let it flow, ElecVerse, I guess you're saying that these are frustrating in this version on PlayStation both ways. Oh, fine, Edwak, let it all hang out, please. As far as it, feel free to go into it.
This is probably the most like challenging type of thing.
Yeah, I have a hard time with these.
Okay, what specifically?
Just the timers are usually generally sort of pretty tight.
Uh-huh.
and there's 4 sub things to do. So like, one of them is to get all the planes. One of them is to go through every arch, and then there's to beat up all the trains. Like we're gonna go here now.
Okay.
Oh, but you can't land, I think,
No,
either,
yeah,
right?
you can land.
Oh, you can land?
You can even run, but I think flying is faster. So we're gonna,
Oh, yeah, probably.
we're gonna stay flying.
Or
up
there's
the corner.
barrels. Okay.
Okay, so
Barrels and then treasure chests.
all right, so I think ElecVerse saying this, if you're especially trying to platinum this game, yeah, that's where the problem comes. So I guess then that's the challenge of platinuming the game. For ElecVerse to go on that too. So all right, so fine. They know the pain of what this is, I guess. And I guess it's on the PlayStation as well. This is way as far as being annoying. Or,
I think
hard.
yeah, I would think it would be just about the same.
I did a little practicing, so we're actually not running out of time here. So.
Okay, because I was gonna say eventually, then I'll know their pain specifically and Smile's Blacktooth grin. So okay, so because I'm trying to remember, I don't know what people must have said about this game as far as mentioned difficulty elements perhaps or whatever it is, but I guess it's the flight missions. In fact, I guess if you're trying to platinum a game, it changes that mindset of hey, you got to specifically. I guess what's the challenge like first when you're saying a platinuming for this is like, hey, you have to do it perfectly for everything or something?
I did not demonstrate, but if you land in the water, you have to start it over again. If you run out of time, you got to start over again.
Okay.
You get extra gems for getting everything all in one run, so you have to get everything all in one run.
Okay.
If you want all the gems.
I guess questioning this, like was mentioning as far as the fact that there's the platinum trophy element for this, but since Switch doesn't have an achievement system, do they have the same lists the same way that the other consoles do? Or it's like, no, it's not a factor. There's certain games like the Mega Man collections, well, they'll have like challenges that basically mirror the achievements and trophies in the other versions. But I don't know if this game does that as well.
I don't know if it mirrors it.
Okay.
That guy looks scared. You didn't really have to do that.
Yeah, I think you did have to do that because like that's the only thing you have to be worried of. The people are going to be afraid and nervous, like because then they'll as soon as you turn around, they pull the knife out and stab you in the back.
That's a Nickie move, definitely.
What, stabbing in the back?
Well, when she gets nervous, she becomes more powerful.
That is true.
Well, that's a good thing.
When I become frightened, I unlock my true power.
Yeah. Have we shown that? Oh, okay, we sort of shown that on the show so far. A little bit when you're doing the like the mini games of the Freddy Fish game, the first one specifically. I think kind of, but yeah, I don't know if we've shown that case like where you're getting, and that's another interesting thing going too. The idea that when you're so into a game, you're like, oh, you're so frustrated and so maybe on edge, perhaps that maybe makes you play better in a weirdly paradoxical way.
Yeah, you know, if I'm doing like something that's kind of hard in the game, like I don't know, like a hard stage, something where you like have to keep doing it over and over again.
Yeah.
I feel like my cycle is that I do okay, but like don't finish it. Then I get tilted and I do really bad. Then I enter a different state of mind and I just am like, all right, I'm just looking at this game and like nothing else is happening, and then I can finally do it.
So you basically
I gain strength somehow.
So you focus on it so much. Okay, so that's interesting because eventually at some point I'm going to do compilation shows of some of the stuff. Fine, at some point I'll upload to the YouTube site. This is going to be a bit down the road. Compilation of some of the best stuff that's been shown on the show as far as gaming feats, amazing hilarities as far as things, glitches, something like that. But I guess in some ways the idea of when it comes to like a great accomplishment, the idea of how do you put yourself in mindset necessarily for something like that, you know? Because it sometimes can be kind of tough to, I guess, do that, because that's what Nocturne was saying when it came to our last part of Mega Man Legends 2, where it's like trying to do the Class A Digger test in some of the ruins, to get access to one of the ruins. It is so insanely specific. Which of you played Mega Man Legends 2?
Yeah.
No,
Legend 2, no.
Legends 2, no. Yeah, because she's right. It's insanely hard to do that. But it's also one of those things that, yeah, if you can focus it, you can do it. She, unfortunately, has not been able to do it yet. And she's not going to get another chance until November as far as the show is concerned. But it's one of those things she's like, yeah, I don't know if I can do that. Actually, speaking of edits, we were saying, I did it in the last part of that, some of her off-screen play, where she did get to the last room. So in that case, I said, what's the difference for this one that you felt you're able to kind of focus it this way? I think she's...
make a quick note here.
Yeah.
I went to the first boss door. It did not open because it hasn't registered that I've beaten a stage yet.
Uh-huh.
Because what you can also do when you finish getting everything in a stage, you can just exit level for like a quicker, so you don't have to run to the exit portal, right?
Okay.
But if you never touch an exit portal, it never thinks you've beaten any stage, so it doesn't open the boss door.
Oh.
Oh, so you kept exiting fast so that...
For, you know, not speedrun sake, but, you know, just because it's faster to press exit level than to run to the portal, exit portal.
Yeah, I guess the PlayStation version is like that too.
I think it's all. I think it's all of it. Yeah, I think that's just
I guess
how
so.
it's coded. So
Actually, yeah, we have an item in chat as far as the stuff we talk voice acting, which is I find it ironic in the PlayStation 1 game, Spyro's voiced by Carl Zell's Rocky, who was the voice of Rocco in Rocko's Modern Life. This version is voiced by Tom Kenny, who was the voice of Heifer in Rocko's Modern Life. Heifer Wolf, of course, because, yeah, he was raised by wolves. He was adopted, yeah. In all the years I've known him, he never once told me he was adopted. At some point, we'll play this Rocko's Modern Life game that's on the Super Nintendo.
Oh, yeah?
Which I know people have weird memories about. I know I made people shudder when I mentioned that game on the Super Nintendo.
I feel like maybe I've played that.
Yeah. It is... I don't think it's as bad as its reputation, necessarily, but it is something that it can be very slippery as far as how it works, and it is a massive escort mission. If you don't like that, you're probably not going to like that game, as it is, specifically.
This is a tough stage.
But yeah, it is...
Scared.
But yeah, you're right, because that is an interesting thing going back to the voice acting, because yeah, you're right. I don't know, Leopard, if you knew this, you probably do, because you're more of an experienced person on Spyro than I am. I read that Carlos Rocky said, I think he didn't come back for the second one because he said, either I just made it the way
I've
that...
actually perished.
Oh, you got crushed.
It's embarrassing.
This stage is actually hard because you have to like dodge the dogs first, then hit them.
Oh, is that right?
It's kind of tricky actually.
Do you have unlimited lives?
No.
Oh.
You don't? Oh, you don't. Oh, fine. You have 11 lives, so you basically just
Oh my God,
pick them up like crazy.
Chat, don't make fun of me, okay?
How do you get more lives?
Don't
Also?
make
Is
fun
that
of me,
like based on gems or something?
The little circles around Spyro, you get them for beating up an enemy.
Okay. So as you kill enemies, you basically can just get lives going. Is that the idea?
So if you've already defeated the enemy,
Oh my God,
it's really hard to escape them, honestly.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you're
Oh
right.
my God.
You get barely enough time to go. Yeah, I have no idea.
What?
Ow.
You gotta.
Okay, there you go. Just blow them off the side of the mountain.
But I think I had to hit him twice because they got
You
like
gotta hit him
dusty and
twice.
crusty and then.
Okay. Yeah, because they just barely get on your
It's like-
on
She's
yourself
also
as you get out of
she's
the way.
not running now.
You know, I could. Okay, I can't just.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you're not sure. That's fine. Like as far as I'll figure. Oh wait, how'd you die?
You jumping does not avoid them.
Oh.
They'll hit you in the air with their hitbox.
Oh, is it? Okay. I was gonna
You
say.
have to dash. You have to use the dash a lot on these guys.
Okay.
Don't
You
forget
can't
chat.
hurt
Don't
them.
make fun of me.
You
No,
can't
it's like-
hurt them.
I'm
with the dash.
sensitive.
No, they're not. No, they're not. It's like, hey, as I said, we have the best chat on Twitch. Even you have all said that. Look, as I mentioned, here's the other thing for this is that when it starts to struggle with games, like that's also showing like, hey, we're not lying when we say something's difficult. Look,
Oh, there's gems back here.
coming in here, we can say like, hey, this game's difficult, and make it look like nothing. But then when we die to something, it's like, fine, this is what you're gonna have to experience specifically.
If you don't have to refight them if you already got their gems. So.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna then.
Okay. All I know is that Carlos Rocky was replaced with Tom Kenny in Spyro 2, replaced again, I guess, in the PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox era with Jess Harnell, the voice of Wacko Warner. So, hello, nurse! And we have played one of the Animaniacs games before we played the Super Nintendo game. The figure of the Genesis game, which Nocturne has. I always wanted to show Great Edgar Hunt, which is on GameCube, which costs a lot of money. Yeah, I guess, Jess Harnell, tell me this, like, first. Jess Harnell is the voice of Spyro in... Because, Tom Kenny is the voice of Spyro in Ripto's Rage and Year of the Dragon. He's voiced of him in this, as well. In the Legend of Spyro games, he's voiced by Elijah Wood from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I guess then, Jess Harnell...
No! Oh my God.
So Jess Harnell, I guess, is in the, I guess, like, End of the Dragonfly and Hero's Tale, is that right? Have anybody played those?
Which one?
Spyro End of the Dragonfly or Spyro Hero's Tale. I haven't played them. I've heard they're kind of, whatever, specifically End of the Dragonfly. I've heard ailments of End of the Dragonfly and really bad with its frame rate.
This is too embarrassing.
You're
You
getting
gotta
flattened.
do it.
It looks hard,
embarrassed.
though.
It's-
If you
it's a little
rush
tough.
them with 2 fires, you can get them before they jump, I think.
Okay. Actually, you know what?
Okay, we got backup, so you guys don't have to watch this 12 times.
That's also fine, because actually, we are actually recording live from a different room as far as Edwak's place for this. I'm going to actually pull out the manual for Enter the Dragonfly, which is on the PS2. It doesn't have a disc in the box. I want to see if there's anything to that. I thought Jess Harnell played Spyro Near the Dragon. Hang on a second.
So you can hear them twice.
Oh, that's good.
Well, you know what? I'll look into this because, looking at Enter the Dragonfly, it is Tom Kenny is voicing Spyro. So, I don't know on Near the Dragon. Do you have Near the Dragon?
I don't think so.
If I do, it's on the shelf.
Yeah, I have 1 and 2. Yeah, he's a big ass
never mind.
wall of games. Please
I
stuff
love
I
chat.
have. So I'm basically just opening it up, looking at the manual. So, you know, I'll tell you, I'll get your answer right now, ElecVerse, just because I'm not the one playing. So let's find out for that. But I can get maybe the sound of it with Tom Kenny in some of these. Well, let's find that.
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in charge of the artisan world.
Bring him on. I think I smell a barbecue.
Actually, yeah, I can know it kind of sounds like Jesse Mel. Are you familiar with him? As far as like Wacko on Animaniacs?
I mean, I am familiar with Wacko. That this artist guy was supposed to be.
Yeah.
That did not sound like him to me. Right.
Okay, ElecVerse is right. Jess Arnell is the voice of Spyro in A Hero's Tale and Shadow Legacy.
First boss. He's very devious.
Is this him?
He's very scary.
He's devious?
Yeah, we got him.
Yeah, it looks like
He's spooky.
it was like a Grim Reaper Halloween guy, or like
Oh,
no,
he's
okay,
a
never mind, he's
sheep one
not.
Still.
It was he's a sheep in the clothing of Ichabod Clay from Clay Fighter. Okay, so yeah, that's the answer then, because from what I found in my notes, it was Tom Kenny for most of them. Fine, the two, as I mentioned, A Hero's Tale and what was the other one? Shadow Legacy, which is on DS. I never played that one. You played either one of those?
No.
Okay. So alright, fine. Jess Arnell was voicing that way, so okay, there's cases where there's 3 voices of Spyro.
Wow.
Who knew? Actually, I didn't know that either, so thank you,
Makes
ElecVerse, for
sense,
indicating
sold.
that. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes it's weird when you get that, because actually, interesting thing for this, when it comes to the voice performances in this remake, not counting Tom Kenny, if you count everything aside from Spyro 1, there's only one voice who's the same between both games, which is Michael Goh, who voices Nasty Nork. He was Nasty Nork in the PlayStation 1 game, and on this version, he's the voice of Gopher in Winnie the Pooh, as well as Deckard Cain in Diablo 2. He's also the voice of the Russian soldiers in Metal Gear Solid 2, so whenever they're saying, like, "Is there somebody there?" or "What was that just now?" That is the same person who voiced Nasty Nork in this game. And also, actually, for Kazan22 in the chat, this one's for you. He's also the voice of Jin Uzuki in Xenosaga Episode 2, Jensetz von Gut und Bus, which is the name of the second Xenosaga game. He's the big one on that one, as well as the voice of Osmond Sadler in Resident Evil 4. So yeah, that is the idea of like who the same voice between the two games are, but everybody else is different, which is very interesting to see that.
We're entering the Peacekeepers world.
Yeah, and our nice hot air balloon. Yeah, consider this a preview of next week's show. I'll just leave it under wraps on that one specific, but that's gonna be that. So yeah, where are we going on this, or how's it gonna work over here?
World 2, we just come 100% of the first world, so
Okay.
going over to the second world.
Yeah, not even an hour. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh, so Kazan22, you know, as far as the case of Michael Goh. Yeah, you can imagine that voice of Gopher and Jun Uzuki. It's like, so I mean, I don't know if you're with since Kazan22, you're the expert on Xenosaga. Do you ever a case where like that character is going like the thing with like with Gopher with Winnie the Pooh, does the thing with the S is going down, and it does like the whistle thing every time he has like an S. It's like, I don't know, does that ever happen in that game? Because I don't know, they've not. I've not played it. It costs a lot of money, and Namco hasn't re-released it. And given Namco's track record, I don't trust them to re-release it and do it right.
This is the next hub world, right?
Yes. So the next skill point is actually right there as well.
All right, what do you got to do?
So let's get these guys out of the way. We need to beat this guy up here. This is going to scare these guys to go into their little huts. These guys are also going to run away. That's it.
Okay, so basically just make them go and hide. Okay.
Some of them are pretty
Scare
random.
6 Norks into tents.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
And okay, that's dark. I was gonna say that's dark. There's like Hunchback and Notre Dame shit, where you basically burn the place while they're in it.
They didn't do anything to you, actually. They were just hiding.
Yeah, they did. They were gonna kill him. Just keep telling yourself that.
Oh.
I need the treasure.
Yeah, that's how you go. That's how you go in a game like this. I mean, fine. Then again, that's another thing. Sometimes the question sometimes goes, which is that, hey, in a game that's friendly for kids, you gotta think about. It's like, yeah, you're doing some horrible things feasibly when you think about it, but it's so cute, and you're in such a case like they were trying to kill me. You don't ever question it. At least usually. I don't know if that's something you've ever gotten to a case of with any game chat or any of the guests tonight.
Yeah, I feel like in a way that is kind of dark. Because when I was a little kid, I probably would have been like, "Oh, I'm not gonna kill these sheep," and I would feel really sad if I did.
Well, let's look at this. Like,
I
hey,
actually still didn't now.
Well, I get that. Or like right here, it's like, yeah, you have to light the cannon, like, boom, shoot the place down.
That will open up a secret area. This will blow this. And does this one break here too? Nope.
Well, broke that one in the distance. Okay, no, it
I
did.
just had to aim it correctly. Uh-oh.
No!
I don't have sparks.
I would say that
No!
Goop hurts you.
We need like more frogs or... Is it always frogs that give you lives? Oh, it could be an animal.
Sheep.
Oh, the sheep too? Okay.
Oh, so yeah, so
It's
that's why
any,
you have to do it.
whatever the local small animal is.
Aw.
So basically,
That's sad.
okay, so at least Nickie did one thing. He showed the challenge run. He was like, fine, I'm not gonna take a hit, so yeah, just don't kill the sheep that way.
Yeah, you know what? Or no, I guess, you know though, to 100% it, you have to get
Do
the
you?
treasure. Because like, don't they all have a gem?
No, not the little guys.
Oh, they don't. Okay. Oh, so if you never die, you don't have to kill them.
Correct.
Okay, don't die. No! No! Oh, you didn't have. Oh,
The bunnies.
My God.
Well, no, yeah, you have to live now.
No. Oh, not this guy again.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, that was fast.
Why did I say that? Or fine, it's like that should be.
Gunner.
I'm thinking Gunnar Nelson, who did the voice, who did the music for Team Chaotix and Sonic Heroes.
Work, and I know you'll fulfill your destiny.
Destiny? I just want to kick some.
Just
It almost
toast those
doesn't sound like-
enemies
it
and
doesn't-
collect the treasure.
Tom Kenny does such a good job because I don't think I even noticed the first time, or I just forgot.
It's very noticeable.
Well, he can be, but even then, it's like you kind of have to listen to it specifically. I mean,
Yeah.
because sometimes when it comes to some of these famous voice performances, because I find Cab22 is saying that with Xenosaga 2, the voice of Michael Goh in that one's like, hey, you can kind of tell, but I don't know if you'd like get Gopher off of that. Or actually, I guess to go another one. That was who we just saved there? Gunner. I think I have him written down somewhere as far as voice. Okay, no, never mind, I don't. Fine, I'll pick somebody who we already saw. Nestor, we saw Nestor at the beginning of the game, as well as the voices of Cyprin, Boris, Roscoe, and Bubba. Is voiced by Darren DePaul, who's the voice of Melchior in Tales of Berseria, as well as Inui in Persona 5. And also Terminal Alpha and Beta in Nier Automata, which you can play at some point. And J.J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man games on PlayStation 4 and 5, and Arden Izunia in Final Fantasy 15. But I don't know, in some cases, like, hey, if some of those voices sound familiar, fine. You're both the Persona 5 people. So I know if the voice were of Nestor, the first dragon we saved in this game, that sounds like Inui in Persona 5 to you or not. Sometimes maybe it doesn't,
Inui?
you know?
Do
I
you
cannot
remember?
remember the character that is.
I'll picture
Chat,
it.
remind us who Inui is from
Or-
Persona 5.
Or in ElecVerse's case, saying like, sorry, I don't like Persona 5. It was like, that's fine. It's like, well, when we start Persona, we're doing FES on PlayStation 2. That's how we're going to be starting this franchise.
You're gonna do
gem is
Persona?
I have to do it. Yeah, well,
Oh.
find out.
What
Oh, good!
What just happened?
Thank God we're
Oh,
recording
He's
this.
standing with his stance.
Okay, so fine. Also, we're saving that as a clip. Oh my God. See, this is why I told you.
How does this always happen with you?
I know. You attract the glitches.
I did the Pokemon Gen 9 part last week. Specifically, I got some hilarious stuff out of that. But we have this on video. Oh my God, wow, look at that. You ever saw this at all? Ever playing this?
Oh, he just glided down. Look at that.
There's an invisible object.
Like,
Oh.
no, he's magic. Okay,
Wow.
yeah. Spyro's a magical little dragon,
They,
so
like,
he's
put
able to
the
make
wall
stuff
too
go on
awkward.
that. Oh, there you go,
Oh,
found it.
he did it. He stuck the landing.
There you go, look at that. Look how happy he looks, you
I
know?
know. He looks so satisfied that he did this.
He's like, yeah, look at me, I'm walking on air. It's like,
like,
believe it
yeah.
or not, I'm walking on air.
I'm not supposed to do this.
But yeah, he likes playing outside the boundaries. So, okay, great glitch, so Chasm22 is saying, okay, fine. To answer your question, like, why is this always happening with me? I don't know. Actually,
Such a gentle glide down, too.
wait.
What are we doing now? Okay.
I know, that's a good question. Wait, actually, to answer your question, have we seen a glitch every time you've been on the show? We did with Freddy Fish.
Was there a
Two.
glitch in,
Guitar
Guitar
Man?
Man? I don't remember one.
No.
Okay, so
I
fine.
doubt it,
Not
yeah.
with Guitar Man, so fine. Guitar Man was fine. Parasite Eve, we didn't have anything on the part you were on. So fine, okay, that's 2 in a row with Freddy Fish, Kids Love Schoolhouse, and now this one. Okay, so, wow. Thank God we got that on tape. I'm so happy we got that on tape.
Here's like an example where it's like you can see it's like gonna be a night one because it's called
Okay.
Night Flight.
I like how they do that change of day. Because honestly, even thinking of his contemporaries at the time as they're flying through rings. Yeah, so this thing is Pilot Wings, which was a great game for flying through rings, and hey, could be Superman on Nintendo 64 for flying through rings.
This one is pretty straightforward, actually.
But I love the mood it's showing for this, and honestly, as much as I love Banjo-Kazooie, I don't know, I don't think Banjo-Kazooie really ever did anything like this, as far as, the original, at least. The Nuts and Bolts has like a day-night system, and it looks great as far as they do that, but for 1998, this must be pretty impressive just looking at it
Yeah.
on PlayStation, and even now, it still looks great.
Yeah, this is
as far as the
And
art
the
direction
color
and the
palette is so
atmosphere.
nice. Yeah, it's so like glowy. Like I really like these types of glowy kind of colors, I guess.
Uh huh.
My question is the original this good with the lighting?
Well, we'd have to see maybe like how it really looks in the original. But
I can also have an edit here showing footage from the original if you want me to
Yes,
do that.
and that the shimmeriness of the water, like, is that? Oh no, I went the wrong way. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll have an edit in about here.
Okay, alright. So now wow, that looks so good.
Yeah, it did look so
pause.
good.
Now pause for a
Yeah,
second.
pause for effect. That was enough.
Then there's no time to waste.
Wow, that looks
Alright,
awful.
well, I failed.
So now, whichever one it looks like, edit that one in.
Okay, I definitely will. Because I remember, if it were in a case like the tech goes down, which it usually hasn't recently, I would be using that version if I had to do it, but it's fine. I was like, and given as you mentioned, this is an easy, breezy, cover girl kind of game, I guess, if you want to think about it that
Except
way.
for the flights. I know the first one I made look too easy.
Yeah, ElecVerse is on your side on the flights, saying like, no, I didn't like doing the flights for platinuming specifically.
This one is actually
No,
the most
I-
straightforward, but I actually completely lost because I took a left instead of, or I took a right instead of a left.
Yeah, you should.
Briefly, and that completely, like, the timer's actually kind of tight.
Oh,
Yeah, I do have to say I don't love the flight stages.
because of the difficulty
It's
and
just-
because of that.
Yeah, it all the easy breeziness, they throw it out the window here. It's actually
Okay.
pretty. It's like, you know, it's like you're like, oh man, I got 10 seconds, better get to this thing. But then you still have like 400 other things to do.
Mm-hmm. Is it? I'll be curious to see what that is as far as just through experience. But you're right, there's more to do, so it's not like other games. So it's giving you a lot of variety with what you're doing within a mission. Maybe the thought that is that too much? You have to go through the rings, you have to go through the gates, you have to get the treasure chests, and now you have to turn on the lanterns. Which I love how that looks, but also the question like, hey, you have to basically map this out all in your head as far as like,
Yeah.
go here, 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 do it in time limit, and good job.
Like if you're just doing this for the first time, like you're just like, oh, I'm gonna play Spyro for the first time, and you're doing this, that's like not very easy.
I'll have to
I would
report on
say.
that speedily for next part because that's gonna be me doing this.
What's like the minimum you have to do to even like not 100% that, but just pass, like just get the gates?
To finish the game or to...
Is this challenge,
Well,
I think
now,
you're saying, right?
This
how do
challenge-
you pass that? Like, how do you pass this?
There's not really passing. It's just like whatever part you complete, you'll get the gems for. Like for the specific number of arches, you'll get the gems for how many arches or whatever. And if you fail, you don't have to get the arches anymore for the gems. Then maybe if you want, you can just get the other stuff, right? But there's extra gems for getting everything in one run.
Yeah.
So if you want every gem in the game, you have to do everything in one run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can you beat the game without doing the stage at all then?
Yes. The
you
only
don't even
requirements
have
for
to do
beating the
stage.
game is to get a certain number of dragons, then go to the balloon. Then get a certain number of dragons, then go to the balloon. You don't need any gems.
Okay.
Okay, so that goes to the idea of collectathon platforms. This time of hey, the 100% completion perspective, and also especially with PlayStation era platformers like this as well, the idea of going that next step and it being really hard. We're talking Crash Bandicoot, especially on the PlayStation games, especially that first one, the box gems. As far as that being an idea, trying to go get some of those is insane.
Box gems for...
Crash Bandicoot 1 in particular.
Yes.
So all of them can be different, but especially Crash Bandicoot 1, they don't tell you the number of how many are in there on the original PlayStation version. You know, sometimes you go backwards and you're going against the camera, and it's always the case you get to the last end of the level, it says, great job, but you missed like 4 bucks and they all pop down on your head.
Oh, yeah, that's so rude.
But it's also the case that, hey, in order to go through that, it kind of changes the mechanic of the game as far as saying, like, hey, now I'm doing this, I have to go through this, and then that's where this game is taking the gloves off, saying, like, yeah, you're not, grow up, kid, you're not gonna, you're not gonna breeze through this anymore, you gotta bring your A game to this. Which I guess is a good thing when you think about giving you value for your game and saying that, fine, what's your challenge gonna be? There's a very collectathon platformer like this, like, what's the challenge, and then what does a game look like when you go for 100%? We brought that up on the show before. We played games where it has that, saying that when do you go for 100% for a game, when don't you? In fact, I'll put that to both of you. When are cases when you'll go 100% in a game or not, if at all?
To be honest, as a kid, and probably even now, for the very most part, I'm not a super 100%er. Like, I feel like if I beat every stage, I don't feel less satisfied if I leave things behind. If I was a little kid, honestly, I would probably more or less get enough dragons to get to the next world. That's probably what I would do as a kid.
Okay.
Which I feel like is unpopular. I feel like a lot of people would like to get everything.
Well, maybe, but see, it's funny. We played Donkey Kong Country 3 at the beginning of this year. ElecVerse wanted to see that, and, like, we're going to get to all those Donkey Kong Country games for sure. And we'll do Donkey Kong 64 eventually. We're doing 100% on that. I've never done it before, but we're doing it.
Oh, man, that's tough. That's no joke.
We're going to do it. I mean, and I think maybe...
we're gonna like it.
What?
Yeah, they're gonna like it too.
Actually, I think Gemini 96 might be the one calling dibs on that. I'll have to talk to him about that when we start Earthbound in a few months. But ElecVerse said, I never 100% of the game before, and I said, you know what? I was glad to hear that, because on one hand, as I said, the idea of what the show really is like a melding of ideas. Like, what is your experience in gaming compared to mine, compared to Chat's, compared to Edwak's, as far as you, Nickie, just leaving you as an example right there. It's always going to be different than the idea of, like, why do you go one way or not another, and then also, especially with Donkey Kong Country 3, because the way 100% of that... You played that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the way you have to 100% that game, there's just 2 ways to 100% that game. I did the hard way, which is... The normal way you have to 100% that game is you have to find every bonus area in all the levels, and that can be really hard with some of the ones they have. But then, that's for 103%, because they go a couple steps beyond each time. Donkey Kong Country 3 gives you an 105% option, and the way to get that, and we ran the game this way, you have to put a code in that turns off all of the DK barrels and turns off all of the checkpoints. So you can never get another Kong out when you level if you get hit.
Wow.
And you have to go through each level without dying. And there's no checkpoints.
I did 103. I did not know there was 105, actually.
Yeah, I'd heard rumors as far as there's a code, you put it in, Tough Start, I think is what it is, or TUFST. We used it, and it changes the dynamic of what that game is, especially for that way of doing it. Look, I've been playing that game since 1996, so I said, I know I can handle this, and I said, for the case of the fact that I was asked this game, like, we're doing 105% on this game, but it changes the dynamic of a game massively when it comes to that. Same with Spyro. You're saying, like, hey, you just go get the dragons and be done with it. I mean, you're getting all the dragons on your own as it is, specifically, so there's that. That is kind of a case of, like, 100%ing the world for that aspect of it. And, like, yeah, knock him off the cliff. He's dead.
No! I'm dead.
Yeah, I was like, you're joining him. I was like, yeah, hey, wait for me. But, yeah, I mean, the fact of... And some people sometimes said this. I don't know if either you are in this case. Oh, fine. Edwak, I'll put the same question to you as far as 100%. When you go 100% and when not. Or what's cases where you're like, that was your mentality, really?
Depends. Back before college or during college, I 100% everything, and especially in the 360 era, I wanted to get every achievement on everything.
Okay.
Now, not so much, definitely. But if I really like the game, then I may 100%, even if it's a little ridiculous, like getting all the core out.
Oh, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, that's true. Yeah, because we mentioned that. That's been a running joke on this thing, but hey, he did it. So, like, hey, I'm glad that... Did you do it on Tears of the Kingdom as well?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Are you gonna?
Maybe. You forgot a blue gem back.
I did. Rad.
Wait, where was it?
Probably eventually, but what came out? Something came out after that.
Baldur's Gate 3?
No.
Not...
We moved to something else to play.
After... Which one?
Tears of the Kingdom.
After it came out, something newer?
We did. What did we... what was it? It was something important.
Final Fantasy 7?
No, I don't think so. I mean, that's important too, but...
I think of the stuff they played specifically recently. That, Crisis Core Reunion, Octopath Traveler 2, I know that's been your case. I don't know if you're 100%ing Octopath Traveler 2. Is that the idea, Edwak, on that one?
I don't know what that entails, but I'll at least beat the game itself. Maybe find some secret stuff. I don't know if there's like... There's probably like a super secret boss or something, but I don't know if I'll do that.
Okay. Because, I mean, as I said, it is kind of a thing like, hey, especially as you're growing older, maybe you don't have enough time to do it. You pick like, hey, you really love a game, you want to show it all that love. Or if we do it for the show, it might be a case like, when there's a reason to do it 100%, we'll do it 100%. Especially something like this where it's not super long. But I get that idea to it, and I guess sometimes the question, here's another question, is when's a case where you've 100%ed a game, and it changed it so much, I guess either in a really good or a really bad way for you? Maybe like either you regretted doing this or you're really glad you went 100% in a case where you was like, no, you would just say, no, I'll just play it normally without doing that.
I didn't realize those were gems.
I mean, because sometimes it can be more enriching to kind of get that idea, but sometimes the struggle can be so strong, you think like, oh, thank God that's over, I don't want to touch this again after going through that. Now you ask, you might say, some of the Donkey Kong Country games, maybe Yoshi's Island, we'll get to that.
Oh.
I mean, I can manage Yoshi's Island, but parts of that game are insanely hard. You just glide down to be safe. Oh, fine. Oh, you're fine.
You told me I was gonna be safe.
You have a safe landing, at least, I guess.
I didn't have a safe landing.
Well, we didn't see what happened. Maybe he's fine. I don't know.
Clean up the rest?
Did you get all the...
I don't... I got a couple of dragons. Did I miss a bunch already still? Or maybe I didn't quite find the next area.
I doubt that.
I already got that guy.
I'm back. I took a shower. Oh, good to have you back, ElecVerse. Yeah, we're just going more into stuff of Spyro, more in the icy area here
You
of...
destroyed the whole other stick. What happened?
I don't know.
You destroyed the whole stick.
I bonked it.
Have you ever done that before?
Oh no, it's gone. Completely.
I'm more powerful than you.
Do you think I can reach that key over there?
I think so.
Go for it. Yes. No, you can, definitely. The glide is, like, pretty far.
I would just say the glide is
it's
amazing.
impressive.
We're also talking ElecVerse just as far as other stuff, as far as we've going. The idea of the 100% completion idea, and when do you do, when you don't. I mentioned we did Donkey Kong Country 3, how we did that. Or we went 105%, but you said specifically, I never 100% at that. And then the question of when will you 100% a game or not. Sometimes for different reasons, or also when will it change the dynamic of the game. It's like, hey, I'm glad I 100%ed this. Like, God, no, I wish I don't want 100%. I mean, I guess I might be in that case when we start. I gotta figure when we do that, or do this. I gotta figure this with Surrender Antonio and the Crusader 64 with Super Mario Sunshine. I know that game, 100% of that game is insane as far as some of the stuff in that. And Edwak also offered to be potentially my phone a friend. Like, I have to call him up. So like, yeah, hit the road. Like, we need your help as far as my case of the Poison River. I am scared as hell to do that.
Oh, it's fine.
He is the expert on Super Mario Sunshine, I guess. Yes, am I right about that?
You just have to believe in yourself.
I do believe in myself, but that game is insanely hard. And fine, I mentioned even the one you did 100%, Donkey Kong 64, which we're gonna 100%. I've never done it before.
God. It's gonna take you 12,000 years.
Actually, I'm thinking, part-wise, that's the thing. I was thinking parts for that, like, how long is that game gonna go? And I even said years ago, I was like, how the hell am I handling this? But a game like this, I think, is gonna be a good barometer. This and Banjo-Kazooie. And I think you could probably do that in, like, 6-7 parts, I think.
I wonder what's the speed run for it. To 100% it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the key.
That's
because
the difference, yeah.
I would say the key because I know with that game you can clip through areas and levels and being I think in 2 hours.
Really? Oh wow.
But you're right.
We were clipping through, yeah. But no, I want it like 100% it.
Yeah, it's a question. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Because I know that's sometimes come up, because I'll let you in on a little bit of the secret as far as behind the curtain on the show. And they know this as well. When it comes to us deciding to play a game, so like, at first it's like, we want to play this. Either Edwak, Nickie, or anybody who's been on the show, or chat was like, let's play it. Like, great, let's play it. So we figure out where can we get the game, how can we show it, how do we want to show it, depending on how chat asks, or guest asks, or I say we should do it if I'm controlling it. And then I get a sense of, okay, how long is it? So for this game, it was like 10 hours, from what I saw.
100%?
I think so. Or more or less, I think. But fine, they know what they're doing, so clearly that's going to be the idea. They'll probably take a shorter time, I think. So, it's the kind of thing, I'll look at that, and I was like, okay, let me divvy out time and get a sense of, like, okay, what it's going to be. Because usually it seems like, I'll look at, like, how long to be, because usually, I guess, because I'll do practice on stuff for this, it's also, and guests will too, usually, for that. I'll usually get a sense, like, okay, what's the most efficient way to run this while also maximizing play and showing off everything we can. And with Donkey Kong 64, I think it's at like 30 hours, 35 hours. So
God.
I think we could feasibly do it that way, because it's also the case that I haven't 100% of that game before.
Sounds
so that's
short,
gonna.
honestly.
You think?
Well,
Yeah.
For like that style of game though?
Yeah, there's you gotta do everything 5 times.
Well, I'm not saying. Well, no, you're right that it. Like I know how much it would take, but don't you think for like this type of game that just sounds like a long time? Cause it's kind of like a platformer, collectathon, like. But that's way longer than it would take the 100% disc or banjo.
Those stages are big though. These stages are tiny.
Yeah, but
It's just crazy how much you have to do in that game to 100%.
sure. Oh no question. And and also thank you for bringing it up, because if you're wondering why are we playing Banjo-Kazooie eventually, as far as Edwak controlling that, and then why are we not going to Banjo-Tooie right away, it's because I refuse personally to play Banjo-Tooie until we play Donkey Kong 64, because I think we need to put in context the fact that Banjo-Tooie, the way that game was designed, people say there's too much backtracking in the game, but I said
There's so much back.
there is,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the point I always make is that clearly Rare took a look at how the reaction of Donkey Kong 64 was and said, we'll have backtracking in Banjo-Tooie, but if we're going to do it, we're going to do it a little differently, and we're also going to make it so that it flows better compared to that. And I think for the purpose of the show, I want to show that difference first. So we'll show what Banjo-Kazooie was, as far as how it was, and then I'll show what Donkey Kong 64 going the extreme way, and then with Banjo-Tooie, it'll also be showing it's more, and it is a massive amount, and I'm willing to do that as far as that one. I could manage that one as is. But just the question that, just to put it in context, I think, like, the one thing on Banjo-Kazooie, I'll say this, and a little predate when we get to this one, I always get the sense that, as the resident experts and fans of this game here, you them especially, I love this game too, or that game too, and this one as well, of what I played of it, but they're big ones on that. They have multiple statues as far as that game, and I get it. Like me with
And
Sonic.
the crocodile. Okay, please insert picture of crocodile.
You got it.
He's extremely handsome.
We will.
Everyone, please rate him on handsomeness 1 out of 10 into the picture, please.
Yeah, we'll have that when we edit, but yeah, because I've gotten this sense that when it's come to Banjo-Kazooie, it's the fact that the first one's the only one people seem to like.
So far, we haven't finished 2 yet. Well, he has, but we're playing it together, and together we haven't.
There's so
it's just
much backtracking.
Yeah, like 1 was awesome. Like it was just like you went to your stage, you finished it, and you were done. Like I like wonder if there's people out there that like backtracking, because like I don't know why games love to put backtracking stuff in it, because like I hate having to go back to a previous stage to do something, and I never want to. And that's also why I never really 100% in games, because like I don't want to go redo something. Like
is that in any game, or is it just in a platformer or a collectathon type game? Because I mean, there's franchises that are based around that, like Metroid. I know Metroid is based on you have to backtrack in order to get everything in it.
yeah, that.
I mean, I don't necessarily like. I mean, Metroidvanias, I guess it makes a little more sense.
It depends, I think, on design. I think maybe more than anything else. Perhaps. I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
I suppose so. For these, well, once you have like Spyro 1, I like better than 3, for example.
3 has backtracking a lot.
3 has a lot of extra, new cool things, but also you have to learn certain skills, and then there's some things you can't get in the stages because you haven't learned the skill yet. Then you have to go back. And it's like it's annoying.
So it's a little bit, I guess, of a double-edged sword of the fact that, okay, fine, we have this one game, they want to elevate on the last one. Understandably so, because this game sold 5 million units on the PlayStation. It was a huge hit as far as how it was, and huge franchise it is now, coming 25 years on to. The fact that they give you more to do, and they give you more variety in your game, but sometimes that can paradoxically be something that makes it worse in your mind, because like, wait, it changes how the feel of this game is, it changes how the flow of this game is. Nickie, you're saying like, I backtrack basically every instance of stuff you've played to say that that makes me not want to go the whole way, which kind of ties against what I'm saying, like, when will you 100% a game or not for that. And then also the idea, like, what is the structure of something like with Banjo-Kazooie? There's only a few cases where you have to backtrack, and even not much. But then after that, it was a lot of cases where you did with Tui. I thought in my case, I'm okay with it depending on how the game is designed. And that's why I said the Donkey Kong 64 thing, because Donkey Kong 64 was so overboard on it, but it was also the case that I got sick of it eventually after doing it for so long. You have to do it with 5 characters and all that. Even with the different challenges they give you, eventually I was like, I kind of was had enough and I had to put it down. Banjo-Tooie, honestly, because I played Donkey Kong 64 before it, I don't have that problem as much, even though, yes, you do have to do a decent amount of backtracking, a very good amount as far as it. It's not as much as Donkey Kong 64. I think it flows better. And I also think in another case, it makes more sense for Banjo to do it, quite frankly, than Donkey Kong to do it, honestly. So maybe that's part of where I am and why I will stand up for Tui maybe more than other people for that very reason. But I also get exactly maybe why, because that's also the question is like, hey, Banjo-Kazooie, the first one people seem to love now, only that one. Every other one, Tui, Nuts and Bolts, Grundy's Revenge. I don't know, you play Grundy's Revenge?
I haven't.
The Game Boy Advance one. I have that. We can show that for the show at some point. And then Banjo Pilot, which is not a collectathon game. And then the ukulele games, because that was the other thing, because when ukulele came out...
Oh, no!
Yeah. Jump.
I was like, wait, at first I was like, oh, I thought you're dead.
I also thought I was dead.
If you don't jump, you're dead.
Oh, perfect.
You know what? That was
Yeah, just give him a rest. You hold him in a false sense of security. It's like, yeah, don't worry, I'm dying. Like, no, I'm
Yeah.
down here. It's like, now you're dead.
He was like, neener, and here I was, ready.
Yeah, because when I remember when ukulele came out, what's your takes on ukulele?
Ukulele was boring.
Boring?
Yeah.
Because that's the other question. Like, people say, like, hey, they didn't, with Nuts and Bolts on 360, they didn't like the fact that,
But
about Rand, but...
you can find my name in the credits.
Oh, because you kickstarted the game.
Yeah.
Hey, I get that. Because we've ran into that before, because,
You're famous.
yeah, Nocturne was in the credits for Mighty Number 9, and I'm in the credits for Shenmue 3. Because we each kickstarted those respective games. But, yeah, because at first I was like, hey, people didn't like Nuts and Bolts with Banjo-Kazooie, so like, because it's not the same game. Even the fact that the opening of the game, Lord of Game says, what's the point of collecting? You get a free achievement for doing this. People don't want this anymore. And they took that as an attack. So like, how dare you say, like, no, we're not going to have a collectathon anymore. So like, we want the old way. Then ukulele came out, like, this is the old way. It's like, people didn't like it, so it's kind of weird.
But that is not quite true. They didn't do it correctly, is the thing.
In ukulele?
In ukulele, yes. So that is kind of like, it's a little false, I would say. Like, it's not like they tried to do the same exact thing as Banjo and then people don't like it anymore.
Okay.
I love Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, it's like one of your favorite games of all time.
It is my #1 favorite of all time. But they didn't do it like Banjo-Kazooie.
Okay.
They had huge open stages that felt extremely empty, and that's why it was boring.
Gotcha. Okay. Because I've always wondered that. And I was like, fine, I have the experts of Banjo-Kazooie with me here. I said, if I'm going to put that question to anybody, I want to put it to them.
If they made another Spyro, like pretty much exactly like this one, I would love it.
Okay.
But I think they might not want to do it that way because these stages are extremely short. They're tiny. And I feel like if you came out with a game like that now, people would be like, wow, there's no content. There's no...
Oh, really?
These stages, only, you can finish a stage in like 3 minutes or less, probably. Probably even less than that if you really... Even if you're skipping treasure.
I don't see... Okay, let's talk about that because, yeah, we were talking the Spyro game here because... Okay, now I'm fascinated about this because that... Because...
Oh, you can do both. Ow. Oh, what the? I didn't know I was that close to dying.
Yeah, hit with the boomy gun.
No, not the boomy gun.
But... Okay, yeah, this... Because I'm thinking about this as far as it... Because... With Banjo-Kazooie, when we'll figure this... We'll go on this more when we get to that one. The fact that... The pace of that, the way that game flows, that's where you like that a lot, and ukulele is like, it doesn't flow because it's too open as far as it... Because I'm glad I understand this, so they played more of that, of ukulele in particular than I did. Banjo-Kazooie, that one I'm familiar with all of those 3. And 4, technically.
You know what it is, too? Banjo-Kazooie, as well, like, especially if you play the first stage, Mumbo's Mountain.
Yeah.
It feels sort of like Spyro in a way.
It does.
It's it's a very small stage. You can collect everything in that stage in a relatively short time.
But it also is fun to say, like, hey, I want to go this way. I want to do it a little differently. So it gives it a lot of appeal. It gives it a speedrun appeal. It gives it a variety. Say, like, hey, I can do it a little differently each time. And it's the reason why people are still holding to that idea of itself and saying that we wish that the other ones played that way. And then... So, anyways, okay, so that makes sense as far as the ukulele thing. Because first it's like, wait, they don't like the fact that it's the same way, but based on design... that being the question, but then with
that's
Banjo,
the most frustrating part, because then
Right.
then people come out with these articles and it's like, oh, see, look, we tried to do that, but people don't like it anymore.
although then again,
But they just didn't do a good job of it.
But they just didn't do a good job.
then okay, in that case, I'll put it this way: what is a modern platforming game that does something like that really, really well? Where
A Hat in Time
okay,
is very, very well
I've
done.
heard that game's awesome. We mentioned on the show. In fact, ElecVerse has mentioned that game is great. He has it on the PC. He mentioned it's fantastic. So that's the one that really nails that feel and nails that. I guess the je ne sais quoi, or maybe that, I don't know, that aura of this kind of a game. Because I mean, here's maybe the thing about this is that looking at this game looks totally awesome. Fine, I played a little bit of it on PlayStation, but it looks awesome. It's more like I want to go home and play this right now. Basically, I want to kind of go into this. And we're not looking at this. I don't get the sense this seems too enclosed in its weird way, you know. Sometimes maybe that's the thought, like, hey, bigger's better. Not always, but so in the case that this doesn't seem like it's necessarily shortchanging you as far as experience. I like the fact you can kind of go wherever you want. It feels maybe bigger than it really is, but in a good way that makes you feel like you're more in control and maybe more compact, specifically, I guess, to it. It makes it feel tighter while still being kind of open in a way that is appealing as you're facing with a shield.
I feel like it's like the perfect like medium size, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Where like, you know, there's enough to explore, and I feel like, well, like, you know,
Right.
it's definitely, I wouldn't call it like ginormous, definitely. Like, it's nothing, it's not crazy, but, and also considering how old this game is too, like, I feel like this is a nice size, and there's a lot of stages that have like this good medium size where you can like spend a bit of time of it, you know, if you know. Oh, it's time for the-
And it's
yeah.
worth pointing that out. Thank you for bringing it up, because on the PlayStation, let's talk about this a little bit, because when it came to this game on PlayStation, this is one of the very first examples on that system of having the way they designed this game as far as its draw distance was concerned, and also as far as how its physics are working. You're seeing, like, how is Spyro moving like this with the dash? How is he doing like that walk? They actually went to, they had, what's the name of the guy who's involved? Matt Whitting, who's involved in, Insomniac, involved in this. He did the camera movement controls for this. He was an ex-engineer of NASA.
Really?
Yes, because there's like, we want to do something as far as how is the feel of Spyro going to feel? How is this look going to be? How is the momentum of him going to go? And also, how is it going to handle draw distance? Because on PlayStation, you didn't see games like this. Even Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot is on a track. You're going basically straight and forward, so it's almost like taking a 2D platforming game based on changing perspectives. You can move anywhere within that, but you're still going straight, basically. Spyro was going full open world like this, as far as an open environment. Even some of the tricks they were doing to maintain stuff with the draw distances on PlayStation was a tough thing to do. Where 80% of this game is coded assembly on the PlayStation. It's worth pointing that out. I'm dead serious. The rest of it is designed in C, because they wanted to be efficient as possible on this, but they also wanted to say that we have to make it so that we can get this feel of this big world around.
Wow.
But also, but in the case, as you're saying, it's big, but it also doesn't feel too big. It feels just big enough that you're saying you can kind of go around, you can explore. Feel like I have the world in my hands. I can do whatever I want to. But also controlling the fact that, hey, it's going to be limited with this, but also being not in a case where it feels bloated. Because that's the one thing I'll say about Donkey Kong 64 in particular. That game is bloated as hell, no question.
Yeah.
So maybe in my case with Tui, I like Tui more just because it didn't feel as bloated. They got that down, but still, it is more. You do notice it compared to something. And ukulele, you're right about ukulele, because I played it. What did you play it on? Switch. Okay, I have it on the Xbox One. I played it for a decent amount of time. I liked what I played of it, but you are right. I did think about this, which is like, hey, the environments are bigger, and they do give you more, because the collectible stuff in that game is the pages. They give you more to get there, so it makes sense that that design is okay. So I'm like, okay, fine, more because of the bigger world. But then again, there was something I did notice. I was doing the roll case a lot, just trying to cover distance. And it was kind of okay, but it's also something that now the more I'm thinking about it, I'm saying like, yeah, you know, maybe we're at a point when it said about nuts and bolts, like, hey, we're running vehicles now, so you can kind of cover the world more, but then also saying like, hey, we're going to go back to the style. It feels like maybe it's too big for its own good. And again, also going to the development tricks on this, like, especially with Spyro, it's like the movement, the flight of him, if we're gonna get this right, like, yeah, Matt Whitting had that experience at NASA, so like, let's take what we have. It's almost like a fight game. So like, hey, you're running into stuff with, you know, the missions of the flight. Like, they want to get that feeling that way, which is unique.
Yeah, the gliding feels amazing. They did a really nice job on it.
Right, and the tech of this game, because actually the other thing is that, like, that movement, they, for this remake, they specifically called it spiroscopic, as far as how the movements, because they did, like, tests on this. It's like, hey, you know, were people feeling nauseous the way this camera and this movement was going, but then they kind of tuned it a little more, so it looks really, really natural, for the fact that he's a dragon, but also for the way the game is playing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm noticing, specifically. I don't know what any of you have to say in regards to any of that stuff.
It feels very good.
Right.
Incredible glide,
It is
Spyro.
missing
I
the
thought I'd
ability
be
that
stuck
you
here
get in
forever
the
with
later
those ugly vultures standing on my
games where
head.
you can
Those birds
hover
might
at the
look
end,
tough,
where at the end of your
Pretty
glide you
tasty.
can
Flame
what they call
broiled
hover.
with a
It'll
pinch
pop
of
you up a
salt.
little bit and it'll like flutter his wings a little bit to get a little extra height at the end.
What was the game that introduced that one?
2? I can't remember.
Yeah, okay, that which was Riptor's Rage. It came out the year after this. Yeah, because Insomniac was knocking these things out like every year, basically, for it.
You guys want anything? You're the...
Oh, no, I'm alright.
No, okay.
Alright.
Okay, so I actually did this in a bad order. Where
Did you?
I just got the key, but I needed it earlier.
Okay.
So let's just deliver this. That should be the end of the stage.
So when you say order, like bad ordering, I guess, how do you handle, like, routing for this? Is it like Banjo-Kazooie, where you kind of handle that to be as efficient as possible? What do you tend to think about that?
Just for now, otherwise I wouldn't care. This is like you said, it's a very relaxing game, so I normally wouldn't care, but
Fine, you're saying specifically more than I am that's relaxing, but I get that idea. You're reinforcing that, no question about this.
this is one of the rare games that I'll actually go back to and play for relaxation.
Really?
This and Picross, Sega Picross, of course.
Yeah, which we're showing, by the way, in November in the puzzle showcase that Dot and I are doing, to point out.
Yes. That Sega one is just so nice.
Yeah, it's weird. You bought that before I did, and I was like, fine, I gotta buy this, and the game is awesome. I love it.
I don't want to play a different Picross. I just want that one.
And it's interesting also because Nocturne, I showed her that because we were gonna do this. She helped me understand the color Picross. I didn't know what the hell I was doing on that one, but she was able to really indicate like how that worked, and she really liked that. So I'm definitely got a decent amount to show. At some point, we should do a show of that probably fully for that. If you want to call dibs on that, go ahead. But I said we'll show that as part of the puzzle showcase we're doing, which we're using the Switch for, by the way. So I got a bunch of stuff on Switch for running that, and that's a good one. But I mean, now that's interesting as far as like relaxing a game, you know, like what that can look like. I mean, I guess you earned it after Sambo Trio in Guitar Man.
Oh yes.
Well, then again, weird enough, I don't know why. I didn't get the sense you were not relaxed, even though I know it was insanely hard and your hands were insanely cold/warm, depending on who you ask.
No, that one is like, there's some games for me that are like get my blood pumping, you know, like
Was that one of them?
that and like Smash, where I can play for like ever basically, and it's just that exciting basically.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I think that might be something that maybe we've not necessarily gone into enough on this show. Although it's something I've noticed when it's come to some of the games we played on the show. There's been a bit of I guess a bit of an indication with that. Some cases where you mentioned the idea of a relaxed game. When the Crusader in 64 and we did Kirby Superstar a couple months ago, he said that was an insanely relaxed play that we did, or as far as how that ran, particularly like how we were co-oping ourselves, and he was constantly killing himself for reasons that made sense because it actually made the co-op work really, really well. But something that, hey, that feel like a game you'd come back to for the purpose of a relaxing case. I don't know, Nickie, how are you in that way? As far as just to let you in on what it was, we're talking about the idea of relaxing games. Edwak was saying, like, hey, games like this and Sega Picross, or Picross, Genesis, and Master Edition S, I think is the full name of it. There'll be cases where you can unwind with that. I don't know, cases like games where you unwind for a case of it, or where they get you really, tense.
Oh yeah, I like Picross a lot. Like I don't want to talk about Genesis when I played. I like that one a lot. Actually, I only played it I guess like later in life, but man, is it good?
Yeah, I came to Mario's Picross on Game Boy late, but that's another great one too.
Oh, that is great. I love that one.
We're gonna show that at some point. I want to figure when I can. I'll show the Super Nintendo or Super Famicom one eventually, but the idea, like, it being very relaxing for you, too. Is that the idea, too?
Yeah. My favorite relaxing game is Animal Crossing.
Yeah, that's definitely a good case of a very relaxing game.
It's so good. It's the best. That's, you know, that was something I thought about when you were talking about the internal clock.
Yeah, I was too.
Like, you get to experience the day as it goes. Like, when the sun sets in real life, it's setting in Animal Crossing, and then it's nighttime.
Uh-huh.
And they have all the different musics for, like, the different hours and everything.
Yeah.
And even based on if it's, like, raining or if it's snowing. Man, it's just so good.
Or the kind of thing also, I actually did like that. I think there was one case I couldn't sleep actually one night, so I was up like at 4 a.m. playing the Switch version of New Horizons. So the case like, you know what, we're gonna do our stretching exercise, like dragged everybody out of bed at 4 a.m. to go do that, and like, they're fine, they're not saying like, yeah, why'd you drag us out of bed for this? They're like, no, that's fine. In my case, the way I usually will do that is like, I mute it and like, I put on my phone, I put some kind of like 80s music, so I think I put on, and it was like right around the passing of Olivia Newton-John, unfortunately, a couple years ago. I put on Physical, so like, fine, we're doing Physical by Olivia Newton-John in the case of this, but since it's only like a minute and a half, I was like, wait a second, I can't run the whole song, so like, how am I gonna do that? And I can't necessarily do that when we play it, well fine, when I play Animal Crossing, technically more for the show, because I've technically shown off the GameCube version once.
Okay.
I showed it off when we played Wario's Woods on Super Nintendo, because I said, I want to show the version that I played, which is actually in the GameCube version. So I did briefly show that. But, yeah, I will usually do that. I was like, fine, I'll also, like, go deeper as far as, like, fine. I was like, hey, you know what, let's go to, you know, aerobic sing to the tune of the one thing, like, In Excess. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's good, trust me.
So that was the second boss.
You just beat him like that?
Yep, and the skill point you can get here is to not get hit, basically.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so the treasure method, specifically. Go through a boss without taking a hit.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw that when we did Mischief Makers, which was insanely hard as far... Fine, if you're going for those gold gems, which I've gotten, all the bosses, it's a no damage run, except for maybe, like, a couple of mini-bosses. Although, fine, that's easier than doing S-ranks on that game. That game... That's the hardest game of treasures if you are not S-ranking, or if you S-rank. And that's something I didn't do. When we played that game of the show, I was like, I can't S-rank, but I did do one S-rank live on the pro. You ever play that, by the way?
Which game?
Mischief Makers.
I've played it. I have not beaten it. Though.
Oh, you haven't beaten it even?
No.
It's a great game. I loved it when we showed it. I showed it actually last year. It's one I'd love to see a re-release of. I don't know if we will, but it's something that I had a great time playing that. And one that, like this game, it's something that you think, like, the way the design is that other games might do certain things it's trying to do, but that had a tightness to it that really was appealing. While also maybe being something different in a way as far as how the feel wasn't. I guess same with Spyro, because I don't know if at the time really had this feel as far as like Dragon in game or like this specifically. I mean, I mentioned Dragonheart on PlayStation, Saturn. You're not playing as Dragon most of that, but in this case, I mean, when we talk about Dragon stuff in gaming, you talk about this. We might talk about Dragon Guard. You might talk about Lair, and say like just patch it for no 6-axis controls. Or Draken, which is on the PlayStation. Oh, the PlayStation 2, I think that was. You were saying?
I was gonna say, yeah, like when I was little, I feel like there was nothing like this.
Yeah.
Like, this was just as iconic as like a Mario game.
Yeah, no,
it was, like its own thing.
Sure, I mean, as I said, talk about the golden age of like the 3D platformer, really, because it was this. Yeah, but you had stuff like this. You had Super Mario 64. You had Banjo-Kazooie. You had other games. I'm trying to think, like Crash would be a case of that. So that thought of, and hey, that goes to the idea that, hey, this unassuming character, you think like, hey, he's gonna come in on the turf of all these big names, but he did, and clearly it's still around for a reason.
I wish they would make a new one.
Yeah, we're begging Activision and or Toys for Bob, because we're talking about this off screen. They did the trilogy here, but even though they made the next Crash Bandicoot game after this, from the same people who made this, by the way, they didn't with Spyro, which is really weird. Oh shit, you get stabbed in the chest.
Okay, I've been stabbed. I thought this was a children's game.
Well, yeah, fine. It's children enough, or fine. The original game, as I mentioned on the PlayStation, I think I mentioned this either at the beginning of the show or off screen, their characters are holding semi-automatic weapons. They got rid of them in this, although in another case you have them with like muskets, so like, wait a second. What sense does that make compared to it on PlayStation? But either way, ow.
But I don't think I can bond with metal.
You specifically can bond metal.
Oh, really?
Except if it's a really big guy.
But then it just pushes them, doesn't it?
No, it'll kill them.
Oh, okay. Okay, no one pretend like they saw that.
Like, yeah, don't worry, the knife didn't go through the skin. It missed. It just barely missed. He just looked so shocked he got a heart attack and died or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
No, hey, I didn't. Hey, I don't know it either. So I was like, hey, that's that idea. Trust me, of all people, I'm not making judgment. Fine, look, I don't make judgments as far as
If you
stuff.
have a big enemy, you gotta fight
Oh, can I cook this more?
it. You did, and you got a gem.
Yay.
I was gonna say, look, I'm not one of those people who's gonna judge people on game, because, like, there's cases where, hey, I'll have trouble on game. There's also why I'll practice games, like, a year before I play them, as far as how it is. So I want to show that element, but also, as I said, showing the struggle, showing the idea of, like, understanding. Like, look, I don't know anything as far as, like, I would probably just be hitting buttons rapidly, seeing what I'm gonna do for it. So in that case, it's either way. And fine, as I did, we have the best channel on Twitch. They don't, they understand that. They understand this is a
The
different kind of
judgment-free zone.
Well, I mean, fine. Okay, it's judgment-free as far as the people playing. As far as franchise and the stuff in-game, not necessarily, but as I said, we'll also go to a discussion to understand it, or understand more. Like, hey, technically, we're passing judgment on some of the other Banjo games and Donkey Kong 64 and Ukulele and things like that, because we're putting it in context of what we're seeing, and also the fact that, like, hey, with Spyro, other cases of this franchise, because then, I didn't think about this. With Spyro...
Not this guy.
Oh, fine, as you chase him down, you just go circle. Actually, I don't know if you can do the other thing, like turn around. Fine,
He
probably
turns
not.
around too.
He'll turn around.
Yeah,
but...
it's not necessarily faster.
Okay. No, it's fine, because I was thinking, like, hey, maybe it's like Ocarina of Time where you have, like, that bomb thing in the fire tunnel going, wah! And it's like, no, like, he turns around, that way you can hammer him to death or something. But I guess, I don't know, because I know Spyro, because of being a big franchise, it got around so much. Were your experiences mostly with the PlayStation games in this remake, or, like, other ones? Because I know, like, a bunch of these on, like, the portable systems, like the Game Boy Advance and the DS and things like that. I don't know if you ever played any of those. I never played... Yeah, I've heard of them, but I never played any of them. Like the Season of Fire and Season of Ice. Oh, boy.
My goodness.
I am doing my best. This is my best.
Oh boy.
Is it? Oh, I don't see. I don't. Well, okay, I'm asking a different reason.
You're like, this can't possibly be your best.
No, I don't know if it's. I don't know. It's like it's.
No, that wasn't my best. I could like sit upright, you know.
She's not in gamer stance.
Yeah, I have to go to gamer stance.
I
now.
don't know you. Well, I don't know. Well, I think I don't. You don't. I don't know. You don't have to be in gamer stance. Remember, we're not running camera on this program yet, so.
No,
It's a
I
case
have
of,
to be in gamer stance to do this correctly. Look, now I'm doing 12% better. I was sitting so lazily.
I would say just 12. That seems like that's you're lowballing it. That's like maybe more than just 12. Yeah, fine. In that case, yeah, give yourself more credit.
Get him, get him.
But sometimes it goes to that case of, hey, you're showing that dedication. Like, fine, it's like, you're Spyro. You're, like, doing the huffing, and you're like, yeah, going down. Go get him.
Yeah, this gets progressively harder. Okay, gonna line myself up here.
I'm gonna say, yeah, talk about rubbing it in, man. Fine, he's gonna judge you, but it's like, fine, that also makes it much more satisfying when you...
Yes.
Yeah, hit the ram, hit the horns in his ass. He's done.
Yes.
He's
And
got
now-
another one of those, and another dragon.
And this guy's like, man, this guy's just gonna run around this circle.
How's a
Not
dragon
save me.
supposed to flame metal armor anyway?
Remember, Spyro, flame won't work on metal, but charging with your horns, that should do the trick.
Who voices this guy?
Actually, I didn't have his name, but honestly, I think I know who that is. That's
Sounds
Cosmos, but I'm pretty sure that character we saw there, he is voiced by Cam Clark, who is the voice of Dirk Daring on G-Force. Remember that old anime series from the 90s from the Tatsunoko company. He's also the voice of Leonardo on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's the voice of Liquid Snake in Metal Gear Solid, which we played. As well as Dr. Jamming in Dark Cloud 2, Kratos in Tales of Symphonia, Kage Ruza Inaba on Bleach, and also the voice of Korra in the male version in Fire Emblem Fates, Heroes, and Warriors. And he also is the villain, Robert the Terrible, in the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything, a VeggieTales movie. Which actually, I saw that movie specifically.
VeggieTales.
I was like, I saw that movie. It's like, wait, that's the guy who's Liquid Snake in Metal Gear Solid. It's like, wait a second, that's amazing. But I was like, that voice, that sounds exactly like Liquid in Metal Gear Solid. Because we're gonna be playing Metal Gear Solid 2 in a couple of months. You play Metal Gear Solid, any of them?
No.
The collection's coming out in a few months. Definitely worth picking that up. Play that one and a couple of the other ones. And we're playing 2. We played 1 already. Which actually was another case like this one where I had it for years. I played it a little. I loved what I played of it, but I never actually fully beat it until we actually played it for the show. And I had a great time doing that as far as that experience. And Metal Gear Solid 2, we're going to be playing. I'm going to, as I mentioned last week, I'm pushing that play back a couple of months. I'm going to push that to either January or February. That's going to depend on if we need another lunar part at the end of December. But yeah, if you don't play Metal Gear Solid, that's absolutely an amazing game to play. And I know Medic Sisters love Metal Gear Solid as it is, along with actually Chad. Actually, it was an interesting case of that one because Protorovo wanted to see it. He's like, "What's up? Oh, can we play it?" They're like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." ElecVerse came and said, "I love this game. I love this franchise. I especially love the first game." He was kind of my guiding light on that game, and it was an amazing experience. Another great PlayStation game from 1998. Dolly Finn said at the beginning of the show saying, "Great year. Yeah, great year for gaming." You think about a lot of the great games that came out in 1998. Spyro, Banjo-Kazooie, Metal Gear Solid,
Isn't that when Final Fantasy VII came out?
Final Fantasy...
No.
7 was 1997.
Oh, okay.
As far as Final Fantasy was concerned, Final Fantasy 8 came out in 1999.
It's embarrassing now.
But, I'm trying to think of other big stuff from 1998. Fine, technically Sonic Adventure because the Dreamcast came out in Japan in 1998. We got it the year after. But... yeah, there's definitely a lot of... oh, Half-Life. Half was another big one. It was huge for 1998. As well as, I mentioned Ocarina of Time already. So yeah, like, talk about banner year, all these really great games. Really, when you think about genre-defining games that have held the test of time, clearly. And when you get a really good remake of one like this, it really kind of reflects that. Like, hey, bring it to new people, you know? Bring it to new generation. Enjoying the great music, which, by the way, can we talk about the music?
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, you know, it's a very, 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 very famous person who did the music for this game. Yes, it is Stewart Copeland. Does that name ring a bell?
Not too much.
Edwak, you?
The name, no, but I feel like I've heard that name for other sources as well.
He is the drummer for The Police.
Oh.
Remember the band who, of course, of stings with stuff like do-do-do-da-da-da-da, and every little thing she does is magic, and wrapped around my finger, wrapped around your finger, and amongst some other things. He was the drummer for that band. But he also did music in other games. He did the music in the other 2 Spyro games on PlayStation, 2 Ripto's Rage, and 3 Year of the Dragon. He also did music for Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare on PlayStation and the Dreamcast. And he also did a lot of music in movies, and I'm so glad this came up as far as this, and I looked at it, it's like, what other stuff has he done?
What's on the other side of that river?
The music scores he's done was like, I couldn't believe some of the stuff. He did the music score for Rumblefish, Wall Street, Good Burger, She's All That.
Yeah.
He did the score for The Amanda Show on
my
Nickelodeon.
God. Oh my God.
That's what. I recognize this music from the Amanda Show.
Is that right? Wait, this is the end of the stage
I think,
here?
did they use an exact song from this game?
I don't know. Is that... Chad, do you know?
That's why I recognize the fucking song. I can't remember what song it is now, but...
I'll see if I can find that. And then also, the other case is, like, there's 2 movies that he did the scores for. I couldn't believe, but I get to mention these. I mentioned Highlander before. You're familiar with Highlander 2, The Quickening.
This is,
that's the name.
Snack towel.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Okay, so
it's
we
for
have very
Dorito
gross...
Except we don't have Doritos. There's Skinny Pop popcorn. Gotta stay healthy, I guess.
Yeah.
But, no, but he did the music for that Highlander 2, The Quickening, and also this movie called Rapa Nui, which is this movie about... You probably know what the fuck this is. You're like, well, you're making this up, aren't you? It's a movie that is set on Easter Island, where it's basically about this tribe. They have to do this weird case of, like, an egg rolling event of some sort, and you have, like, the chief of the town. He has a line. The line of the movie is literally this, where he says, "I'm busy. I have chicken entrails to read." I was like, what? But yeah, that's the idea. Oh, okay, actually, ElecVerse has the answer for you. The song from Wizard Peak is the theme for the Amanda Show. So, alright, thank you, ElecVerse.
Wow.
Appreciate that. I didn't know that part.
That's why I reckon. Yeah.
They just use the same song from the Amanda Show?
I guess so. I'll have a link in the. I'll put a link in the link list to what the theme of the Amanda Show is and what the theme of Wizard Peak is to indicate that. But yeah, that's who did the music for this game, and he was involved as far as this version where they basically remixed the tracks he did, and was involved in it. But yeah, big name as far as the music, which we sometimes run that. We had Michael Giacchino on the show actually, as it was, who did the music for The Incredibles and Up, who did the music for Mickey Mania on the same CD in particular. So yeah, never know what you're gonna find as far as people on our show with people involved in the game.
Alright, I need this snack towel and I need to
okay.
take over.
Okay, yeah.
Do you?
I'm going to.
Well, you got another life, at least.
I'm trying to get over there, I think.
Yeah.
Did you guys used to watch Drake and Josh?
I think I saw it once, specifically. I don't know, did you?
Yes, I've probably seen every episode like 10 times.
I think there are games based on that, aren't there? On the DS? I think so.
That sounds familiar, yeah.
I want to find out, because like, if there's a game based on Drake and Josh we've shown on the show, you know that's how it works. Anytime we mention anything remote, I usually say like, there's a game based on that. I've heard them feel like, how the fuck do you know that there is?
I think we go across maybe.
So in that case, like, then we can rationalize showing just because why the hell not? Oh, it's on the Game Boy Advance, so we can show it. Actually, from... God, this was late. It was 2007.
It's pretty... I mean, that show started a long time ago.
I know, but...
No, but gaming-wise, that's pretty late.
That's like 3 years after the DS came out.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
It was developed by Artificial Mind and Movement. Actually, the people who... Actually, Behavior Interactive. The people who made Bugs Bunny, Lost in Time, and Jersey Devil on PlayStation. Thank you, ElecVerse. Here you go. Here's the link to the music from the Amanda Show. That'll go in the link. Let's see. That's why we have the best chat on Twitch. They will tell us. Yeah, thank you so much, ElecVerse, for that. It's like, hey, we're mentioning weird stuff, or they mention something to that, like, hey, we have this. This goes in connection with what we're talking about, or it doesn't. It doesn't matter. I mean, look, I'll put links and stuff like we're playing Bomberman World. We talk about Car Talk on NPR. Like, who else would talk about that? We would. So, like, hey, we can go into that as well. So, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be related 100% to the game. I mean, fine, I could probably put in footage of that Drake and Josh game, but fine, you know what that means. I have to go buy it now. It probably costs like next to nothing. And we can play it on the Game Boy Advance because I have the Game Boy player. We can, yeah, that might be an idea for sure. If you want to call dibs on it, Nickie, we can do it to see like what is that like on Game Boy Advance for Drake and Josh the video game.
I bet you're some kind of like crappy platformer.
I don't know. I don't know what it's like. I bet you Drake and Josh are trying to stop Megan from doing something. That's probably the plot of it, I bet. Actually, fine, let me find out. I'll bet you $5 that's the plot. Fine, let's find out. Fine, the player controls Drake and Josh in a variety of modes featuring problem-solving, stealth, strategy, and action-style gameplay. Game uses password feature save progress, but that's not telling us enough. I need to see, like, the back of the box. Like, you're saying, like, so, what did you say again, specifically? I bet you Megan is doing something evil or whatever, because that was, like, the little sister, and she was always up to something. So they're probably trying to, like, stop her from doing something. Okay, let's find... That, like, affects them negatively. Let's find that out. Okay, now, see, you're taking me down the rabbit hole, but I like going down it. Specifically, there's gotta be something specific to this. I played a lot of, like I think I have, on Game Boy Advanced, like, some kind of, like, not very good, like, That's So Raven game. Oh, right! I've heard the, like, the That's So Raven on that. Yeah. I have it still. Oh, is it not, it's not good, I'm guessing? I mean, I feel like it was pretty cruddy from what I remember. I feel like I was like, oh, this is only okay. I remember the stories of Cory in the House on the DS, actually.
It's got some great music, though.
My favorite anime.
That being said, it's a shame what happened to Drake Bell. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh.
It was this, but I think he died in the between, so.
Oh, rats.
Yeah, or as, yeah, like we're saying, it's a shame what happened to Drake Bell. Yeah, I think there's something very dark that goes to that. I'm right about that. I'm trying to remember what that is. Oh, I think so. I think he was canceled. I was just glad, or it's like the Mega Man Legends 2 thing with, or 1 and 2, and Miss Tron with Rob Smith. Like, yeah. That's, oh boy, that's a new boy case. I think he was talking to some underage. Yeah, which is also, well, fine. It was worse even in the case of, fine. I mentioned it on the show we did for, what was it? Freddy Fish, specifically. Okay, fine. As far as the back of the box says, Drake and Josh already have enough trouble with school girls and their crafty little sister Megan, who's always playing pranks on them. With Drake's new gig coming up, Josh's new promotion, and some surprise visitors, trouble will have a whole new meeting. Actually, it looks like Metal Gear Solid, weirdly enough, as far as a top-down view. Look at the back of the box on this, on a listing on eBay. So, okay. And it's fine. It's like $6.
Oh, wow.
Not even. Well, fine. There's one I'm seeing $6, one I'm seeing for that. It's like, hey, you know what? We could show it for the show just because, like, hey, you know, nobody else might. We can kind of go into that element.
That is true.
Or I don't know, like, maybe here's an idea, maybe a showcase show, perhaps. How about like a bunch of games of like Disney Channel, Nickelodeon TV shows like that on Game Boy Advance, of which
there's so many.
Or on the Game Boy systems, because there's tons. There's like the only Hey Arnold games on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, based on the movie. Which, by the way, fuck that movie. I'll give.
You don't like the Hey Arnold movie?
I hated it.
I love that movie.
I
used to when I was like little.
Okay.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Actually, one thing quickly. I'll give Drake Bell this. At least he realized what he did was wrong. Yeah. Well,
did he apologize?
Well, as I said, compared to what happened with Rob Smith, where he kept doing it and an arrest warrant was out for him and then he killed himself.
Oh.
And nothing of value was lost. No thanks. I'm good for that. But, yeah, that's fine. It works in a spectrum that way, a little bit kind of weird that way. But, yeah, you're right. I guess it's a case like that, because I guess in my case, that was, like, right, I think, as I kind of grew up enough that I didn't watch Nickelodeon all the time. I think those like actually like 2000s. Like kind of was a case where I moved and we didn't have cable for a while. But there's a case like I kind of then sort of at the time knew of like all the stuff that's going on with that. As far as other games that might have come out for certain things. I mean, I ran the PlayStation 1 in 1998 to play the Rugrats Search for Reptar game. When I probably should have ran it for Metal Gear Solid, but then again, I was young for that.
Yeah, true.
Although, again, I do kind of want to show that game, because that game is really weird, but also kind of interesting. And an interesting relic of, I guess, that kind of era of stuff. And there are a bunch of Rugrats games on the Game Boy Advance. I think there was like, I Gotta Go Party, I believe, is the Game Boy Advance game. I don't know how the hell I actually remember all this stuff with some of these weird, obscure things on a console like that. But either way, like, that might be an idea as I said of like a showcase show, feasibly, just because because I know at some point next year we're going to be doing fine. This year we're doing the Puzzle Showcase. Next year, I guess we want to go into this probably, or I want to go into this. If you have no objections, let's do something Edwak you want to go into here about anything.
What do you mean?
Anything game-wise.
We're now in the third world, hub world now.
Okay.
Based off of these magicians that can create, or kind of like reshape the land a little bit, making some barriers to get in our way.
Okay.
Moving platforms, things like that.
So like, it's like they're like Norsemen, sort of, kind of a little bit, and that it's like this, I guess, sort of snowy, mountainy area.
Yeah.
A little bit. I kind of like the look of it. As far as like what it looks like, gets you in that atmosphere and the great music on top of it, for sure.
He raised the wall here. So
oh yeah.
Go back around now.
So fine, as you kill enemies, like hey, it'll change the environment. Yeah, that's something other games like I can't really think of the games are really doing that.
This guy, drives me nuts.
You're getting the other ones pretty well. So there's that. Oh fine.
Yeah, they get harder, right? Like they get a little faster, little like, or like they just zip around these like little areas.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't phase as far as that, Nickie, specifically.
What?
Okay, good. We'll keep it that way. But fine, it was about the sheep. But either way, yeah, he was gonna die. But either way, okay, because I'll go back to this. For next year's genre, or not genre showcase, the Thanksgiving showcase, I'm gonna do delisted Xbox Live night for next Thanksgiving, not the one coming up, the one after that, because of the fact, I guess you heard this, the fact that they announced that the Xbox 360 store is shutting down next July.
I did not.
You didn't hear that?
I think I've only heard it from you very briefly.
Okay, so yeah, we can go into this because it's giving me an idea as far as, okay, for show, like, so it basically means that everything that's on 360 that's only on 360 and cannot be played on later Xbox consoles is going to be unavailable. And also another little distinction I'll put out. If you're a Rock Band player and you play on the Xbox consoles, if you have stuff that's from Rock Band 3, you probably will buy for Rock Band 3 as soon as you can if you have the keyboard like I do. Because otherwise, like, hey, you're not going to be getting the stuff with keyboard support. You can buy it further down on Xbox One. But anyway, I've also been getting a sense, like, what are they delisting? What's not backwards compatible? Though the good news, I'll say this. A lot of the library is backwards compatible as far as a lot of downloadable stuff. And even as far as anything that's backwards compatible, all the DLC still works. So, if you have a case like, hey, you bought, let's see. I'm gonna go on his wall, see what he's got that's backwards compatible. Not Bullet Witch. Bullet Witch not one of them. Actually, Beautiful Katamari, because since we'll be doing that for, I have Series X now, well, that's on table for it, and they're gonna be involved when we do that.
Really quick, I just want
do that. Yeah, go on.
Interject here. We reached our first supercharger.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So what it is?
If we run with the arrows, we have this crazy movement speed.
Yeah.
And we can break certain unbreakable objects. I didn't want to go into it.
Oh, it's very awful.
Why no? Is that good?
Well, I'm going into a stage. I wasn't really done exploring the hub world, but
in fact, fine. We're gonna hear the manager thing here.
Uninstall.
Oh, it's Wizard Peak. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was this one.
All right, let's listen to the music then.
Okay.
Oh, this is the one from the Amanda Show?
Down away. Let's take a listen.
Then we can just hear like the gentle flapping of his wings. Like, it doesn't sound out of place, but like I don't remember it. It just has been so long.
Or maybe
since
the
I've seen
original's
Amanda
like
Show.
that. Also, by the way, when I do the links for that, fine. ElecVerse gave the link for the one thing, but when I also put in for the other piece of music, I'll put in the PlayStation and the remake version as well. Also, by the way, I'm watching Transformers Beast Wars from the animation team from Reboot. Yeah, okay. Are you familiar with either of those shows?
Yes, I love Reboot.
Yeah, there's a game based on that too. That's on PlayStation. You can play that.
No.
Maybe we should. Yeah, talk Reboot then. Feel free to go into that.
I used to love that show on Toonami.
Oh yeah.
For the reboot?
Yeah.
You ever seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
It was. I didn't see it as much as he did, but it's something that always really. It was one of the very first CG animated TV shows. You think that, hey, early CG from that era, it would look really weird and not very good to come back to, but for some reason it kind of does, weirdly enough.
I feel like you would hate the art, maybe.
Really?
I don't.
Now I have to see it.
I don't know.
Well, I have to see that.
I was very emotionally invested in the story as
as a
growing up,
youngin?
Yeah.
Alright, I have to look it up.
I mean, it's like,
Welcome to Wizard.
it was crazy to me. Back then, I don't know about now.
But I don't know, even looking into modern consoles, like, hey, CG sometimes that era looks weird, but that looked good. And same with, Beast Wars Transformer, or Transformers Beast Wars, which also used the same idea. I don't know what you're familiar with that one, Edwak.
Ooh. Ooh, not this art.
But it's all, remember,
You're
it's
right.
1994, though. 1994?
Oh, okay.
Okay, but like the story, though.
Let me take that into consideration as I look at the images. You know what, you've told me about this, and I think you've shown me, like, at least a clip or something.
In fact, we also have
It's pretty rough looking, but you're right, it's nice.
But also, Chasm22 says Reboot's so good. That's what he's saying. So, I've seen bits of it. I haven't seen a lot of it, but it's not a case that whenever I saw it that I was ever necessarily disappointed. Remember, it was. I don't think the budget was massive, but even for something like early CG, it's like this is gonna look weird, but for the time, it looks decent. Honestly, I think the CG of now looks worse than that. Weirdly enough. In fact, actually, here's the playlist for Beast Wars, the show, because the game based on it, that's on Nintendo 64. I think there might be a PlayStation version of that. Thank you, ElecVerse, for riding that. So yeah, we get our memories of that. And even something with Reboot, I like putting in like the theme song or the opening scene or something for that as well. And we'll have to look as far as those games. Find the game up for Reboot. But I've heard that. The story's really good. It really draws you in, because the idea is that, you're inside of a computer. It's kind of like a Tron-like thing, a little bit, yes?
Yeah, the characters are like programs in a computer, basically.
Okay.
And like, not the main premise, but like the sub-premise is like when the person using the computer, which they never show like outside of the computer world, I don't remember. When they boot up a game, it's like they're like this big thing drops from the sky, basically. And if you enter that thing dropping down into the sky, you will become part of the game, and like the stakes are super high in the game. Like, so they have to win the game that is being played.
Because like, then they might like die in the game and then die for real.
I forget what the exact detriment is to losing, but it's like high stakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's unique, and I mean, especially at that time when you had animated series that looked a bit different, it was interesting. Honestly, though, I'll tell you, ElecVerse on your side, I guess, Nickie, on this was saying, I tried to rewatch Reboot, but I couldn't do it. I guess is it because of the look, or is it other stuff? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's probably gonna be the biggest hurdle, but then again, I don't know. I mean, there's sometimes talk this, the idea that, hey, how do modern audiences take something from a period if they weren't part of that period? And I don't know, maybe in my case, I don't know, maybe I'm more able to do that, but it might be other people that maybe why can't they or why will they, specifically.
I feel like, you know what, if it's really that good, like I would give it a chance anyways and try to get past it. But you know what, I think I don't have an adversity to it looking old. I have an adversity to like crappy CGI look, because I don't honestly, even now, unless CGI is like really good, like, you know, I mean, obviously, like, you know, if you look at like a Disney movie like Frozen, like the CGI is so good you don't even think that it's CGI almost.
Yeah.
Like, but man, like bad CGI is like hard to look at for me. For some reason.
No, absolutely. Which sometimes has been coming up with like movies and things like that. Where it's like, hey, you know, sometimes there's stuff with practical effects. I know one of the Crescendo 64's favorite movies is The Craft, which is a movie I have issues with, but something that I actually like the way that movie looked as far as what it did with its effects. Even some of its CG stuff said, like, for the budget they were running on this, it actually looked impressive what they were doing with some of the spell stuff. And how'd you get hit by that?
That was kind of bullshit, honestly.
Thank God we got that on video. It's like, it didn't look like it even hit you.
Come on.
No, because what it looks like happened, and I'll have a picture of that part of it. You were up on the platform above there. It looked like he just hit downwards, but didn't go downwards to hit you.
Yeah, that was
specifically.
stupid.
Okay, actually, yeah, ElecVerse is the answer. It's the animation. I know it's weird considering with Beast Wars is the same engine or animated team, but I think that one's aged better as far as how the look is. And I guess with Reboot, honestly, I think we probably should do the PlayStation game just because maybe in a game that'd be easier to take. But okay, so that's the idea, like, because Beast Wars came out after Reboot did. So the thought then is that it was the same animation team, but they built their tech a bit more, so it looked maybe more natural. And looking at how Beast Wars looks, it looks a little more natural because of that later. And is it also pictures of the show as specifically as we're talking about them, just to give an indication along with the links we get as far as it.
Kind of reminds me of where you described it, like Osmosis Jones.
Oh yeah.
Where like there's always like a subplot of like whatever's happening in that person's body or whatever.
Right.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I can't remember it, but a little bit, yes.
It's from the Farrelly brothers, the people who made There's Something About Mary, weirdly enough. And there's a TV show called Ox. What's the name of the show that's based on? Based on, who are the two characters in that movie? Ozzy and Drax.
Gosh, I can't remember their
Ozzy and
names.
Drax.
Like
It's something specifically. Yeah, we'll have a picture of them.
Yeah.
You're speaking my language now. Every time I say that, you know, like that means we have to put a picture of them here. Specific. I haven't seen the movie or the show really. I've heard things about it, but I know how it looked. It was also the case when Inside Out came out. People said, "Hey, they ripped off Osmosis Jones."
Really?
I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. Although I'm mostly one of the people who thinks that Inside Out is a good movie, but it's overrated as anything.
You know, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But I heard it was good, but I guess
Everybody loves it because it's Pixar. Let's just say it.
Yeah.
But I mean, in my case, like I don't think Pixar's made a great movie since Finding Dory. If you ask me personally.
Yeah.
If you ask me personally, yeah.
Finding Dory's so good.
I like it more than the
Finding
original.
Dory's so good.
It was on my 10 best list. I will
Yeah.
tell you, I love that movie so much. And it was a
Have you
case.
seen Finding Dory?
No.
We should watch that on a movie night. 'Cause
You should,
it's actually, yeah. Oh, it's so good. Did you like Finding Nemo at all?
Yeah, but I just never saw it.
This is better. In fact,
Yeah.
I'll tell you
We
this
should
right.
watch it.
In fact, I'll tell you this right now. When I went to see that movie, I'll tell you two anecdotes. I saw a trailer. I said, "It's been 13 years since the original. Do we need this?" Nocturne's the same way. I went to it. I said, "Okay, fine. This is a case where I used to go to movies all the time. I don't anymore, partially because of the show. It's like, hey, I'll focus on this." But I said, "Okay, I'll go to this." Every show of that movie at the theater near the mall by me until 11 o'clock was sold out the day it came out. Like,
Wow.
that was a shock to me. And then I said, I had to go like about 20 miles away to find it. It was a packed house. I was like, okay, this must be something. I was amazed by what this movie's doing. I was looking at the idea of Dory as a character and really elevating it above the original. I think it's fantastic for
Yeah.
what it's doing, what's looking, but also being terrifically entertaining.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, indeed. So, also, like for something going back to Beast Wars, to Transformers, David Kane, who plays Megatron, seems like he was having fun with the role. Yeah, I remember. We played anything with David Kane in it?
I'm not sure. What does he play?
On Beast Wars Transformers, he's Megatron. As far as game we played, I'm not fine. At some point we could play something and like I could find one of those Beast Wars games. I know one on the Nintendo 64 is not that hot specifically, but yeah, I could figure what that's about. Okay,
Can't remember how to get to that.
let's see.
The reboot's so great though. Yeah, the subplots of like there's viruses, right?
Yeah.
And so your virus is like the main boss of the early arcs and stuff. And later on, it like sometimes he does help out and stuff like that. It's like that kind of good kind of writing that I like.
In Beastars?
Beastars, that's that furry anime.
Oh,
Wait.
oops. I mean,
Oh,
Beast Wars.
I don't know. Beastars, I'll find a family-friendly enough picture to put in for the edit, unless you're saying like, no, I can't.
What, Beastars?
I don't know. I've never played it. I've never seen it. Is it any good?
I heard it's really good. I don't know if it's my style. It's not. It's not like a furry show. I mean, it is a furry show. Okay, it looks like furries would like it.
No, but at the same time, it might be something more. Actually, going back to the Beast Wars games, like we said, that is a prime Bad Game Thursday candidates. Maybe, because we haven't had a case of, fine, we do the April Fool's Day show. It was like, we've missed Bad Game Thursday. I've not instituted that specifically. That recently, as far as it, actually, going back to Dave King. Oh, right, he was the voice of Clank in Ratchet & Clank. Forgot about that.
Oh, Ratchet & Clank.
By the same people who made Spyro.
I used to love Ratchet &
As
Clank.
it was, specifically, and he was also the voice of, Cooper in Tony Hawk's Proving Ground, and Batu in Ghost of the Shell standalone complex. Yeah, he's been Megatron, actually, a lot of stuff up Transformers, not just Beast Wars, as it was. Actually, going back all the way to the narrator in Kessen on the PlayStation 2, which I was not aware of. And apparently had a voice somewhere that's not credited in the game I'd like to show up on the show, Beetle Adventure Racing for Nintendo 64. You want to call dibs on that one? Yeah, do you want to talk about Beetle Adventure Racing then, my friend? Unless you have something more on Spyro. I feel like I'm going on off on Spyro, and I feel wrong about that.
No, I mean, you know, it's a good game to, like, that's why, you know, this game is so relaxing and so easy to play that I feel like it's a good game to watch while, like, you talk about other stuff even.
Yeah, but at the same time, I also don't want to necessarily shortchange, so like, hey, you're coming here for Spyro, you're getting Spyro, we're seeing Spyro, we're going to stuff with Spyro, stuff with Dot Voice discussion, all this stuff, but hey, chat's coming up with stuff, they're going to mention that. I mentioned before, like, I'm not ignoring what chat's saying. They're saying something like that, and then I look at, like, Dave Kane, let's well as he's done, all these things, and then Beetle Adventure Racing comes up, he says, I love it. We'll talk it. So yeah, you were just saying Beetle Adventure Racing?
I just played a lot of it with my brother.
That game's so good.
Like, multiplayer was always really, really fun.
Yeah, Nickie, you said you never played it. It is a racing game on Nintendo 64 from... This is the other reason I love it. It's by the people who made Pilot 64. You just say that in a sentence to me, and that's all that needs to be said. Even to the point where I put a clip as far as the Twitch site, specifically what I said a few weeks ago when we looked at Pilot 64 again, saying, like, you talk about this game so much, you probably should just marry the game already. Which is like, it's not legal for me to do that, but I love it.
Hey, you know, people, you know, what about that one guy that married Hatsune Miku?
Oh, you're right. I forgot about
it's
that.
possible, okay?
Okay, no, I'm not. Okay.
When there's a will, there's a way.
Okay, fine. I don't love the game that much. I'm just gonna get that out there, even though I invited that myself as far as that.
Are you afraid of commitment to the game?
I've committed 25 years of my life to that game, 26 years of my life to that game. No, 27.
That's longer than most relationships. 27,
you're right. Because I played that game so much when I was growing up, and then I bought it, and I played it twice. Fine, I technically played that damn game 3 times for the show, because I had a recording of it that I lost recording of, because it was actually one of the last shows before it was taking recordings with my tech. Then I played it again 2 years ago, and I looked at it a few weeks ago, as far as it, because, like, I want to show how this is emulated, damn it. So, boys, it is Paradigm Entertainment who made that game. And actually, like with Spyro, goes with Spyro this way. Another company where it was an ex-NASA person involved as far as the movement for this game. For that game, they used to do a lot of contract work for Boeing and Lockheed Martin, so their first game was Pilot 64, was their flight simulator case, so the thought of those physics being so precise and so specific as far as that kind of went well. And then they said, let's put that to a racing game from Electronic Arts, who published it, about one car. It's the Volkswagen New Beetle. You usually look at that and say, like, this is a tie-in for a product that's making me buy a car. Like, no, it's not. It's this great arcadey racer where you're looking through these big worlds, kind of like Banjo-Kazooie a little bit when I think about it, finding like boxes and things, doing multiplayer, like going up jumps, going woohoo, and things like that. It's like, it's great stuff, and it is one of the unsung heroes of the Nintendo 64 collection. The only thing I will say against it is I wish you could use another controller to use for loading controller pack saves. Unfortunately, you cannot. You have to use the one controller to do the control pack swap, which I hate doing because I'm afraid that the capacitor, the battery that's in there, the watch battery that's in there is going to die or something. But that's to be said, it's an awesome game.
Okay, I want a mulligan, you know?
I was going to say, no, he wants to go play Beetle Adventure Racing now. I don't know.
Let's go!
That game is awesome, but yeah, Edwak, if you want to call dibs on Beetle Adventure Racing, you're all yours. And same, Nickie, with any game I'm mentioning, any game that you say, I want to show for the show that we haven't mentioned, it's yours. Call it. Just say it. It's all yours. I will have it on the list, and the master list as it is, and it will not be touched until we figure out time to do it.
Okay, I definitely want Pajama Sam.
Pajama Sam is yours. I mentioned
and
the other stuff. Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon. You said it's the one you want to do. That's
no. How am I supposed to do this? Oh.
I would say then, is that going to be your next? Is that going to be your next humongous twofer?
Yes. Yeah, I'll do Pajama Sam. No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside.
Thank you for remembering the name. I knew I was going to fuck the name up.
And I think Papa Goes to the Moon. I think that's my favorite one.
Yeah, where hasn't he gone, as we mentioned, but yeah, that's probably the best one.
Yeah, I love that one. It has... What?
You already killed him.
Oh, no, this guy I killed up here?
Didn't you?
No, I don't think I killed him. I think I fell. Or did I kill him and fall?
I'll find out.
Actually, wait, question that.
I got scared.
Okay, fine, this will answer my question. When you die, and it looks like also the camera went into the ground for that, when you die, I guess the enemies come back?
Yeah, which is kind of annoying when you, like, are trying to get all the gems. Well, I mean, you can also just let, you can let Spark let you know where like the gem is, but
You don't have to re-get the gem, but it is annoying to
to
know.
have to remember like did I kill that guy or not.
Do the later games change that?
No.
Okay. 'Cause I didn't know it was like we went to the box gym thing with Crash Bandicoot if it did something like that, like a change. But I do like how it's terraforming the environment on top of that. You have steps and you're fine. There you go. You're just hanging in the ground in the air like that. Fine. I get why it was. Oh, it's doing it on an interval. Okay, awesome.
Well, the mages are.
No, please, no.
So I guess the challenge is as far as the dash, so it's kind of running the dash so much that sometimes you lose
The
control
dash is
yourself.
tricky because you press the button and it does.
Yeah.
It pushes you forward, so.
This is me versus me right now. This is not
Okay.
good.
Well, actually, ElecVerse is talking to something Edwak I think we mentioned off screen. I hate it that the game has to load after reach death, and that's every version. Is that right? I guess it must be because you're playing on PS4. Edwak, you're saying something about the element of that?
Yeah, the loading times are a little long.
One thing I'm going to be curious about is that, like what you said, you played on PlayStation 4. I wonder if you run this on PS5, and same with the Xbox One version of Series X, if that will make the game load almost instantaneously. Because I did notice for stuff I ran on Series X that I picked up last week, that it is cutting the load times down insanely quick on stuff where it was actually really, really long. I mean, best example I can give is Final Fantasy 15. The initial load up of the game is 1 minute and 5 seconds on Xbox One X even. Series X is 15 seconds. So, like, okay, fine. So for something like this, I would think it'd be pretty much next to nothing, but still have the loading. Or, of course, I don't know, do we want to mention the game that definitely got both of you in a mad case, especially Medics from last year. It's actually, this game has a voice of from that game. The person who was voicing Sonokawa in that game. Yeah, River City Girls, which also had tons of... 2.
Yeah.
River City Girls 2, not 1. 2, which had a lot of loading problems, as it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Andrew
First one
Mobus
was
who played
so
him
good.
in that, and he's in Nils in this one. Actually, that was interesting
What a
because...
shame.
Yeah, as far as that element, but yeah, I don't know if that would fix the loading so much. It would just be a case like, hey, you know, it's doing this. So the fact that, hey, that's the load each time you die, although, I don't remember, do you know the PlayStation version did that?
You know, the first time I ever played it was on, the Switch.
Okay. So, you know, I can look into that to see if we'd have an answer to that. I don't know if it didn't load on PlayStation or not, but either way. No, I get that idea, because like, the idea, like, I guess the pace breaker maybe, the fact that, hey, you want to jump right back into it. Well, I don't know, it's basically reminding you, like, hey, you made this mistake, you sit here and you think about what you did. If we try again, I don't know. That idea of, like, the tough love is like, yeah, send the wizard back to hell.
Off with you.
I also like the fact that they're kind of bouncing around, so you kind of have this, it's almost like a pinball like thing, which is like bouncing all over the environment. So it kind of gives it a lot of life and a lot of, you know, character.
Yeah.
And almost a sense that, hey, this is kind of like a living, breathing world where, in a way, almost anything can happen. But of course, you have to also wait, like, hey, you know, there you go. So, I guess because he dies now, he's not going to do that again, but he'll get another dragon.
Eldred.
Eldred.
Oh, he's a little scientist. Look at him. I like his horns.
I love the designs as far as what they're looking at. I'm trying to see if Eldred's voice is indicated somewhere. Not that I could find specifically. Well, I'll go back to what I mentioned on, because Nils, I don't know if we saw Nils yet, was voiced by Xander Mobus, who, as I mentioned, was Berserker and Sonokawa in River City Girls 2. Because I want to go on the other things, because I was also who the announcer in Smash Brothers 4 and 5 is.
Oh,
as well as-
Xavier?
What?
Xavier...
Mobus.
Mobus?
Yeah, he was Berserker and Sonokawa in River City Girls 2. He's Nils in this one. He's announcer, Master and Crazy Hand, Smash Brothers for Wii with 3DS, and in Ultimate.
He's Crom.
He's in the Hat in
His
Time.
mom?
He's also in the Hat in Time. He's the conductor in that game, as well as Joker in Persona 5.
Oh.
And Inojin, Inojin, Tsukeya, and Momoshiki on Boruto.
Oh.
For it specific. Yeah, I just brought that up. I was just thinking, like, hey, because I mentioned River City Girls 2, because it's case like loading constant. Although, fine, when it comes out PS5, you have to tell me, hey, how does it load better on that system compared to, because we played on, fine, you three played on the Switch, you, Medics, and fine, you two and Medics played on Switch. I think Medics is like I may as well. You may as well just mention the Red Hot Chili Peppers to him because he was so subtly mad in that way. I love him being subtly mad.
Please, no.
Oh my dear.
Almost. I was looking at that saying like, yo. Okay, that's weird. Like we saw him drowning. It's not cool. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, as mentioned, every time you die, you have to reignite.
Yeah, it's annoying.
So
It's
yeah.
very embarrassing.
No, it's either way. It's like, hey, this game's getting harder. You're showing the fact that it's getting harder. You have to kind of
Oh
run it.
no! See that part's annoying. Where like I don't.
You just have 11. You just have. Actually, question: does 0 count as life in this game?
I don't.
Oh, do I?
recall.
Am I at 0 lives?
No, you're at 11.
Oh, thank God.
I was gonna ask, like, you either have 11 or 12 lives. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Despite the fact that you're dying, you're mentioning this, like, I don't think we're necessarily gonna be in concern of a game over. Although, like, look, I say that and then it happens. Like, no, I'm not gonna say that. Fine, it's already too late, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So they know what they're doing. That would probably be me. But I don't know. At some point, do we want to show, you know, walking off and dying, getting a game over? Actually, is the case really get a cutscene for a game over?
You'll still get a game over. Don't worry.
Excuse you.
Fine, I'm not gonna say
I
anything.
am carrying the team here.
I'm
I
not.
just found what's his name.
I'm not involved in this. Nickie was.
No, you're involved in this. Pick a side.
Shit. Okay.
And it better be mine. For the record, I'm sitting closer to the captain.
Oh Jesus
For his
Christ.
own good, he should pick my side.
Okay, this is going into that the biggest laughs compilation. Let's just say that right now. Actually, I don't know if necessarily I've gotten to a case of like a laugh case with this game, in any game that much. Although I'm trying to think of like a case where I'll be laughing specifically as far as the game. Fine. Yeah, those can always be the best parts when you get into a case of a laughing element to it, you know.
And you know what? As punishment, now you have to clean up.
Perfect.
Now clean up the game, Squire.
Oh, okay.
I would say, yeah,
I got the guy right.
tell it to Game Freak over Pokemon Gen 9.
Let's see. There's
I missed. Oh, I missed a gem in the corner. Dang it.
There's also that.
Oh.
Unless that's where we came from. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I think it is. Oh,
You fool!
No, it is where you came from.
That is. Well, we have to go there actually. So that. That may be. We actually have to go from there to there.
Okay.
You foolish fool.
Oh.
Alright.
Oh, and there's also a bunch of what do you call it? Little fireworks on those little platforms. Oh, and this guy, God.
This is the one, you know what? Alright.
Kelvin!
Who I think, did I talk about who his voice actor is? I know I took this name down.
These blue thieves have stolen eggs outside the Magic Crafter's world as well.
Don't worry, I'll take care of them.
Okay, yeah, I did take down who this was. Kelvin, as well as Trondo, the director, Capano, Andor, and Thor is voiced by Max Middleman, who is the voice of Kira Yamato in the 2017 dub of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Destiny, as well as Angelo W. Panettone in Bravely Second End Layer. He's also the voice of Scout in Sunset Overdrive, which is by Insomniac, who made the game originally, as well as Filbo, Fiddlepie, Noodler, and Crappy in Bugsnax, which was a game both of you really like.
Bugsnax! Oh man, that's a good game.
And going to something ElecVerse likes as far as this DC stuff, there's this DC anime stuff, like, hey, DC might have problems with their live action stuff, but their anime stuff is beautiful. He's the voice of Jimmy Olsen in The Death of Superman, which was, I believe, in the 2016-17 range, specifically, where I think they were telling one arm of the comic where in the 90s, I don't know if you remember this, when Superman died, and then he came back.
Oh.
But, because the thought was like, hey, Superman's invincible because of kryptonite. It was like, apparently not. No, he wasn't because he fought, I think he fought Doomsday in that arc. I'm trying to remember that. Like, first, I'm sorry if I'm making a mistake as far as the DC stuff. As you roll off, okay, dear.
I thought I was far enough away.
Yeah, because at some point I know we're going to be playing Justice League Task Force for the Super Nintendo, because we're going to show that. That's going to be a April Fool's Day game. You'll play that?
Nope.
It's a fighting game from Blizzard, weirdly enough, with a lot of DC characters from 1994, back before they were Blizzard, as it was. But yeah, it's stiff as anything. I bought a copy for Super Nintendo and said, I want to see this. So that, yeah, we'll show it. No problem. I'd have to get running as far as it so I can actually look kind of decent. At some point, we'll probably come back to Injustice Gods Among Us, because I've already shown that a little bit. But, yeah, more DC stuff. More good DC stuff I think we got to get to. Movie stuff I know I got to invest in. Particularly, I know I got to get Batman and Robin on the Super Nintendo, because that game is supposed to be really, really good. What's up?
No, I just trying to think. I have to get back to...
Oh yeah, go
the
back up this way.
beginning.
Then glide over to the other side, right?
No, I need to go... I can't make it. Oh, I have to go back to the beginning. Oh, you didn't turn around at the beginning of the
Oh,
stage?
I'm sorry, I forgot.
That sometimes would be like the beginner's trap. The fact like, hey, you don't think you have to. Like, hey, you're starting that way.
Oh, look. He's pointing to this guy.
You told me I killed him.
I know I did.
You were like, oh, what are you doing?
Okay,
Like, stop
I guess
trying to
you
kill
killed
me.
him, but you didn't get the gem, probably.
Okay, well, you were like, what are you doing, dumbass?
So, okay, tell me this then. When you kill an enemy, if you don't get their gem, they just respawn?
Well, they all respawn
no,
anyways.
the gem would just lay there, but the thing is, she fell off the edge afterwards, so everything pretty much resets at that point, so...
Mm-hmm.
When the enemy came back, you have to beat him up again to get the gem again.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can I make this one? I think I can make it.
I love they're having their fun over there, like making a fight. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're not even there, but like, yeah, like, hi. Yeah, I guess that could sometimes be the fun of a game in some cases where like the enemies like it looks like they'll fight each other, or they'll like wait. We're waiting for the main hero to come along and do something specifically. Or I always like getting the Wampus to fight in Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, which is definitely an interesting case. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, so they're basically moving with the force power, I guess, going on, making the platform drop away. There you go. Awesome, good job.
Speedrun.
Actually, yeah, we've gotten pretty far in just 2.5 hours. This has been, I'm realizing.
It's been 2.5 hours already?
Yeah, shockingly.
Holy moly.
That's the idea. They say time flies, you're having fun, but also it's literally flying right now. As on the loading screen, fine, on this loading screen, they at least make it interactive in that, hey, you can breathe fire and jiggle Spyro around.
I like how they turn him the other way, so it looks like he's going home.
Yeah.
And then he's facing this way when he's going, like, to the, you know.
Which is a little thing you'd think, like, hey, would a game necessarily care to do that? But they did, clearly, in both cases of this and the original. I think the original did that. I'll find out eventually. Boom, boom, boom.
I have a fun fact
Yeah,
that
go
I
ahead.
feel like you probably already know.
Probably don't, but go on.
In movies, a lot of times, when they, like maybe like in something like Lord of the Rings, for example,
Yeah.
they like to show the good guys going from left to right,
Uh-huh.
and then they show bad guys going from right to left.
Right.
Just because there's some kind of like psychological phenomenon where like in your head, like going, and maybe it's like just in the Western world. I don't know if it's everywhere, but
Maybe.
like going from right to left feels like you're progressing forward. We're going maybe right to left looks like, oh, like they're going backwards, so something about it.
Left to right is forward. You said right to left is going forward.
No, left to right feels like going forward.
So they'll compose that differently as far as actually, yeah, you're right, I did not know. Well, you're right in that I didn't know this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was not. I didn't necessarily put that thought together. But I guess the fact that when you look at that, it's like, hey, something will reflect in a lot of movies. I guess as far as like what entrance of characters, how they move around.
Yeah.
Specifically, is that the idea?
Yeah. So like in Lord of the Rings, they'll show like the whole crew, like the like the hobbits and stuff and everyone and the elves.
Okay.
Like the fellowship or whatever. Like they'll show them when they're traveling, like they're going on the screen a lot of times from like left to right. But then when they show the orcs and stuff, they're actually going from like right to left.
You know, I'm thinking that. Yeah, I think you have a point to that because I'm thinking just as far as something like Fellowship of the Ring, I'm thinking the fact that hey, they're going right toward like when we're at the end of the movie when Sam and Frodo are going off, they're kind of just as far as the last shot of the movie, they're basically going from the left side over down towards it, kind of sort of angled to the right. And thinking about another famous scene in that when they're hiding away from the masked riders and they're underneath the log, that area hiding, they kind of come in from right at the screen to find where they are. Hey, you're right. I never really thought about that. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
That, I guess because it kind of gives like a subtle indication of it feels maybe more unsettling, maybe unnatural, I guess.
Yeah. So like I wish I had a better way to like like a better, you know,
It sounded,
sounding explanation.
I don't know.
but
It sounds like it's pretty.
yeah.
It goes that way to me, honestly. So yeah, I did not.
There's
know that.
something
Thank you
about
for going
like
with
them coming in from like the right side going left that feels like wrong, kind of like quote
Right.
unquote. Like
so I guess then I don't know with Spyro here. You're saying like, hey, when you go on a level, you're coming from
you're going. Well, I guess
left to right to go home,
yeah.
right to left to go in a level, and the fact that okay, fine, that signifies danger of him coming into the
Yeah.
level, and then to the left, it seems like it's like a relief.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like, oh, okay, like
Okay.
he's going this way, he's going back home. Or
Neat.
this way, it's
Okay.
like, okay, he's going to like, unforeseen territories or
Okay.
something.
Hey, there are no other plays of Spyro I can think of that are going to that. So thank you for indicating that. Nickie was like, hey, it is something unique. It is something that goes that. Yeah, what was going on there? It was like he was kind of just jerking around that way.
So I was like, oh look, he's off to adventure somewhere unknown, and then after it's gonna be like, oh, okay, he's coming home. Like he's going from right to left.
Yeah, so in that case, it's like, yeah, I can think of like how I can just curl up by the fire and like have a nice cover or something. Or just have a nice, relaxing time. I don't know necessarily if any of the games have gone to this, like how does Spyro relax? Exactly.
I wonder. I bet you he just like chases his tail.
And then, yeah, guess so. But like, fitting also to talk the Lord of the Rings things, like, hey, Elijah Wood was him in a game. It was
Yeah.
Spyro in a game, so fitting.
What happened to Elijah Wood? He did like that one movie, and then.
Well, actually, fine. He'd been in a lot. I'd seen him in a lot of things. I've heard about him in a lot of things before that. I mentioned. Actually, no, I didn't mention this. He was in the movie The Good Son from the '90s. That was the movie where Macaulay Culkin was a killer child, and then he was like the stepchild. Oh no, he was the stepchild who went off because his mother died, and then his father had to go away on a business trip, so he went on this island, and this kid is fucking crazy as far as what he does. You'd hate it also because he kills a dog in the movie. Because I meant, fine. I want to apologize as far as the off-screen on Little Misfortune, which we're going to be showing for that puzzle showcase.
No.
But, because I didn't know as far as what that was, was the case of that. So that's the case of the point is, like, he's been in some other stuff. He's in that. He was in Everything is Illuminated, which was after Lord of the Rings. He was in... There's some other stuff I've seen him in, but Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, and Two Towers, and Return of the King were huge ones as far as kind of that, although he was still around in the 90s. There's stuff I saw him in the 90s that he was in. So like, when I heard it was like, he was that way as far as the casting him on that movie, I said, oh, I remember him from this stuff. And also be able to just mention with a good son is feel like, you know, or it's the kind of movie that I think, I remember the critics at the time were saying like, hey, this is a movie that's for kids, but not for kids at all, but it's a case where, because Macaulay Culkin's in it, people were saying like, I've gotten already questions from parents saying like, my kids are like 9 or 10, they love Home Alone, they loved him in that movie, they even like My Girl, which is comparatively not as, well, in its way, it's not as harrowing. But, Good Son definitely is, and he's like, there's like, no way, don't let a kid see this ever.
Kill point right here.
Is there we got though?
They have to.
Okay. The Spyro art critic.
Skill point acquired.
Yeah, Spyro's an art critic. Spyro's an art critic. He's like, yeah, I don't like that. He doesn't have enough fire to it.
Gosh, he looks dashing.
He does. Also, kind of shiny, because, I mean, I guess this goes to the fact that, hey, this is on other systems, but for Switch, it doesn't seem like really it's that much of a downgrade. I think it's that smart design on this console that I think we've mentioned a lot of times on the show, and I guess together as far as it.
I'll squash them all.
Yeah. I feel like the more... I mean, maybe like, duh. I mean, it's like something to say, but
No,
like...
no.
I feel like the more, like, cartoonish the game looks, the better it looks on Switch. In the end, like,
I don't know if that's a duh thing, honestly. Because, I mean, I've run into cases where you'll have games that maybe have a cartoony look to them, and they might have cases where they maybe are technologically... I mean, look, I know you both love the Pokemon Gen 9 game, and I'm liking it more, admittedly, because of the play I've had as far as my blind stuff, especially stuff that's doing story with the Titan stuff. That's delicious. It's wonderful. But that being said, the case that I don't even think that game looks as good as this, visually speaking.
No, definitely not, I would
But,
say.
I mean, that being said, like, the idea of, hey, just... But sometimes I guess that's the question, that when you have an artistic design, how can that reflect itself better without technology, but then also you get cases where it can do that, but also maybe work in the opposite direction, where it maybe looks worse when you, in some cases, or might look better, maybe even than on other systems, maybe just because of, like, a decision that they make as far as something with it. It's like, fine, we're going to focus on the color. And it's happened a lot as far as the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 era, they had games that would go on those systems, and then the Wii would get them. So in the Wii's case, they was like, we got to design this differently because it's not as powerful as the other systems. So in some cases, they said, we're not going to bother porting the same game. We're just going to make a totally different game with the same name and just say that, fine, we have a different development team making it. So maybe there's something else we can do to kind of show off what that console can do in a different way that maybe is more striking, even with the limitations, than something on a more powerful console with what's supposed to be, I guess, the familiar version. Actually, one example of that, interesting enough, I guess, sort of kind of is a little bit with, I don't know if you ever played Star Wars The Force Unleashed.
No, I haven't.
Because they did a different version on the Wii, and then, weird enough, they put it to the Switch. It's porting the Wii version. I thought, oh, they're porting the 360 PS3 version. They said, no, we're going to port the Wii version for this. And there's some interesting stuff that game is doing with some of its artistry that the other version isn't doing. I mean, I think it looks better on the other consoles, but still the fact that they're kind of thinking through and saying, how do we take a lack of a console power as a challenge and say that, hey, how to make something look really, really good. I think with Spyro, I think they do that. And so sometimes it comes down to smart design, I guess, of something, and especially when artistry can go.
Yeah.
And fine, because we're gonna be showing some stuff. I mean, even a lot of those indie games we're gonna be showing for that puzzle showcase. Windless Fortune being one of them, but also stuff like Strange Horticulture, Dog Fit and I are playing in December, as it is. Even though it's on other systems, it still looks really, really good as far as Switch is concerned because of the art direction. So that's something that, I mean, even so looking at Windless Fortune, I'm saying like, hey, the look of this game looks really impressive for this console because of the artistry behind it. And that kind of can help a little bit, but then you're like, hey, how can they handle heavy tech? But I think this game seems like it's maybe a mix of both of them a little bit, but it seems like they kind of designed really well. That is, unless there's other cases that you or Edwak want to go into for this, or that topic element.
You know,
games that look really good.
Games look really good. Artistry of
so
game
good.
for Switch, in particular, as far as developing for it, or a less powerful console. Or anything
Mario
else you got
Odyssey
on your...
looks so good
Oh, yeah.
on
Wow,
Switch.
that sheet looks fantastic.
And Luigi's Mansion 2.
Other than
Or sorry, Luigi's
Well,
Mansion 3
2
also.
is, but 2 is coming to the system.
Oh yeah. But I meant Luigi's Mansion 3. Like, I
That
feel
is
like when
one of the-
Nintendo wants to put love into the game, like they really, really do.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
Mario Odyssey looks so good on the Switch.
It does.
Like the texture is so good. Like they did a really nice job on it. Some games they slap together. I mean, well, I guess Pokemon's not. It's like really Game Freak. It's not really Nintendo.
Well,
but-
I mean, I think it's. I don't agree with that necessarily, but at the same time, it's also something that. What I will say as far as Pokemon, which I'm not in particular, there are touches of that game I will say that I'm very impressed by. I mean, because actually I'll tell you, I'll go on this from last week's show, which is, I did the second of the Titan quests, and for that they give you the element of what's going on with Mabestiff and that.
Yeah.
Even, I'll tell you what I really appreciated, and I think what that game does really well on graphics, I'll say this. Maybe there's questions on the tech and the fact that the busted elements of the game, but what I think that did really well, I'll give it this much. I think there's something about the animation, the way that there's kind of these subtle details that are there. The fact that Mabus is kind of just doing this labored breathing. He's kind of just a little lift of his paw, kind of tripping over a little bit, trying to do that. Like, I was like, ugh, I kind of was recoiling a little bit in a way that I mentioned this last week's show. I said, I was really kind of moved looking at this, saying, like, I'm looking at this, this is going back to my days of having to get the case, like, I want to take care of my pets specifically, even the case where I have to make the choice of saying that our families had to make the choice of giving them that final act of mercy specifically. In those cases, I had to do that myself, and I said, that's bringing it back. Those little details, or even like the little detail, like when you go to the first Team Star mission, Payne's like, I'm doing reconnaissance for this, and just gives like this subtle handling, like a little bit like that. So that's very impressive seeing that. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of the little things that I was really impressed by with what it was doing. Even like, fine, I can say like, graphically wise, like, because what is it about that game that goes or not? Wait, what happened?
In this stage in particular, if you fall in this little cliffy kind of area, the fairies will bring you back up.
Okay.
There's a lot of areas you need to, or a couple areas that you need to do this super charge in conjunction with the big jump right here to get to. So I guess it's a little lenient on, you get to mess it up a little bit.
Okay.
Just carry you back to safety.
You know, like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like on the edge of the...
Oh my god, that's so annoying. Oh, you just did a good job, though.
I was gonna say, that's where I'm gonna kind of get nervous when it comes to Mario Sunshine, specifically. Another game where I think it's kind of, in a lot of ways, the little details of it that are the most impressive to me. And so I said, that also can go to something that... I won't necessarily... Look, I'm not one of those people who said, oh, the tech has to be amazing and I'm gonna like the way... Or otherwise I won't like the way the game looks. I think in some ways it's maybe more than that, and we're seeing that with Spyro, although I think the tech is also meeting the task for this console on top of that. But I think maybe that's the idea, that some of these small things you kind of notice, like, yeah, they didn't necessarily have to go to that attention to it, but they decided to, and it really kind of sticks out. What's up?
It's like in the actual little corner of this cave.
Yeah, what's the, there's something about the book. What was that thing with the book in the menu?
The skill point book, or
No, the other thing. There was on the menu was the continue. When you come back,
okay.
I'll point out what that was. Oh, I see what you're saying, though, Nickie. It's a little attention to detail, but something that, again, you would maybe not think about, but I'm glad you're thinking about that and saying that, hey, this is something that goes with it, it goes to something like that.
Yeah.
And it's a detail they didn't have to put in, but they did. So it shows that love and that craft.
Yeah.
So,
Gosh, it looks cute.
oh, wait, maybe it's only when you're in a world it shows that?
Maybe.
The guidebook, what was that?
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's this. Okay,
Oh,
never
this
mind.
one.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that was.
Let's see. Where is it?
Yeah, I was saying, it seems like we're running this game a mile a minute, or you both are running this game a mile a minute. Thank you, by the way, for running this specifically. Because I knew I knew without practice specifically I would not be able to show this game skill, and also because they said they want to do this. So I'm not going to judge that way. As far as saying, like, no, it has to be me. It's never going to be a case of, oh, it has to be me doing the game. So it's like, I want to do the game, and goes like, yeah, there you go, yours. Going back to the balloon. Well, going back to Blowhard. Oh, this is the boss.
This is the boss.
Okay.
I don't know about that name.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I think he's going to blow hard, or he's going to, I don't know, or he's going to be hard. I don't know, as far as difficulty.
I don't want
None of
to
those
see
are
anyone.
good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, difficulty-wise, you're saying this game is kind of relaxing aside from some of the challenges, but... Or flight challenges to say, but I don't know about the bosses. What about the bosses in this?
So far, you one-shotted them.
Yeah, this one I think is this a skill point also? Let's double check. Blow hard.
Yeah, it is, right? A druid platform. Okay, so I get to think about this Spinal Tap again. Okay, so like spectral elements as far as how they go, because as soon as you kill them, they just fade down into just the robe.
Is that? Oh, that's the enemy. Or that's the boss.
That's him.
Okay, so you basically hit him
Boss
and
or
then you...
dorky?
Actually, yeah, then what do you think as far as the bosses in this game, generally speaking?
Easy.
Yeah, they're not scary.
Alright, here we go, boys. This is gonna blow your mind, this skill point.
No way.
Oh, you just sit on this
Stop.
platform.
That's all you have to do.
Oh,
Wow,
okay.
amazing. We acquired it.
Alright, you walked part of the art gallery for the first half of the page. There you go. That is kind of mirroring the box art of the first game.
Oh,
Sort of,
that's
kind
so
of.
cute.
Alright, there's also how he looks as far as it. So yeah, we're getting a little art look.
Wow.
Some of the designs as far as like how he looks. I like how he looks scared over there on the top right, and there's sparks and like, hi guys. There's the dragon statues in all their majesty. Yeah, there's the Nors as far as how they are, or Norks, I should say. The Dreamweaver Falls. I love the designs when I'm looking here. It's the thought that people kind of came up with what this art is looking like and said, but it also kind of goes well with what they're telling. So I kind of get the element of like the horror vibe, but enough that it's not too much necessarily that, hey, it's completely despairing, but enough that it's a bit menacing, but also something that, yeah, it's something I guess children will like, but also like adults like, or Jacques over there looking a little like the Joker or something like that from Batman. Kind of.
Oh, so did we get all the art for getting like one page worth of skill points?
Yeah, I think so.
We probably will get more if we get this other page.
Oh, okay.
But I think the idea is that we're probably going to get
Very
through all.
good.
For reference, we're about 50% on total completion.
Oh
Of the
shit!
whole game?
Wait, we're gonna finish this game in one night?
Good.
Shit.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
that's why I said
oh no, it's not already a game. Shit.
You have
No,
idea
what did you say?
how long
I said shit, and then I was like, oh wait.
No, you can say that on the show.
Neither do I.
No, I was gonna say if I was trying to like quote unquote speed run this from the beginning,
outta
it'd
here.
probably be at like 75 or more now.
Oh wow.
Okay, so okay, let me ask you. Fine, let me ask you this then.
Well.
If I don't know if we finish this game then tonight. If we do you still want a show then for September 9th? And what do you want to do for it?
I don't know.
Or Nickie, do you want to do? If that's the case, do you want to do Pajama Sam and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon? I don't know. Or like, hey, I can just put something else out on the
Even
show.
if we don't fully finish this, the second session could just be the end of this and Pajama Sam. I mean, it's really short, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll do Pajama Sam and Putt Putt in one day. Like last time I did 2 Pretty Fishes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really short. Honestly, it was only as long as it even was last time because I took way too long on that puzzle game because it was like not happening.
No, that was, as I said, you did nothing wrong. I put the edit in. I proved that as far as the photos. We all had a turn except the Crusader 64. We ran 52 minutes on that, and it was great. Time I had. One of the best parts of it, and of course I put that in the thumbnails, like when you were tossing the stuff with the thing with the fish in the middle, is tossing towards the slide puzzle. Or that. Yeah, and fine. If we do that, then there'll also be a case where, hey, you know, we'll do what we did with the other one. We'll take a commercial break for the purpose of that because we'll do a swap off of stuff for that. If that's the case, or you're like, hey, you know, you want to schedule for something else, that was the design for both of you as far as that show. So if you want to do it for that, if it comes to that, your choice.
Okay.
So that's going to be your idea.
We'll see how we do.
Yeah, whatever it is. Because at first I said, wait a minute, I said 2 parts specifically, but fine, maybe not. Like, hey, it's the experts of the game doing 1 part, that's fine. But as I said, I'm not going to also say that I delineate 2 shows just to make sure. And as I said, I'll do that for any game we play. I said, based on length, I'll say, like, I'll give you enough that you need as far as it, and we'll figure as far as schedule if we need to come back to it every month. But is it if we finish early to that, we can adjust that way. And if the kids like this, like, hey, you know, we're not going to have enough for show, or even we'll be done with this game tonight. Since I gave you that 1 part for the other thing, that also could be your choice saying, hey, what do you want? So that's fine.
I just can't believe how fast we're doing it because at least my memory from us playing it. I mean, obviously I was playing a lot of it and I was slow cooking it, but
you were
I
not
feel
though.
like it took us more than 1 or 2 days to play it.
But you're not. Neither one of you are in this case. Oh, we drowns in that icy water. Is that the idea?
Oh, this is awkward.
Well, you take 1 point of damage if you fall in water. You can jump out at that point.
Okay.
I know Nickie dramatically drowned, even though she had more sparks HP.
You just drowned that way though.
Well, I had none. I had no sparks.
It wasn't dramatic. It was appropriate.
Oh.
I'll have to start at the beginning of the world and run around.
This guy.
But I think you both know exactly what you're doing. Even when you're dying, you clearly know what you're doing on this game. So I think maybe that has to do it because you've already. Here's the thing: you've already played this game fully when this release came out a couple of years ago. Fine. You were showing me on our work break. You were showing me this game, showing all of these basically, going across these for that. So clearly, you have that skill already. It's coming out. I mean, sometimes I said this. How many times have I said this?
No.
No. Your hubris.
I was gonna say.
Start from the beginning.
How many times have we mentioned that? Hey, sometimes when it comes to this, sometimes you play better on a show if you're like being recorded. Like the idea of like the recording curse or the reverse recording curse, the fact that will you do better when you're playing or you do worse when you're playing when being recorded. I get the sense that in a lot of cases for everybody on the show I've realized it seems like it's been, as far as guests are concerned, it's always been maybe done better than they maybe thought they did or would have done. And maybe in my case, I'm like, hey, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Like, hey, depending on what they're playing, what's that going to look like specifically? Or they might have a case where we want multiple parts. Or maybe we're rusty on one. They might rush specifically in a really good way. So that Nocturne's that way. Like, she had trouble with part 1 of Mega Man Legends 2. By her own elements, like, I feel like I'm dying so much, but then we got to part 3. It's like, she finished the Salcata Ruins in record time. I mean, she killed Tronbon in 1 shot with a Hyper Shell in 2 seconds. That's the fastest boss kill we've had on any game on this program.
Wow.
Except maybe this game, but I don't know if even the boss you killed in this so far went down that quickly.
No, they each have like multiple hits they need to take.
Yeah, because in that case, she built that up, and you see her Tron button saying, "Everyone ready?" And she pushes up the hyper shell. That health bar goes down to nothing. And Nocturne's laughing her ass off at that, goes completely to the point where, since we had dialogue in cutscenes, or we had cutscenes without subtitles, I had to mute the mic on. I sort of had to kind of mute it as it was going, just because like we had the cutscene going on because it came so quick, and then she was still in hysterics when it came out afterwards. So that was an amazing case of that, you know. So she, in that case, she's like, I didn't expect we were gonna be done with this as quickly as we were. In fact, it's because of that we only need 5 parts of that game. I thought we were gonna need 6. And technically, I guess then her 6th part is gonna be our Typing the Dead play in October.
Nasty Nork is turning our swamp into an electrified
Bruno.
puppy.
Good nasty,
It
good
used to be so beautiful.
I'm sure it was.
That was Bruno, right? Did I say? Let me see. Did I say?
Bruno.
Let's see.
Did you like,
Yeah, what's up?
oh, what? Yeah, Encanto.
I loved Encanto.
Yeah, it was so good.
Actually, the Crusader 64 told me to see it. Like, let me see it. It's like, I think it's actually probably the best CG Disney animated movie since Wreck-It Ralph.
I liked Wreck-It Ralph too a lot.
I love Wreck-It Ralph as well. The sequel, I'm no on. I was not huge on that one specifically, but
yeah, the original was better.
original is better. Also gaming based elements, whereas the sequel sort of is gaming based, but it's also case defined. When you think about the Emoji Movie and Ready Player One in the same sense, and that's like, hey, we've seen those movies before, and though this is better, it's not that much better. That's when you know you have a problem. As far as it, but not bad. It's just like, hey, it was a. I love the original so much and what they were doing. But yeah, Encanto, I loved Encanto. That movie is terrific. I think I was taken aback by how much I liked this.
It was really good. Like I feel like after I watched it, I was like, I want to watch this again. Like,
I did too.
Immediately.
I did too,
And I haven't actually since, but I wanted to. I was like, wow, like, that was really good.
I also
Very
said specifically to the Crusader 64, like, I was tempted to text you like midnight after I finished this movie, saying like, I love this movie, thank you. It was like, I said like, I decided against it. Like, no, you could have done it. I would have been awake, which is fair to that. But yeah, I loved it. That was terrific. It was, it really, I think it took me by surprise. I think sort of what it was, and I think to the degree that it was, because it's also a case where when it's come to certain stuff, as far as like the Pixar stuff has not been huge for me recently since Finding Dory, honestly, and I like Incredibles 2, although I'm weird because I like Incredibles 1 more than I like 2. But it's something that, yeah, at first I was like, okay, how's this gonna go? But I really liked it. I was fine. I loved it. I'm not gonna say I really liked it. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, I liked it like a lot.
It looked beautiful. The music is terrific.
Yeah.
Every piece of music, specifically in that movie, is fantastic as far as the songs, the look of it, the atmosphere it creates. In some ways, just some of those small details, like we're saying with a lot of the games we're talking about, or I'm talking about, or you're talking about as well, and with Spyro here, is kind of these small things, thinking that they went to that extra detail, they went to that extra, took that extra level for it, that shows that passion. I think maybe that's what it is, above anything else. I don't know, maybe if this is what you think, either one of you, for anything really, the passion that's shown. I got that out of the content. I felt that this was something very personal, this was something that meant a lot to the people who made it, and it shined through, and it was something that all these little details, they went to the degrees that they clearly loved making this as much as the people are going to love watching it, and also saying the idea of like, hey, the house that's alive, what do we do with this? Even like the subtle detail, like, hey, you know, the kitchen counters will shift up a little bit so they can roll over stuff when they're doing the dishes. Like, I want that technology specifically. Like the house being smart of that, like to be able to feasibly stop it when it's gonna fall off. So like, yeah, you know, you're not gonna have like a broken glass or something. Like it's smart enough to roll it off, and then like, oh, it falls on the ground. But no, not in that house.
It was just, you know, it was like relatable. I feel like,
yeah,
you know, a lot of people could relate to it, like on different ways. Like,
yes,
you know, all the
absolutely.
sisters and stuff. Like, I was like, oh wow, this is like, it feels personal. Like,
right.
In some instances at least.
No, ooh, nice, nice jump. Actually, wait, did you jump in midair?
No.
It looked like you almost did all the picture as far as what that looked like for it. No, you're right about that as far as also, because look, I don't have sisters. I have a brother who was on the show last year. But that being said, something that, hey, I could relate to that in a lot of different ways as far as certain things. I guess maybe in my case, now think about it, that's part of it as far as like that family dynamic, but also I guess in my case, maybe the thought of, what is this special element of you that makes you special, trying to figure out what it was, and I guess the thought of, hey, is everybody else this way? And then kind of the question of, maybe it's also why I love Kiki's delivery service so much in the movie, as far as its, thematical elements, which is the idea of what is that element that kind of defines you as someone. I mean, one of the lines I think in that movie is definitive to that as far as Kiki's delivery service is concerned, when she asks, when she finds off, it's like, what's my skill? Like, yeah, that is a question to that, and like, they have the question I think a lot of people have, even me who's not in the target audience, looking at that and saying, I guess when the content, when I think about it a little bit, and saying that, no, I buy that, I feel totally get engrossed on that, and it feels like it's expressing it really, really well. And works differently for multiple people, but in a way that feels as if for some reason, somehow, it's made specifically for every person, even though it's the idea, like, it's going to be unique for the people who made it, but it plays that way to the viewer on top of that. All their different backgrounds it might be, you know?
Yeah.
Something unique. You want another case of Jesus Christ, we're running off of water bottles real quick.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, yeah, right here. Edwak, you?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Alright, I forgot, we got the big shit now. I kind of have two big bottles.
Right.
I have to go shopping specifically for more, because, like, this is all the water I've got, but I suppose I have to do that next week, because, again, I'm going to have to use the cooler for next week's program for it. Basically, it's a case where I'm doing a show with other people, the cooler usually comes out. Usually.
Scary.
Oh, yeah, look at them, they have, like, they have, like, cattle prods or something.
Oh, I guess so.
Is that what that is?
I thought it was like a lightsaber.
I don't know. Well, fine. Okay, they have a laser. That's,
oh my god.
Almost like tied to a battery or something like that. Oh.
Oh, I'm trying.
Okay, first at first I looked like a platform. Looking at that, it's like, wait a second, is that a platform? Maybe it was, but like, no, you hit the water, so no.
It's time to try again.
All right.
It's time to try again.
That's a reference to something.
No, it's just a song I sing sometimes.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, Nickie invented that, so like, yeah, do not steal. Copyright. Copyright, Nickie, 2023.
Yeah, I make up songs all the time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, also element, yeah, fine, yeah, well, I guess, yeah, fuck, it's not a cattle, no, it's not a cattle prod, it looks like a, it looks like an electrified tube.
Oh my god, ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, and it also looks like it hurts weirdly enough as far as it
hurt.
Like the kids can like, yeah, that.
I feel pain.
So yeah, so yeah, next time that if that actually happens to you in real life, yeah, you're like, no, I felt that because I'm fine with it because I played Spyro. Spyro prepared me. Oh wait, he died in midair. I like seeing that.
Woo! It's no joke right now.
Alright, there you go, another life. Yeah, you get lives a lot. So in that case, I think it kind of helps a lot of things. Even so, it makes it so that you can kind of manage stuff in going through levels. Like, hey, if you die a lot, maybe it doesn't matter because you're running through live or running into lives so much.
They're in.
Yeah, well, you need to cook. That's Claude.
Watch out, Spyro. The Norks in these parts have discovered the power of electricity, and it really stings.
So it's not a lightsaber, is what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. Fine, the lights.
Ow! Okay. He did not warn me.
Okay,
the floor.
I think there's a skill point in this stage to reach the end of the level without getting hit with electricity from the ground.
Really?
So.
That sounds really hard, honestly.
Okay.
Even as far as what this is looking like.
But you've already been hit, so we'll rerun through this level.
If that's what it is.
I believe it's this.
It's weird. I'm trying to also see as far as going back to the stuff with the voice acting.
Two.
Weirdly enough, I think we've talked. Fine, okay. Weirdly enough, I think we've talked about. Because we keep running in tons of dragons. I'm saying tons of dragons. All of them have voices, but not all of them have credits. So I'm seeing a bunch of them that were, on the screen. I'm looking at books and I'm like, wait, they're not here. And they're not all credited as far as, anywhere I looked, which is strange. You think like, hey, there's going to be indication of like every voice performer now, but apparently there isn't.
Ow! Oh my god. Oh
Ow.
my god, I didn't have any more. Oh. Everyone pretend that didn't happen. Chat, don't look.
I was going to say I'd edit it out, but I'm not going to do that. Not because,
How could you...
No, okay, fine. No. The only reason I'm not editing it out is because, well, it's not something that... Fine, the tech went down, that would be one thing, or it was like, hey...
I think the tech went down, that's why I lost.
Okay, no, it didn't. I was like, no, I'm glad it didn't. In all seriousness, I'm glad it didn't, just because I don't want to necessarily get in case, like, hey, it goes, okay, that looked painful, like, 'cause it touched his head, damn. So that's like an electroshock therapy thing.
Oh, rats. Okay, I missed. Okay, I thought it was gonna be.
Actually, wait, it didn't look like. Okay, so alright, I'm glad you showed that because it looks like then the hit area is on the edges, even where it doesn't look like the lightning is going. Fine, it's going in the bottom. Fine, it's going in the bottom area, but okay, it's sort of going over the plate a little, kind of, not completely. But basically, that whole box over there is KC1 hit. I got it.
Oh my god, I went at the wrong time.
And then he just shot you while you were in shock
How could
case.
you guys do this and not tell me when to go? Chat, come on.
Well, I was gonna say also, in your case, it's not fair. That's what you always say.
Yeah, it's not right. My Joy-Cons are dying.
I don't know, are they? They might be.
I thought I saw the alert.
Fine.
You guys must have missed it.
Okay, no, okay, I didn't see it on the screen as it is, but fine.
Why weren't you looking?
I was like, fine. I would have seen it in the corner.
Ah, no. Oh, ow, ow, get out. Oh my god, ow, ow, abort. Okay. Okay, he's done. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Okay.
Okay, that looks like, yeah, you were just about to run into him, but...
Oh my god.
No.
Getting progressively worse, guys.
When Brad told you she'd get a game over.
Well, I don't know.
No, don't say that.
I didn't say that.
I probably have like 14 lives left.
Yeah, you do have tons of lives.
Thank you.
What is the penalty for a game over, just as far as what that might be? Because I don't know what it is. No, for this game. It's like, hey, you know... Yeah, you're right, you have 14 lives, she's fine.
I don't remember, nothing crazy.
Okay, so it's not going to be a case of, fine, as it, it's...
Okay, oh my god. Oh, jeez Louise.
13, yeah.
I mean,
What?
hey,
13 now.
or 14 potentially if it says zero's life. But I was gonna say it's not the Steel Battalion case of your save game, because remember what happens in Steel Battalion.
Yes, your game blows up.
What?
Yeah. Oh,
What?
sort of, kind of.
Really?
Steel Battalion. I think I mentioned this thing. This big ass. Fine. It was a $200 game. It's now like $700, and the reason being it came this huge controller, like 40 buttons. We'd need like 3 of these tables that we have a laptop on right now for the purpose of running this. It has foot pedals. It has like 2 big ass joysticks. Specifically, you're controlling this big mech, 'cause that's what it is. And they have it so that underneath the plastic lid there's an eject button. You have to hit that if you're gonna die to eject. If you don't do that, you get a game over and your entire save file is wiped out. So you start the entire game all over again. If you get to the last area of the, game, you're gonna die and you don't do that, you can start the entire game all over again. As far as showing it on the show, the cost is so exorbitant, I don't know if I'd be able to, but I could also show, this would be a bad game Thursday case, the Kinect version of Steel Battalion. You familiar with that? Steel Battalion Heavy Armor.
No.
It is on Xbox 360. They said, good idea from Capcom, which is saying, instead of asking people to pay $200 for this game that has this big controller, let's use Kinect so you can basically have everything controlled with your arm movements and get a hardcore game to people that way. But what happened is that apparently the way the controls work, they didn't work. So in the case of that, like, hey, you're trying to do all these things in combat, like, remember all these specific hand motions to do all these different things and do them in the specific order, and the game is not necessarily recognizing them exactly when that happens. So they fixed one problem and created a bunch of other ones as far as how it was. And it's also going to be a case whenever I get to a case of doing Kinect stuff, I'm going to have to figure when we do camera on program for those games, because like I need to show elements of Kinect for that. I guess with the Kinect stuff I can show, because I know that I can't show... Fine, the Kinect games I'd want to show, which is basically anything by Harmonix, because they're all licensed content stuff, which is the Fantasia Music Evolved they made, and the Dance Central games. And I probably have to do that when it's just Sonic Free Riders, and also I'll have to say, like, I'll have to let people personal near me know that I'm doing that game and say, like, please watch this show. If I get into a case of, like, health problems, call 911, because I could probably break my goddamn back playing that game. I take it you've heard of Sonic Free Riders?
No.
It's the third game in the Sonic Riders franchise. It's exclusive to Xbox 360. Is Kinect control only. So you have to be doing Kinect controls, and it barely works. It's the kind of thing that, it makes Sonic 06 look like the best Sonic game ever made. It's basically unplayable. It took me like 2 hours to get through the goddamn tutorial of the game. That's how bad it is. To the point where, actually, I think there is a patch now that basically you control it without Kinect that they found. I don't know how that found. I think Jay's reviews pointed out. I'll put a link to that video when I edit. But because I guess you played Sonic Riders itself, Edwak?
First one, yeah.
Right, because they made 2 of them. They made 3 of them. They made that one on 360. Eventually, that was the last one. They made the first one on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, and they made Zero Gravity. That's the Wii and PS2 game. I played on PS2. I thought it was okay. Also, I like more. I like the original more. What did you play the original on? Do you remember?
GameCube?
Me too. GameCube Brothers for Life on that one. That is absolutely the way to play it. I mean, that's what we play it for the program, no question.
Oh my god, you tried to ram a big guy.
Did you see all the cool things I just did?
You did survive
I did
very far.
She did, yeah.
Thank you.
But then you
for the
rammed
compliment.
a big
Thank
guy.
you for the compliment.
You know you gotta fire the big guys.
I see you doing a lot of nothing right now. I don't see you firing the big
I
guys.
have to redo this level anyway because we have to get through it without getting hit by electricity.
You gave me the controllers.
Well, no, actually, no, this is going to be interesting. Actually, honestly, I kind of like the way both of you are playing this game, and I'll tell you why. Because it shows a different way of play as far as what you're doing. And, ow. You're good. So here you go. This also shows the idea, like, hey, each time you're getting a little further, so it shows that progression. Just in general, as far as, like, hey, that's an interesting thing to see.
Oh, please stop being electric.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
Good
made
job.
it.
Made it.
But
Oh, you got. Oh, wait, how'd you get
what?
it?
How'd you get the
Hit
skill?
mine.
I'm really good at this game.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Good job, Nickie.
Thank you.
How do you do that? Hit minus.
Minus?
Let's hit minus.
Yeah, because we want to see what this
X.
is.
No electric.
Huh?
fire.
How did you?
I have not been hit once in this whole stage. Have you
Wait.
guys not been paying attention?
She hasn't been hit since she loaded from her
Since
last
the
death.
whole time, probably.
You think that's it then?
Maybe it's coded incorrectly.
Oh. good
No,
job.
I did it correctly. Stop.
I'm not.
Stop.
Well, look, I'm not
Looking
taking.
down.
I'm not taking away her victory. That was a
Thank
great
you.
job.
Thank
You did get the skill point.
I got skill.
She did do it. I just.
all that
But
matters.
see, that's interesting to see that, which is like.
Well,
Wait a second.
luckily here in this edit, we're gonna flash to every time she was hit by
No,
the
we're
electric
not.
floor
No,
damage.
take that out of the edit.
Wow, that
But
many
every
times?
every time that I wasn't hit.
That's crazy.
I can put a count, but in that case, I'll do that. It was like, well, fine. But it shows this, like, hey, say this about Nickie when it comes to playing a game. She knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is straight lines. That means, like, hey,
Yes.
she'll go through and, like, she gets it. Hey, I don't know. I didn't mention this to the show. At some point, you probably should be involved in this if you want to. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Remember, that was a game that you managed. You controlled that very specifically, getting through it. Even you were like, don't do this. It's probably not going to be a good idea. You did it. You made quick work of that game, even to the point where I remember it was actual work time as far as our show. As far as not a show. As far as our lunch break period. Right before this, like, I got to do this last thing. You did it, and you ought to yell good enough as far as it. But I want even you to like, are people in the other building on the side going to hear me doing that? That was also what happened when they announced the Super Mario RPG remake. I did the same thing. But oh my God, they're remaking this game. So yeah, you go. That was a skill that way. Super Monkey Ball's insanely hard. As far as it, so yeah, Nickie has the skills in Super Monkey Ball.
Thank you.
And on Spyro, as it is for this. So good job.
Thank you.
I don't understand.
What? I did a great
Don't
job.
understand what?
Compliment me, please.
I don't understand. I saw her get hit by
No,
like
I didn't.
7 different floors.
I think you weren't paying attention.
Well, under other deaths, yes, but that also.
No, I don't remember the deaths.
Well, no, I'm not watching. No, that's a good thing because that means that fine. You just have to not get hit in that area. So like, fine.
I made it easier.
No, technically, she didn't get hit. Like, it looked like it was on the screen, but the game didn't agree with
On
that.
that particular life, she did not get hit.
So that must. I'll see
That
if I
was
can.
good enough, apparently.
No, there you go. I mean, I'm glad we showed that as far as why that was or how that was. I'll see if I can find an answer. Maybe unless chat, maybe you know. My like since he played the PS4 version, has he ever seen that? As far as because he platinumed the game, so like I would assume he'd probably seen this if that had happened. But I'll see if I can find an answer, just because, as I said, you never know what you're gonna get on this program. I've always said that. That's always the idea. All market this program. And remember, I'll tell you, Nickie, the line for you for this one is going to be what we always say on the show, which is we planned the show, I swear to God. She did that as far as getting that skill point. That was a great job.
And we got this guy complaining, oh, I'm going to have to do all this all over again. And here I am just doing it.
Yeah, there you go.
Easy breezy,
Well,
beautiful
tell me where
cover.
the last firework is to break this.
We had to find the last firework.
Yeah, tell me where it's
Oh, right there.
Ow. Did you just try to use fire against the middle guy?
No.
Because
Don't play that back. Don't play that back.
You know you're not supposed to use fire against the metal guy, right? You're supposed to bonk him.
I was trying to get the treasure.
Actually, I don't know that.
So why did you fire him when you're supposed to bonk him?
Well, I was going for the treasure chest.
See, actually, I don't know that.
I don't
so
know.
I didn't know that. So like, oh, so tell me this then. 'Cause I guess maybe I glossed over it or something. So when it comes to these enemies, you basically want to judge: do you dash into them or do you use fire?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you see metal, you probably want to dash.
Okay.
If you see a large person, you probably want to use fire.
Okay.
But then it gets tricky if there's like a large enemy with metal on them. Then it might be they're protected from the front and you gotta flame them in the back.
So you have to, so you have to do a read on the enemies, which is really interesting and
Yes.
really unique. Even against against other platformers at the time. Even I don't think any other game I can think of where they really said to you.
Like this guy's got metal, right? So
Okay.
you probably can't use fire. So if we use fire, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Well, question: are we not actually cooking him alive by using fire and metal?
You're not.
Well, I mean, I guess that's interesting. So like, hey, if you heat it up enough, you can kill him that way.
I mean, yeah. If metal that's been on fire touches
Okay, that was interesting.
you
You
will
saw
not
that.
feel right.
Yeah, I get that, but you saw that, right? He basically put in, he rammed the guy. He hit into the stick he stuck out. You got shocked, but it still knocked him down and killed him.
Yeah.
Which is a great thing to see. Okay, in this case, I'm just loving what this is, and as the adventure continues, and yeah, this is definitely adventure. Good job as far as that. So yeah, not as much cleanup either way, you know.
Okay, BRB. Does anybody want anything?
I'm good for now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
BRB.
Alright. Alrighty, so yeah, I think we're going pretty good on this as it is.
All right. Next up, let's go this way.
Alright. Yeah, also feel free to go into anything you want to go into, Edwak, as far as anything specifically on anything you got, or anything you want to go into, what we're seeing, whatever it is, you know?
Going straight for the flight stage.
Okay. Is this the one that we demoed, or you were demoing as far as the, oh fine, I guess with this one, it's not Wild Flight, is it?
I can't remember which one we did.
Yeah, because I have editing fodder
I think
for
it's
that
the
one.
I think it's the one in the next world, I believe.
Okay, yeah, because we have editing fodder for that, and it's going to be nice to see that when we do the YouTube upload in a couple days.
Oh wait, no, it's this one.
Alright, this is it. The Wild Flight.
I'm gonna choke under the pressure.
No, you're not.
Took a little bit extra time here to get these. Oh, it took me too long. Yeah.
Yeah, this was, yeah, but then again, you did also, just to indicate this, off-screen you did get his best time, ever, yes, on this version.
Yeah.
For this, but yeah, it seems like you have the pattern down for what you gotta do. You have to bust the planes, the, treasure chest, the guys in the boats, and go through the, gates. Anytime you do that, you add time on the clock. When you come back to each of these, we were talking about this. You want to tell them what happens when you come back after you've done them?
Then then there's no more running out of time. You're just counting up in time. You're just for however you get your best score, your lowest score.
Yeah, I guess the time trial case, which I guess then there's probably an achievement or trophy for that on the other versions, I would think.
Pretty good time.
It's beautiful.
37 seconds left.
Wait, that's it. The new record. Wait,
On this profile.
oh right.
I'll
I'll compare it to the one we
I can't
had.
remember. Yeah, I can't remember what the time was. I think I did a better run last time, but I can't remember.
That being said, we will have his last run off screen about here. Okay, now we're doing that. Yeah, so you're speaking in Morse code, by the way. Okay. Alright, so this is audio.
All that. That was very important information for the stream.
It is also going to be important for the audio editing process. Fine, the editing process later. Because remember, anything you say or do can be used in the editing process when it comes to next couple of days when we put this together. Yeah, this is the audio check for Spyro the Dragon, the Reignited Trilogy version on Switch with D-Trag, Edwak, Nickie. So good to see both of you.
Hello.
Hi.
We have the audio different this time. While my PC, I don't know what happened with the fine. This is not gonna make any sense if I don't mention this. The idea that the battery just died on my laptop, even connected to the power strip I have it. I switched where it is, so it's fine now. But yeah, our audio is at negative 20.2 decibels on OBS for this. We're using the HD60X for the tech on this. Everything's set. So yeah, talk away. So go into what you guys say as far as anything.
Should I do it in normal language or more spoken?
It can be whatever you want, because I remember it was like, yeah, it's either way, but it's like, as long as we're, it's basically, if nothing else, it's just getting the audio volume, I mentioned this before, which is that the audio volumes of the game, make sure the game is loud enough that it can be heard, make sure that our volume is loud enough that it can be heard, and as I mentioned on the mic over there, I have it up a little bit, I usually have it in the middle, but like, hey, voice there that way, so from distance you catch me, because I won't shut my damn mouth, I'm loud enough, booming enough. Nickie, I guess you're kind of the same as far as how picking up volume, as far as voice is concerned.
Yeah, probably.
No?
I'm also pretty loud.
She's extremely loud.
That's probably a good thing.
Okay, extremely loud.
Well, no, I mean, hey, it's like, what was Nintendo's old slogan back in the 1990s? They used to say, play it loud. So that was that. That was when Nintendo was being very edgy with some of their weird marketing. In the case of, like, hey, the Nintendo Power subscription thing is like, hey, it's more satisfying than collecting toenails and putting them in a jar, and they have actual you have some of those Nintendo Power issues on your shelf. That, open one of those up, please, and just take a look at. You're gonna actually do that, aren't you? Okay, first.
No.
Okay. I was like, wait a second, that would be something to that. I think I saw a video saying like one of them was so gross I just stapled the pages shut. I don't even want to look at it. And another one for Star Fox 64 saying like better have a barf bag handy for it. It's like that was Nintendo, I guess, looking at Sega's marketing, saying like, we can do this too, or the advertisement for Yoshi's Island, the commercial, if you've seen that, where...
I don't think so.
It's the one where the guy's eating massively, he's in a restaurant, it's basically take off on Monty Python's Meaning of Life, and he says, do you have room for a bonus level? And then he explodes, and all this stuff.
Yes, I don't think he
Yoshi
was born
explodes?
yet.
No, the guy who's eating all this food explodes. That's how they sold Yoshi's Island to people, as far as the advertisement.
That's so weird. It's so very not Nintendo now.
Well, actually, I'm trying to think, because with Spyro, I guess with Spyro, I know they marketed the idea of Spyro being cool as far as, like, burning the sheep, because that's a big thing in this game, from what I've understood. I mentioned Klonoa, Door to Phantom Isle from Namco, where, actually, no, we were at a party that is like, that sounds like an STD. It's like, that's how they marketed this game. You look at the magazine, it's like, I just got tested for Klonoa. I was like, you'll want Klonoa too. You'll want Klonoa too. Like, I guess nobody did, because now the game is like $400. You know, it's amazing. And it's not at all like that as far as it's just like that's how they decided to market the game. Saying, fine, we're gonna put it that way. It was like, yeah, that was 90s marketing actually, right when around the time this game was around. I don't think that was the idea.
I like how purple this game is.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, the color palette, that's gonna be something that definitely pops out of any version, but especially this one, what we're seeing. Because that's the idea, like, hey, there's one color that the Spyro the Dragon bear get right, it's probably purple.
Oh my god.
No cursing. This is a PG-13 show.
That was Spyro. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, sorry, it's R-rated. Say whatever you feel like then.
It's AO. It's AO.
It's what?
Yeah, adults only.
Adults only.
Actually, yeah, I don't know if you ever played a game with that rating.
No.
Because most games on no console game can be released with it, unless it was on CDI. In which case, the games on CDI are in adults only ratings. But
in this country.
No, they were in this country. There was a game based on the joy of sex that was on CDI, and it's rated as AO. There was the Thrill Kill on the PlayStation that was going to be released, but then Virgin Interactive went out of business. Electronic Arts picked it up, and they said, this is not the game we're interested in releasing right now, so they canceled it. It did have an adults-only rating as far as it, but Sony wouldn't have allowed on the console. So, yeah, in that case, there are adults-only rated games, but fine. My point is, like, hey, you know, if it's natural as far as it's saying, like, yeah, fuck Spyro, it's like I walked into the wall, go ahead. No, hey, it's like, I get that, so it's either way. It's like a natural case of that, go ahead. I mean, I've done that case as well. Sometimes, like, telling a story, you're like, hey, you know, something with I don't know, something with the weird advertising was like fine, talking about the fact that the way they marketed Klonoa. But I still don't get the way they marketed that game. I mean, with this one, I'm trying to remember how they marketed this. Do you remember how they marketed any of the Spyros?
No.
I think the most I remember seeing is that the thing with him burning the sheep. That's about it.
I remember the Crash a little bit in the big mascot suits.
I love him. I love the big mascot guy for Crash. That was amazing. Like he
Oh yeah.
he went over to Nintendo's headquarters in Redmond, Washington, and had the bullhorn out, saying like you're on notice, which I guess made sense because even the game itself was kind of pulling off of other stuff. I mean, the code name of that game initially was called they did call it this way, Sonic's Ass Game, because the idea is that you're facing him from behind. That was what it was in development. They said like they're paying attention to Sonic the Hedgehog and Mario, particularly for that, and then they changed the name. Like yeah, they're not going to release that specifically. Sega's going to be in a case of saying that. Like, what are you calling this Sonic's ass game? Like, you know, Sonic Blast Man, that's not the same thing. So, like, okay, they can't say anything about that. But the other one, like, wait, what is that? Or probably some people were saying, like, hey, that describes the modern Sonic game. Fine, that's Medix's line, I guess.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, I never saw the,
Look
at the flight. Oh, I've got story on the flight. No question on how they designed that for this version and also the original.
Oh, he's so handsome.
Yeah, there you go.
Aww. Looks like Papa Daniel.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your beloved dog. Oh yeah, we've gotten that as well as far as the show. How is he doing, by the way?
He's doing great. He's so handsome. He likes to eat rocks though, still, which is very naughty.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's something that's not going away, right?
What?
That's something that's not going away.
Yeah, well, you just have to watch him when he's outside, and it's a particular. There's only one area, or no, two areas where there's like a particular really tiny rock that he likes to eat. It's like a tiny, like, kind of reddish brown rock or something. So like the big ones he doesn't try to eat at least, but we have to just like shoo him away if he starts to go towards those rocks. We just kind of shoo him away, and he'll listen. He doesn't like really try to go around us to do it, but if we don't watch him, he will eat him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the idea of what it is. That's because he's small, so that's also probably also the concern too.
Yeah. So far nothing bad has happened, but we gotta keep it that way. And then the little ones started eating them when they were little too, but then they stopped, so I don't worry about that.
I don't know, did they pay attention as far as Papa Daniel do it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they watched him do it, and they were like, oh, we want to eat him too. Free snacks out here.
Well, I don't know, I mean, yeah, usually the only time you'd ever want to eat rocks is, this might be really young, because I don't think they made these, as far as it later, Brox rocks.
What's that?
It is a kid, Edwak, do you know what that is?
Pop Rocks?
No, Brox rocks. Well, fine, Pop Rocks, you know what those are, which are like, there's the thing you basically put in your mouth and explode. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's like, it gives you like that fizzy feeling, yeah.
Okay, so Brox Rocks was, if you're familiar with the candy company Brox, this is also why I'll do this show, because I'll random shit, like, what the fuck is this? But, it was, talk about marketing of the 90s again, it's a case where there's this dinosaur with sunglasses. I probably need to put this in the edit, so this is gonna be editing fodder for this very reason. He was saying with these kids, like, want to eat rocks? Like, why would you ever want to eat rocks? They taste horrible. It's like, wrong, you idiots. Like, you know, you want to eat these rocks. They're Brox rocks. They're candy, basically. So it's like, they look just like rocks, but they don't taste like rocks. They're delicious. They're basically like gummy candy, sort of. Except they're shaped like rocks. They do look like rocks. I had them when I was younger. They were actually pretty good, considering there's also a case of, hey, showing that off. No, nice, 102.2.
I don't know how I did. I wish I took a video of how I did the 57, because I cannot replicate it now.
Well, that's good. You might be doing that on the show without even thinking of it. I mean, hey, we have our gaming feats we do on the show. I was mentioning on the first audio test we did, it's like, Sambo Trio for you with Guitar Man. Nickie, we had you when we did the 600 points with the fish throwing game in Freddy Fish Case of Missing Kelp Seeds. I did, by the way, go back to that. It does, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, for that scoreboard, it goes to 999 and rolls over.
Oh, really?
I did test it, actually, after we did it with the version I bought on Steam, so yeah, it does do that.
Okay.
And I did put in the edit saying, like, yeah, it rolled over, but yeah, that was a great play to that. So, like, yeah, you know, the Garrett game feats, you always have a chance of doing that. Because how many times it's like, hey, I'm glad we got that on camera, even something bizarre.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Dang it.
I think I'm doing it too fast. The last part where I have to go under the bridge for the boat guys. I think if I get there a little slower, actually. I can get a good cycle.
I'll just ask you this. I know you, like, a lot of stuff on Switch tend to play with the Joy-Cons as far as how it is. Is this a case where it's better to play this game with them than with Pro Controller, or is there some other method that you could easily play this game with?
My thing is, if you're playing like a high skill game, you probably want like something that's not Joy-Cons.
Like
for
Bayonetta.
Like Bayonetta, for the stability of the Joy-Con, or the controller. Because sometimes if you're like, you gotta do different button combinations very quickly. With Joy-Cons, you don't have like the stability because you're not holding the controller together. You just try to like waste some time.
I guess, I mean, you could use like the little, what's it, like the thing in the middle that you can slide the Joy-Cons in, but I feel like if you're gonna do that, it feels better to hold a Pro Controller.
Oh, 57.3. There you go, you did it.
Oh,
yes.
Also, actually, then again, this can also be your editing fodder if you're like, hey, you want to have that. As far as we'd have it on video, my friend.
Yeah, I figured it out because I was doing it too fast. So that there's that last section where there's the 2 boats, then the arch, and then one more boat guy. I was doing it too fast, so the only way to get the 2 boat guys really quick is to go under the bridge, but then I have to like loop around, and it wasn't working out too well unless I tried that loop-de-loop kind of thing. That might work, actually.
And it looped fully, right? Because you can basically do the U-turn and you can do like the full loop. Yes.
Yeah, those are usually too long to do, though. It's not really worth the time. But I'm curious if I can do that
in that one area.
Oh, wait, it's actually.
I guess for that matter, also was this what it was like on the PlayStation as well, if you remember. Oh yeah, you can.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty cool. Actually.
Whoa.
There you go. That is how you're gonna show it.
Speedrun. Speedrun.
But I don't think that saves time per se. But
yeah, I mean we can
but
always
you get style points.
But you do get style points.
That's true, and we do have the best run of it on video, as it is. So said, if we ever get a case, we could just mention and say like, fine, I'll put that in about here, and there'll be enough of a pause where then when I do the editing in a couple days, this will be there.
Though when we do it the first time through in the run, it's not counting up in time; it's counting down in time. So we won't quite be able to see the time probably.
Either way, then it can be editing fodder. Like that's also I'll do the audio checks to make sure the audio checks, but then if random stuff happens that we don't expect, and we're able to show something off as you can move on the loading screen. I did not know that.
Whee!
There you go, your interactive loading.
I want to poop his nose.
Oh, there he is. There is our
it's looking so dashing.
Yeah, 25 years and not looking a day over 2.
Yeah, there's a baby dragon.
Yeah, I know, and good old Sparks, his friend.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we're good on the audio test unless there's anything else you want to go into as far as this. Translation, we'll stop and listen to how that sounded.
I think it was about the same, except I didn't bump into that last, like second to last arch, third to last arch.
Yeah, wow, that was a great run. No, it was fine. Both cases. This one and then the one I edited in. So yeah, there you go. Good job. And it also shows, I think, above anything else, how precise the flight controls are, but also, I guess, I don't know, in a good way, how they are. Talk about that if you want to go into.
They feel good, definitely, but it can be tricky. Like when I see other people try out the flight controls, it generally doesn't go too well at the beginning. Like they can be tricky to master a little bit, but they do feel very satisfying.
I guess question this: do you think if you have experience with like flight games, is that something that might help more?
Maybe. I don't really have experience with flight games, but that could help. Offhand, I feel like I'm feeling some Diddy Kong Racing airplane mode.
I think that's experience as far as that, you know?
It feels a little bit like that.
Yeah, I can get that as well. I mean, I'm getting a little bit of that. I'm getting a little bit of... Fine, I guess with the other flight games, I have... Fine, Pilot Wings. But fine, even...
What? I was going to say Pilot Wings. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know me too well as far as Pilot Wings now for that. But that being said, even with Pilot Wings, you don't technically have quite the free flow flight in that game as you do in this game. Or I think also stuff like, what was that?
I just want to see, did I just see an enemy spawn in?
Let's see. Yeah, this is also what I do. So yeah, as soon as I take a picture of something or it's a video, like what happened? So yeah, brief break.
Maybe I'm crazy. Let's see.
No.
After I turn around, he's not. Oh no. Oh no, never mind. I'm just crazy.
No, it's either way. It's like, hey, you get to show that. Like, 'cause I do that all the time. You've seen that as far as work's concerned. The fact that, yeah, well, the obvious trap is obvious. Whereas I'll see like, what the hell happened? Let me take a video of this. See like what happened there. You getting eaten by I guess the trees or something. Shit. Wait. Okay, no. It did. I was like, did it eat you? Not necessarily. Or at first I thought it didn't, but it did. Or some of these weird stuff. Or just when I get stuff that like, hey, I can't believe I did that the way I did. Like when I got I got a perfect score on, what's that game we were doing the count in Pokemon Stadium 2?
Stampede?
Yeah, that's the one I failed. You're like, yeah, you're clearly the one who's better at that one than I am. The other one. Whatever that count game was. I don't know how I got that perfect, honestly. I'll have to edit in here. I'll edit that in when we play that game eventually, although that's going to be a ways down.
I like how the grass burns away.
Yeah. It's a awesome effect. I don't think it was something the PlayStation game had. I always don't think it was. Yeah, we're just racking lives up like crazy. Damn. I like the design of those tree things, or like, what are they? Are they trees? What are they? What would we say those things?
That's what it looks like.
Because to me, it almost, weird enough, I don't know why, I get the sense like they're like weird Muppets or something like that. I don't know. And run into Roscoe.
Be on the lookout for attack frogs. They are cold-blooded killers.
Attack frogs?
And this used to be such a nice swamp.
Is that what those were? Attack frogs?
I don't know. We'll see more of them. Alright, so in the water he goes. He's going to the bog. Yeah, we'll find out what those things are. I was like, yeah, if they were, if they like they're going across the ground. As far as fine, through the ground, across the ground, all that stuff. I probably should have asked one of those, but either way, I don't want one. I don't want one. No, I don't want it. I gotta drive home.
That's true too.
So like, no. Yeah, fine. For reference sake, like you probably won't know what the hell is this. It is a drink that they, a video game related drink that they concocted a couple of weeks ago. It is called Rainbow Road, which it is a what's that made out of?
Wait, it's called the Rainbow Road.
Oh, you're not telling what it's made out of?
Oh, what it's made out of? Oh yeah, so the ingredients. Okay, I can tell.
Oh, I see.
Or is it a secret?
I guess we can tell.
Or is it top secret? Then we can't.
Or it's a secret to everybody.
No, we can tell.
Okay, so the ingredients are Pink Whitney, which is pink lemonade vodka. It has Malibu in it. It has triple sec. It has peach soju, and then it has peach calpico. And then it has a rainbow airheads in it, so that you can see that there's a rainbow.
Yeah, because it is called the. Okay, those are the killer frogs. Yeah, I killed you. But yeah, it is. The drink is called. If you wanna, I think they should do the honors. They made this drink.
The Rainbow Road.
Yes, it is. And the hard part of it, like Rainbow Road in the Mario Kart games, or some of the Mario Kart games, is getting the airhead out at the end of it. It's like not going off the sides of the Super Nintendo Rainbow Road in particular. It is a listed drink. They are something of alcohol connoisseurs when it comes to great video game related drinks.
Oh, I thank you.
And there's a picture of that that will be in the link list edit, or not the link list. It'll be in the edit program. But original creation do not steal.
We will come for you. We will sue.
Yeah. And I know good lawyers. So yeah, they can get the hookup.
I pretty much am a lawyer.
Oh,
I play Phoenix Wright.
Right. I've been asked for that, by the way. I love the Mario Kart Rainbow Road, so Dolly Finn says, but I've been going off the road forever in that game. Yeah, absolutely.
Same, relatable.
I know, but that's gonna be the idea. At some point, we just start showing Mario Kart. I want to start with Super Nintendo.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them.
How about charge them and flame them? We are dragons, after all.
Okay, so I like it. It's like, fine, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, you do your way, I'll do my way. But you're right. Actually, go back to the Phoenix Wright thing. That's another game they called dibs on. Because actually, we've been asked for that on this show, as it was. I know we got to do that, and I have them. I bought the. I have them because I knew I got to play these. I bought the Phoenix Wright trilogy on Switch. I bought the Switch version as it was. So yeah, that's gonna. Yeah, you're right. She is a lawyer that way because that was the case with was the one we were playing at work. You guys were playing at work. Probably all of them,
but it must have been one of the three, right? I think it was the third one.
what was that?
Because the case we were doing was the one at the beginning. Actually, I think it was the one at the beginning of 3 where they show. Hopefully no spoilers for anyone
Not
in
yet.
chat.
No, we'll play it eventually, so that's fine.
But like Phoenix is like younger and it's like his college sweetheart.
Yeah.
And that was the first. I think it's like the tutorial case of 3 maybe.
I think so. Yeah.
So that was the one we were trying to resolve. Man, that one was tough. We were stuck on that one for a bit.
Yeah,
Man.
I really like what I played of that because actually I only played it for the first time actually semi-recently when about last wait. Oh, you bounced out of the water? Is that what happened?
Well, I touched the water, but I still had HP, so you can jump out.
Gotcha. You didn't have far down. Oh, no, not that far down. Never mind.
No, there was a place I could jump to.
Okay. Yeah, because I really liked what I played of it so far when I bought that last Christmas bout.
But you've never completed a Phoenix or anything, right?
No, but we were going to do it for the show, and it's theirs.
If you thought that the writing was good, like, before the end of the game, each end of the game, it ties everything together from all the other parts of the game. It's just so good.
It's so it's
the writing is
next level.
The writing is amazing of what I played, just even on that one. But I mean, as it goes more and more, I mean, I've gotten the build of what I played of that first one specifically. But yeah, the other ones. Actually, the point where I also, before I even got those, I got the ones they delisted off 3DS. Well, I believe they're going to be in that. What's the new collection that Capcom announced a few months ago?
It's 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6.
Oh man, I'm so excited.
I don't remember the download only ones on 3DS. Were those them?
Yes, 5 and 6 were download only, or just 6? I can't remember. I think 5 and 6 were download.
Yeah, 5 and 6 I think were.
Have you ever had a cartridge?
Not for North America.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they were digital only on 3DS. So before they closed that store down, I was like, yeah, getting that shit. No way I'm letting that go away. Yeah. Including buying the DLC for that, but I guess the new release is gonna have it. Because hey, say what you will as far as stuff with Capcom in certain cases, but they are the gold standard when it comes to collecting their stuff and also holding their stuff for future generations because, hey, with Mega Man X Dive going offline, they're doing a new version where it's going to be offline. It has most of the content that it had before. Oh, I thought it was like, wait, you have another hit, but no.
I do not.
So I think in that case, like, hey, I'm gonna assume that version's coming out. That was it the Apollo Justice Collection? Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably have all the DLC from the original games.
There's really only one DLC case.
Yeah, which I downloaded. I was like, I didn't want to leave that one on the table.
And there's like DLC clothing and stuff, but that's not really crazy.
Then again, they might include that in, so like, hey, that might be the definitive version. And hey, it's also easier for us to show for the program because it means that I don't have to do the 3DS mod. Like, I'm looking into that. I'm still am, but
handsome
either way.
Or not? The frogs?
Yeah.
The tongue looks like an airhead. Actually, going back to that.
I would say not that much.
Yes, they need to die. So basically, that's the decision. Like, if they look handsome, they can live. If not, they're dead.
Yes.
Oh.
Will I survive this? That's dicey.
I just barely. Yeah, you saw that, right? You almost got hit by
alive.
it. Good job. Okay, that's the close call. I love that. Damon. I think I have his voice.
Releasing me. It seems like I've been trapped in here since I was your age.
Oh no.
Why? I remember. Gotta go.
Oh, you just want to hear the story? Aww.
Okay, fine. I can tell a story this way because we talked about this off screen. I can mention this. Who Damon is voiced by. This is Matthew Mercer, who is the voice of Ganondorf in Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, as well as Stelter Helter and Bishop She-Dux in No More Heroes 2: Desperate Struggle, which is one for the Crusader 64. He's also Walter in Shin Megami Tensei 4. Akuro Mikisugi on Kill la Kill, as well as the voice of Espio the Chameleon in Sonic Forces and the other Sonic games he's been in since. And also Prince Demande on Sailor Moon Crystal. Yeah,
so this geezer-sounding guy is Ganondorf?
In Tears of the Kingdom, yes.
Wow.
In fact, it's funny, because before we did the show, I said, like, hey, you know, you're mentioning Tears of the Kingdom, you know, it's like, hey, like, the villain of it, like, I don't want to spoil it. I was like, I know already, just in general what I've heard, but also because of the fact that, like, the person voicing me, he's like, in fact, Edwak, you said right away, he said, oh, this is who it is. Like, yeah, like, that's him. It's like, that was it. So now we get to mention that specifically because I think we however.
Do you want to do the stage that's full of monkeys?
No, no monkey.
Well, what's up?
I was asking if you want to do the stage that's just full of monkeys.
Why not?
I hate monkeys. I'm actually so scared of monkeys now.
In real life or in game?
In real life.
Okay.
Because okay, so story time.
Okay, story time. If you want to share.
No, I do want to share.
Okay.
So when I was little, monkeys used to be my favorite animal. I loved all kinds, like chimpanzees, little monkeys. You know, I mean maybe not gorillas as much. They're kind of big or whatever. But like I really I love monkeys. It was my favorite
Handsome
animal.
or no?
No monkey.
Look at that guy.
No, he's not.
Actually, it looks like a bat. Okay, it looks like a bat. It's like a bat. It's like a bag connected to like arms with the legs hanging or something.
Yeah, it's kind of gross actually.
It's weird, but okay.
So, I used to absolutely love monkeys. It was my favorite. I had like a bunch of monkey stuffed animals, like my favorite animal. And then at some point, watching TV or whatever, I don't know if you guys remember like the story of the lady that had I think it was a chimpanzee as a pet, and it went berserk, whatever, because monkeys are scary, and it ripped her face off and killed her friend.
Yes. I think there was I think there might have been a documentary about that. I think I don't know if Project Nim was about that. It might have been, or maybe it's another case, but I know the case you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a whole thing, and the way I found out about it was on this. There was a commercial for like an episode of Oprah where she was gonna show up on the episode or whatever, and like the only thing that you saw of her was like she was, I don't know, wearing all black, and she had like a black like veil covering her face, and like the promo for this episode was like, oh, like woman gets her face ripped off by a monkey, and like blah blah blah, like gonna reveal her face or something like on the show, this and that, and I was like, what? And then I was with my like aunt at the time, and she explained to me, she was like, the story, like I just said, like, oh, you know, it was she had a monkey for a pet, and it went crazy and blah blah blah, and it, you know, ripped her face off or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was so shocked because I never in my mind, like, I was a little kid or whatever, but I was like, oh my god, I didn't know monkeys were like violent. I didn't know they would do something like that if you had one as a pet or whatever. And because it was like my favorite animal, I was like, oh, it like scared me so much, and it scared me so much as a kid, the thought of seeing this woman's like face that was like ripped off or whatever.
Okay.
Cause like the promo was like to see it, and I was like, I don't want to see it. Like that's so scary, and I was like, I was very disturbed by like I don't know, like I had like a lot of imagery, I guess, as a kid, and I was like picturing what her face might look like of someone's face ripped off.
Sure.
I don't want to see that. I'm a kid, you know. I don't even want to see that now. I'm an adult. But oh man, like that scarred me. I was like, oh my god, and from then on, I was like so scared of monkeys, like. So I was like, you know, they might just go crazy. And man, chimpanzees are violent. Like they actually will do that. I've also seen, even like in recent times, like a clip of I mean, to be fair, the person wasn't antagonizing it, but like, it was I think it was a chimpanzee at the zoo in an enclosure, like with a, you know, like kind of cage. And some person was being a dumbass and like antagonizing it, and their arms are really long or whatever. Or am I thinking of an orangutan? I don't know. I kind of get them confused.
It might be orangutan.
The one with the long arm, yeah.
I think it's orangutan.
Lanky kind of.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Exactly.
But go on.
And so this guy's antagonizing it, like I was kind of thinking, like, I don't know, being stupid to it, or I don't know what he was doing, but this orangutan reached its long ass arm out and like grabs this guy and is like trying to like basically pull him into the cage, which obviously he can't even fit through. So this guy's like desperately trying to leave or whatever, and man, so a bunch of people came to help or whatever, but like they will kill you. Like it's actually too scary. Okay,
so and even in game, because you're saying like this, the way that they look in this game is enough to say like, no, I don't want to touch this.
I mean, not really. To be honest, it's not like that serious. Like a cartoon monkey. Like I'm not scared of Donkey Kong.
I was going to my next question.
No, it doesn't really go that far. I kind of joke about it, but
very briefly, to get over there is very convoluted.
Okay, how?
We have to actually do this weird out-of-the-way stuff. I'm going through here, turning very sharply, and I missed the jump right there.
Oh, damn. Also, we did see him sneeze. I love that attention to detail when you're standing idle.
Yeah.
He sneezes fire.
Sorry, you can continue this.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, it's okay. I also want to hear about this, too.
But what else? Did you have anything? Fine.
But,
if either one of you, take the pick.
Basically, yeah, no, just mostly real monkeys. So now, even, like, I don't really like little monkeys either. Like, you know, like, I don't know if you've ever been on a vacation where, like, you can like take a picture with one, like they put it on your shoulder
Sure,
and stuff.
yeah.
Like I don't really want anything to do with that at all. Like I just really don't want to be anywhere near them too much. Like
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to the zoo, but like
You'll
I
avoid
feel
that
like
part.
yeah, a little bit. I keep my distance at least. You know,
Sure.
like I don't mind. A part of me is still like curious, like you see them from like far away, but I just want to
Yeah.
like be far away. Like
No, I
I don't
get
want to be
that.
somewhere where, like I think in
Quite a ride,
I thought it was a little weird, but maybe I'm just overly scared about it.
I don't
but
know, I
In,
mean-
in like Disney, I think in the Animal Kingdom, there's like an area where like they're not closed off by like a cage. Like they're closed off by like almost nothing, but they just like hang around their area. I
Yeah.
remember looking and being like, why? I don't know. I was like, they're gonna kill someone.
Right. If you're saying this happened when you were young, and you're right, it was a couple years ago, as far as a decent amount of time. So I get the idea that hey, if you're gonna have that experience, it's gonna be something traumatic enough that you're gonna change your outlook on something like that. Even the point is like, I don't even like a stuffed monkey toy, but like, hey, you know, you can kind of understand it differently for a game because like, hey, it's stylized this way. Actually, it's funny you say that because the Crusader 64 is the same way in Spiders. We mentioned on the show a couple times because we said, hey, he's freaked out by bugs, particularly spiders. So because we were playing Majora's Mask for that, as Realistic Isaac, and there's a unique voice sometime I'll go into later. But that being said, he was saying like, hey, if it's stylized, I'll put up with it. Like he likes Squidder and Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 specifically. And other cases he'll put up with like the sculptures in Zelda. But I say like, yeah, so when we played Deadly Creatures, which is a Wii game, it's by the people weirdly enough who made Splashdown. I don't know how that happened, but anyway, it's a game where it's like scorpions and spiders and snakes trying to look realistic. He's like, no, get that shit away from me. I was like, what about that movie Eight-Legged Freaks with the size of Buick? She's like, no, I don't want to see that either. There's going to be something specific. So I get that idea. Like, hey, we're all going to have that thing. Like, hey, we're going to have that, you know, reaction to specific. Oh, that was close. Where it's going to be, you know, having that effect where you look at it differently going through life. And I don't know, Edwak, if you have anything like that specifically. I'm trying to think of the case of mine where I'm like that. Well, bees is my case. I'll tell you, even the bees in Donkey Kong Country 2 look scary. Like, get those things away from me. I don't want them to sting me. So that's going to be my idea. I mean, usually, or even like outside where I live, it's the case like where my parking spot was, like closest by the building was there, but like a month or so ago, there was like, I think like a bee, maybe yellow jacket nest in the grass by there. It's like, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm parking there. I'm going to, as far as my car, I'm going to crawl out the other side, out the other door, go out the right side so I don't have to be anywhere near them. Even in cases like, hey, you know, I'm doing something like that, or like, maybe I won't park there. It's since been taken care of. So, okay, it's like, I'll have that, you know, reaction that way for it. So I get it completely. Not necessarily because I was afraid of being stung, and I actually was stung at one point, but that was years later. But that didn't really cause it to be coming on. But I still had that element of saying, like, no, I have a fear of bees, and some people are like, oh, they can handle bees. Or sort of kind of with snakes, but differently with snakes. Just in case, like, fine, I'll stay away a little bit that way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, fine, it could be different that way. I mean, I don't know, Edwak, if you have anything like that, like something that, you know, is a primal element to you, like...
That translates into games as well?
Into games or anything, really. Fine, bees I'm mentioning sort of, and it comes up to a game. It doesn't have to be in games, it can be on anything you want. Damn, but you're getting kicked in the face.
I don't think you really have like an animal that you're afraid of necessarily. No. Like not a specific one. I mean, because I feel like in some cases, like, yeah, if there's a tiger right here, I'm gonna be scared. Anybody normal is gonna be scared if there's like a tiger in this room all of a sudden. But like,
yeah,
you know, it's almost like not like illogical or something. But see, I feel like luckily my fear is like I am almost most likely never gonna be like encountering like a gorilla. You know what I mean? Like that's not behind like an enclosure in a zoo or something.
Sure.
So,
no.
But like a bee, like you might see like daily. You know, like you could see a bee anywhere anytime you go outside. So in that way, it's like the only time I really see them is like anytime I've been to like a zoo. And like I said, it's like I feel like I have a rational fear of them, but like
yeah, I do.
But like again, like maybe situations where like you might be on vacation where they want to put like a monkey on you to take a picture. Like I would, no, like I don't like when I see them when they're not completely enclosed.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me feel like I really just want to be far away because like that's scary. But maybe I would say maybe against my will, but it ended up being okay, which was good. I've always had a very strong fear of seeing this person that had their face ripped off. I don't like.
yeah.
Since I saw that from Oprah, I was like, I can't like see this. It scares me. Obviously, like, I don't know. I don't know if it's obvious or not, but like, I just remember thinking like, I can't see that because it's like a big fear of mine. I don't want to see her face.
Or I guess
It's
any
very
face
scary.
that's mangled like that.
Yeah, I mean, and then, like, maybe most people wouldn't, but like, I don't know why the heck they were like, look, Oprah, like, we're gonna show you this person's face that's like ripped off, like, which sounds crazy and like weird, and who knows if that person even wants to show their face, but whatever.
Maybe they do want to say, like, hey, be careful or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's hopefully it was like as a warning, because like you should not have a monkey as a pet. That's not like a pet you should have. And so I accidentally faced my fear actually just the other day. So I was actually like watching TikToks or whatever, and I was like watching TikTok, and it was like someone just like talking, and I was like listening, and she was like talking about something, and like I didn't catch on right away, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, this is the lady. This is it just was the woman talking about her experience, and it's like you said, she was talking about I think she was talking about like the company or the something that like allowed her to like have a chimpanzee as a pet, and how like it's illegal and it's not okay, and and people need to do something about this, about having exotic animals as pets, because like you should not have an exotic animal as a pet. It's not safe or whatever. But but it was a video of her right now, like how she looks like I mean, that must have been like 15 years ago or something.
Probably. When
that happened, like, or at least 15 years ago since the Oprah thing or whatever.
Sure.
So it was just showing her normal, like no veil, no nothing. But she does not look normal, but
she looks better maybe than she did before.
Yes. She apparently, from what I read on the comments, then like she had like a whole face transplant, I guess.
Sure.
And I think her eyes are both fake. They're like glass eyes or whatever. But I didn't realize what I was seeing till it was like, oh, like, okay, I'm seeing her. I realized I was like seeing her. But seeing her now, I mean, again, she doesn't quite look, you would know that there's something like strange like about her face. Like it just doesn't look like a normal person or whatever, but it wasn't that bad.
Sure.
So I was like, I accidentally faced my fear today. I saw her face finally, and it wasn't that bad. But again, I don't think the way she looked today was how she looked 15 years ago. So I still don't want to see it.
Sure. I mean, there's something to be said about that. Sometimes the fact that, hey, what might be in your mind of the imagination of what does something like that look like, that might look worse than actually seeing it.
Yeah.
But it's also one of those cases that, hey, because I am a case of that. And also, I don't know if you played through, I know you're a big one on those Walking Dead games. You didn't play Season 2 yet, did you?
I think I did. I think I did, actually. It's been a minute, but I think I did.
Okay, because I was going to say, did you finish it?
No, he just, like, started the beginning.
Fair warning, there is a part of that in that game.
Oh, does it get, like, or...
Oh, yes.
I played it, so...
Oh, yeah. It absolutely does. We're going to show those games on the show eventually for them, because I think we should. Because I love those games in particular.
Yeah, I like them too, actually.
Or if you want to call dibs on any of them, but Season 2 in particular, Season 2, that is the roughest of all of them, and that's saying a lot. And they show something, not that case, not like, hey, it's exactly this, but you do see a face that is that way. I will not give an indication as far as what that is necessarily if you haven't played it, because that's a case where, if I mention even who that happens to, that would be a massive of spoiling of the story. But it's a case that it does a good job. It does have that weight to it, but it's also fine. That's also a game that's emotionally, that's gonna be an interesting one for me to play for this show, because that game is, even amongst all the other ones that are insanely moving, that one within like 10-15 minutes of it, I was sobbing on the ground watching that, because it's so insanely harrowing. But I mean, I like that I went through that as far as how it went, even though I have my issues as far as how that works, as far as how it's telling story along the way. Of all the games in that, I think that illusion of choice criticism that goes with, that's the one where it's the most, but then that game sticks to the landing brilliantly. But it's also something that one puts you through the ringer even more than the ones that came later, and also the Michonne one in particular. But yeah, that was
no, I like those games.
Oh, I love them. Actually, I'll go back as far as the Isaac voice, because I mentioned I was going to talk about that. Isaac and Maximus in particular, they are voiced by actually somebody semi-famous as well. Fred Tatasciore, who is the voice of Marcus Kane and Sweet Tooth in Twisted Metal Head-On the PSP and the PS2. He's also the voice of Bilehite in the English dub of Baten Kaido's Origins, which is not going to be in that Baten Kaido's collection that's out next month, but that was the case. He was also the voice of the tanks and the boomers in Left 4 Dead. You ever play Left 4 Dead? This is like a zombie shooting game. And you always hear the people going, "Boomer" or "Tank." Like he voices the tanks. He's also the voice of Bane in Batman Arkham Asylum, and he's also been the voice of the Incredible Hulk in the games and also a lot of the animated stuff. He's been it since a game, talking about a deeply underrated game, The Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction. I don't know if you ever played that. That is a fantastic game for PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox from Radical Entertainment, who made The Simpsons Hit and Run and the Prototype games. It's open world with the Hulk, and you can just bash stuff around. It's amazing. He voices the Hulk, and it is a terrific game. One I'd love to actually show for this program. But yeah, that is who Isaac is voiced by. So yeah, we definitely got some pretty big voice performances in this, even in regards to all these other stuff. Actually, did we see anybody called Albin yet?
Albin? Not that I noticed, but I probably haven't read every single person's name.
Okay. I do know we saw Devlin. There's also, they also voiced Magnus and Hexus. He's voiced by Mark Grave. This is Mark Grau, I should say. This is an interesting one. He voiced Leisure Suit Larry from the franchise going back to the 80s. The very first one, Leisure Suit Larry, Land of the Lounge Lizards. He voiced the main character in that. He's also in other Insomniac stuff. He was the voice of Mr. Zircon in the Ratchet & Clank franchise, starting with Ratchet & Clank Future Tools Destruction for PlayStation 3. He's also the voice of Hollister in Gun, which is a game on Xbox 360, PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. It's a Western game by Neversoft, who made the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater games and Apocalypse. And also, he was himself in a movie called In a World by Lake Bell. You ever seen that movie?
Mm-mm.
It's actually fitting to this because it's about voice acting. Because it's basically, if I remember remember the name of that famous guy who did the movie trailers. That guy, his name will be below when I edit this. The movie was actually kind of autobiographical in the sense that it was after his passing in 2013, I think. Lake Bell made this movie, which basically she wanted to be the next announcer, like doing the In a World where dragons are kidnapped and fire is breathed everywhere and monkeys are walking on stilts. No, fine, sheep are walking on stilts. My mistake. Something like that. He was in that, but fine. I also saved the best for last as far as who Mark Grau also voiced. We mentioned the CDI Nintendo games on this show a lot because I want to torment the Crusader 64 with it, sort of, but also explain the context, like why they're very important. You remember Hotel Mario? He voiced Mario, Luigi, and Bowser in that game.
Beautiful.
So you get that opening.
Wow, wait. Mario, Luigi, and Bowser?
In Hotel Mario for CDI. You know that opening cinematic where he says, like, nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti. That is Mark Grau, who voices Devlin, Magnus, and Hexus in this game. And actually, I'm also going to dig this out from the link list. You actually did like a redub case of that cutscene, I think like 12 or so years ago. I'll definitely have that in the link list. But yeah, so voices from that CDI Mario game is in this game. Who knew? And he was pretty prolific as far as voice acting and other stuff, especially with the Ratchet & Clank and Leisure Larry. But who knew? I didn't know that when I was doing the notes. I was like, oh my god, I gotta take this down. I need to talk about this. As we save Siddiqui.
Metalhead is all charged up to meet you. Attacking the power pole should disrupt his power supply.
Oh, the Rune Town?
Oh, he's the boss. Alright.
Oh, it's a boss.
I guess it is. Like, he looks big enough to be a boss. We're in this area that looks, lit up.
I can't get over how much it's covered in.
Oh, you're right.
Does he?
Yeah. It just really does.
Alright, so what are you doing here?
We gotta break all the power poles. We also make them break the power poles.
Perfect. Oh, he has a little
What a
butt.
fool.
Yeah, okay, he has the radioactive symbol on the back of him. Yeah, so yeah, don't let him get away. Fine, he'll die, don't worry. I guess he dies. I don't know if he dies or just doesn't come back. Okay, oh wait, the gem's up there.
Also this way. Right now we're gonna do this.
Alright.
I feel like this is the most involved one we've seen so far.
I'm also trying to be careful because skill point here for not getting hit.
Oh, I see.
Whoa. They can break.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Good job.
Wow. Yeah, the bosses are just not very hard, which, like, I mean, it's kind of like on vibe with the rest of the game. Honestly.
What do you think of that as far as like a collectathon platform game? What do you want bosses that are maybe more involved or more of them? Or it depends on the game.
You know, I feel like the bosses are just like on like par with like how hard the whole game is, which I think is like not bad. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. You know, sometimes you want like a really difficult boss, and sometimes like I think it's fine that they're not that difficult. I mean, you're kind of just like breezing through this game, you know? Like I feel like the final boss won't be very difficult either.
Okay.
I can't actually quite remember if it was or not, but I mean, I feel like it can only be like a medium amount of challenging at most. Like this guy didn't even really barely try to hit you at all.
Yeah, because the reason I'm thinking that is that, hey, I know you love Banjo-Kazooie, the first one. Banjo-Kazooie really only has, I think, about, what, 3 bosses? We really want to put it that degree. If that, well, depending on how you really want to say, well, actually, no, that's not right. Because there's Gruntilda, there's Nipper, there's, the Zubba's Hive, there's, the thing with the boxes in, Rusty Bucket Bay. Fine, there's like 5 or 6 bosses, and only really 2 of them kind of are really bosses. And then when Donkey Kong 64 came out, every world is a boss, which are exquisitely designed. And then Banjo-Tooie had bosses after every world as well. But I don't know, or in every world as well, I should say. So I don't know necessarily if... I mean, I guess it depends on the game, really. Where are you going to take that as far as saying you want bosses more, you want more challenging bosses, and when you're like, no, you're satisfied with it.
What do you think is the hardest boss you guys have ever fought?
In any game?
In any game.
Let me think about that. That I personally fought. Let me think. How about you? Nickie, what do we have one off the top of your head?
I feel like I need to think about it harder, but off the top of my head, I feel like maybe in Bayonetta.
Okay.
That was pretty tough, but I feel like I've died more in other games trying to beat a boss.
Which Bayonetta is it?
Honestly, any of them. But I feel like I maybe didn't die too many times trying to beat that boss. I feel like, you know, this is kind of different. I feel like I almost want to put this in a separate category, but
sure.
I think it took me an hour and a half to beat the like boss of Sonic Frontiers, of like that bullet hell kind of, okay, wait, hopefully it's not spoilers.
Ooh, this is spoilers.
Wait, as far as not how it plays, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe we don't talk about that.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
okay.
Fine. I have Series X now, so I'll be playing it more as it is. But I know just the way it plays, it's like changed the style of enough, so it's kind of a question. Because I know in a lot of cases with that game, you have those big bosses for it. Like, hey, you want to go into it? Go into it. If it's also the case like, hey, it's gonna go into something like that. I'll have a thing below saying like, hey, we'll come back here, and that'll be the case. You want to talk about it, talk about it. I'm not gonna say no. Don't tell us.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say, you know, I won't say too much just in case, because maybe it is kind of.
I want to balance. It's your choice.
But I think at the end of Sonic Frontiers, I was able to do it in the end. I felt very proud of myself. But I think it took me an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes, and I tried so many times.
Yeah.
But man, did I feel accomplished when I did it.
Sure.
Oh, but that was pretty tough. But it's like a particular style, obviously.
It's a different gameplay style, and also you can only fight the boss if you're playing on hard mode. So
Yes.
It's a small tip for anyone playing Sonic Frontiers. If you want the true ending, you need to fight the true final boss, which only appears if you're playing on hard mode. And you can switch it to hard mode even right before you fight the final boss. You can even switch it to hard mode. But as long as you are in hard mode when you fight the normal final boss, then you will be able to fight the true final boss afterwards. And it changes the gameplay style, and it's very different from the rest of the game.
Okay.
Man, it was it was so hard, but it was actually so fun. Like, I didn't want to stop trying. Sometimes I do want to stop trying. If I'm really, really struggling.
Sure.
And I'll pass it off to the game beater, but like, that one, I was genuinely enjoying it, and I really wanted to keep trying, and then I did do it.
And spoiler alert here, a little bit. It changes its gameplay style to the style of Ikaruga.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So, I have
man,
it.
it's
I have it. I still have to play it more. I haven't played it massively because like you think like the Sonic fan has played this game massively, but no. Now that Series X is going to change because now I have a better. Fine. It didn't run bad on Xbox One, but now that Series X, this is a case of they don't run that more. Although, question I want to ask you this, because of that. When we say run in the hard mode of the Sonic games, this is like Sonic Forces where they give you the hard mode, but it basically is just in the name of it, and like the other ones, it's like to make it easier if you never came to it before, or it's actually make it really harder.
It's not. I think we played the whole game in hard mode, maybe.
Okay, so
Did we?
that might
Oh,
be.
okay.
It might be like Sonic Forces
No,
then.
or did we switch it?
specifically.
Maybe we
I
switched
think you
it.
switched
No, I think
it.
we switched it
I
right
think you
before,
switched
actually.
it. I think we played normal mode.
Okay.
Yes. And the bosses were hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
In general.
The first one I
Yeah, I
thought
would
was
say
kind
that.
of a bit more difficult. Although I just have to understand how that plays because it plays definitely differently than other 3D Sonics. Even go back to like the hardest boss thing. Let me think about that.
I
That
feel
I've
like,
beaten.
but I feel like something that's objectively harder that I didn't do, but I watched him do, was at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. Remember?
What part of that?
Kingdom Hearts 1 has bullshit final bosses.
Yeah.
Which
Who's the
one?
final
Oh, not Xehanort. That's the second game.
But the thing is, like, in my mind, if a final boss is hard, if he's having a hard time beating it. Like, if I'm having a hard time beating it, that's like, alright, it's just me.
Okay, well.
If he's struggling, then I'm like, he's the game beater.
Well, to be honest, I'll say when we played Kingdom Hearts 1 for the show, I grinded sword to level 100 because I'll tell you what I did. One thing is that I fought Sephiroth completely blind. And I thank Nocturne for that because she said use what's the power that you toss the Keyblade at people?
Ars Arcana?
Not that one, the other one.
Ragnarok?
There's this power you throw the Keyblade out. You're invincible when you do that. We used that.
That's a cheese, yeah.
No, I
Wait,
didn't
is
know.
it
I didn't know that was the case. It's like let me do that, but
Is
even
it?
then,
Sephiroth at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1?
no, you fight him in the arena. It's an
Oh.
alternate. We
Yeah,
fought all the
I
alternate
don't remember
battles.
if we did that. Did we fight Sephiroth? I think we might have not done because it's optional.
Yeah, but I said I got to show off all of them also because
we
that was easier honestly than the final boss. But at that point, I'd played the final boss before. But I get the idea like, hey, it can be really hard. I mean, I've heard I'm going to be in for a hell of a time when I get to Chain of Memories and 2, as far as for the show.
Oh my god. Okay. Proud moment. I want everyone to understand, as a youngin', Nickie did not beat games, like, ever. Like, I was never good enough to beat, like, the end of the game. Or, like I said, like, I got stuck on Crash, like, I forget if we were talking about this before the show started or not, but in Crash Bandicoot, yeah, I think I got to, like, level, or, like, World 3 or 4 as a kid, and, like, then couldn't beat it, or whatever. Like,
That was Wrath of Cortex, yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, Wrath of Cortex in particular. But as a kid, I beat Kingdom Hearts 2. I beat the final boss. It took me forever. It probably took me like 2 or 3 hours or something to do it. And I was like very confused about the mechanics. I always ended up in like really far out in outer space, and at some point I was like, is this really what I'm supposed to be doing? Like being in outer space and trying to get back to like where like the final boss was.
I think that game is demanding you run the drive modes, or the drive forms. Am I right about that? From what I've understood, that's what everybody's told me. In fact, ElecVerse told me that when we played the first game, which I guess when you played the first one, was that in proud mode you ran it?
When I played?
Oh wait, no, fine. I guess when you played, yes, but also when he played Kingdom Hearts 1, you're running on proud mode. Holy shit, that game is hard.
No, I think we played on normal mode. As a kid, I definitely played on normal mode.
On proud mode, that game is insanely hard.
No
but
way.
I mean, so in that case, you're right. No question about that. We ran normal for the program.
Yeah.
But
I
still,
did normal.
Yeah, because on proud mode, that is insanely hard for that.
I beat Kingdom Hearts 2 as a kid, and
Sure.
I had never been so proud of myself.
I said we'll do that for the show as far as me beating, because actually I've never beaten it myself. I've only beaten the first one, but I know we gotta get back to Kingdom Hearts. I gotta do before we do 2. I gotta do Chain of Memories, and everybody's saying I don't want to be involved in that with you. It's like, okay, fine. Well, fine. And Medics might, because fine, he doesn't like Kingdom Hearts, but he does. When I told him it's a card battle like thing, he said.
Chain of Memories is terrible.
Really?
I hate
we
the card
like,
battling.
Hello, Spyro.
yeah, we started it and we did not love it.
It's not a card battling system.
Fine, I know it's not. It's
It's
It's not what you
weird.
imagine. It's not what he imagines as a card battling system.
probably not. I mean, and you have the benefit of having played both versions. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the Game Boy Advance and then the PS2 and other collections versions, which we'd use. But fine, the only reason I'm doing that one first is because I want the story of 2 to make sense when we get there. I really do. I don't want that to be lost the way I was when I first played, because I only played 1 and then I played 2. I was like, I didn't play Chain of Memories. I didn't know I needed to do that. So as I said, I want to be fair to that opening couple hours of that game, and also, Nickie, when we get to that point, if you want, I would maybe encourage this, if you'd at least be on for part 1 of that, because I think that part of the game deserves the defense. The same way that they're going to also give part of the defense when we get to the finale of Pokemon Violet, because I was going to play through it specifically when we get towards the end. I'm going to make a phone call to them. I was like, we're finale on part of this when we're doing it.
Gotcha.
So, for Kingdom Hearts 2, I think that's going to be the case. So, I got to do that with Chain of Memories, but I got to figure, I don't know when the hell we're doing Chain of Memories. I got to figure when we can do that. Because I know there's other stuff we got to do in RPG. We're doing Lunar currently. That'll go to at least December, maybe into January, I don't know. Gemini 96 and I are starting Earthbound in a few months. After that, I know the Crusader 64 called Paper Mario at some point. Him and Kazu22 are going to be involved for Shadow Hearts Covenants. I'm going to do Rhapsody Musical Adventure at some point because there's only 2 parts and I want to show that game. Let's see. Persona 3 FPS, I know was asked for as far as ElecVerse is concerned. That. Chain Memories is mentioned. Trying to think of other RPGs. Nier Automata is kind of a half and half. That's sort of an RPG, sort of not. Noctune's doing that. I'm not handling this as RPG specifically as far as it. Okay. Wait, is that supposed to happen?
This is by design.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a skill point.
Oh, cool.
Skill shot.
There you go.
But it is a fake wall. It's the world's first illusionary wall.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, first I said, wait a sec. But fine, you didn't say, like, this is your fault, because we're on the show and something weird happens. But either way. And fine, the other game I said I'm not handling is an RPG, Shenmue. I want to do Shenmue, I don't know when I'm going to do that, as it is. Oh, that right, never mind. Okay, fine, forget that. But anyway, yeah. So I gotta figure as far as stuff. I guess other stuff RPGs. I don't know, is there any RPGs you want to call for this program that we haven't done yet?
RPGs are too long.
Not all of them. Not all of them. What are we doing with Final Fantasy? I'm gonna ask every goddamn guest that, specifically, because I don't know.
Which one?
I don't know which one. I will.
You just finished 7.
You just finished 7. I gotta finish 7 myself. We're running PlayStation on 7. I'm gonna put my flag in the ground on that.
You never finished 7?
No, I've had it for years, but I haven't finished it. But I know I gotta fix that. I gotta beat a Final Fantasy game. I haven't done that yet. I bought Mystic Quest on Super Nintendo last week, and I know that's short specifically, so that thing for it. 4 I love, even though I've never finished it, but still I love 4 to death.
We're playing Crisis Core right now.
Crisis Core Reunion, which I bought that as well.
It's really good.
Young one.
Yeah, I'm impressed by what I saw.
I really like Jack. Or Zach?
She can never remember his
Zach.
name.
Zach.
Called him
And prepare.
Bill, Tom.
Okay, everyone gets a unique name. Everyone's like Cloud, Tifa,
Yeah, I'll get that.
Eris, and then Zach.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whoa, I get like the most American name.
I guess so. Actually, yeah, by the way, let's talk about Lateef there, because weird enough, he is not credited in this version. But he's credited in the PS1 version as Eli Woolston, who, no. Jamie Elcroft is the name of him. He voiced Eli Woolston in Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights, which is a horrible movie, by the way. He was also Stone in Ultra Echo, which is a game on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. And he also is the voice of Victor Hoffman in the Gears of War franchise and Otto in Minecraft Story Mode. So yeah, just that's on the PlayStation, but in this one he's not credited. Don't know why. Okay, yes. Just going back to Final Fantasy thing briefly, because like I don't know which one we're gonna start with. I gotta do one. We gotta figure what it is, but yeah. I don't know. Suggestion on which one we should start with.
For a Final Fantasy for the
7.
7.
I really like 7.
Yes, with vigorous use of the ×3 speed feature.
Whoa, what happened?
To which I say, fuck no. We're playing on the PlayStation, and I'm not moving on that one. We play Final Fantasy 7 original, playing on the PlayStation, no exceptions, because I have it on that specifically. But fine. 8 I might not, because I only have 8 as far as the Switch version, which actually they did decently. I want to do 4 because I love 4 to death. I know 6. all those guys said like, who's calling dibs on stuff? I don't know. Are there any Final Fantasies you want to call dibs on when we get to them? Except plus 7 remake. That's Nocturne. No one's touching that except her. Ow.
You gotta kill the balloon.
Oh, I see.
No, I can only do short games.
Yeah, because always gonna be 3 parts.
I know.
You think so?
I'm willing to make an exception.
So wait.
Why don't you just beat the world record-breaking speedrun? Like, is that really that hard?
So wait, no. I just wanted to get you're serious. You're like, hey, you don't want a long game. You don't want to be a long game.
That's why I want to do Spyro. I like Spyro because it's pretty short. I like.
But then we could do more games.
Yeah, I like completing more games. Like,
yeah, so
sure.
instead of doing like 10 parts of one game, yeah.
No, that being said, like, hey, if we're gonna be doing something,
okay.
If we're gonna do something like, hey, I think, look, I want to show Shenmue. It's like I know that game's long, but like I want to show that damn game because I love it.
I have the highest record of games beaten on your show.
Yeah, he loves beating games. I see, and I'm gonna forget how to play games, and I'm gonna forget how to play it between. You know?
But see, it's funny that because like, hey, you know, balancing this out as far as stuff for show, and also I guess because here's the other thing. You're right. Certain games are not going to be as long, or going to be longer than others. So.
Okay, I'm just like actually.
How's that gonna work?
Okay, I need to pay attention. I'm like so.
Okay.
No, not you. I'm letting everyone down right now.
No, it's
definitely.
fine.
By reigniting. Yes, he left.
No, he didn't leave for that reason.
He broke up with me permanently.
Oh, Jesus. No, he didn't. Yeah, if he did, like, that's a problem. But that being said, that's not what's going on. Oh, yeah.
Wee! No, that's a joke, Chad. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't be concerned.
Yeah, okay. That being said, back to the thing, fine. I get that idea as far as, like, want to go games that way, but fine. I know there's going to be preparation for certain things, like how do we run certain games. There's also the case that I'm not going to put a limitation. Somebody's like, you can't let's play a racing game. Like, yeah, fucking watch me. Of course I can. We've done it already with a couple, as it was. We did that with F-Zero X. We did that with Sonic & Knuckles Racing Transforms. There's something I want to do Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo. That's when we started Mario Kart, I think, and other ones as well. But I know some stuff is going to take a bit longer.
No, are you being serious? I'm so bad at games. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You showed the Freddy Fish skill, and you got the skill point with the electric board. That's not true.
You're right. I got the skills for a children's game.
Well, no, hey, that was hard as far as some of those things you did, and same with this game. So that's that idea as well. Now, in case that
it's time for gamer stance now.
Okay. Okay, so but that's curious. Look, I know that there's a lot of stuff, but it's also the case like, look, I want to show stuff. I know chat wants to show stuff. I know other guests want to show stuff. So how do I manage that, and how do I make it so it's going to be, you know, in line enough? Yeah. So I'm not saying like no. So I'm sympathetic to the idea as far as completed games on show. As far as you get fireworked. Yeah, do not feed the... Who is that? Oh, fairies.
Fairies!
Actually, you got, that's one of the details of Carlos Rocky's credits I did not mention. He voiced Crocker on the Fairly Odd Parents, so fitting. He's voiced Spyro on the PlayStation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he voices Crocker on that show, and he voiced Spyro in the PlayStation game. It was... I did take that down as a note, but I don't think I actually went into that. That's fine. That's the one credit of his that I didn't talk about, as it is when we talked about Carlos Rocky, so yeah, actually that did fit. Yeah, most games beaten on show. Fine. It's not going to catch up with me because I do the show every week, but that being said, it's something that... I don't know what to think about that. Like, put to him games that are things to be beaten quickly. I guess that... Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking that. Because... Look, we're going to do Beautiful Katamari. Do you know how long the game is at the top of your head?
Oh, it's not very long at all. I actually think we might have beat it in like 1 or 2 days, just us playing casually.
Right.
Not even like, you know, doing like a 5-hour or 6-hour thing at a time.
Right, because Stanley I did 2
It's short.
I mean, I did 2-part. Fine. That was before I did... Well, fine, it was actually both of you asked for that. Thank you, by the way, for asking that. Treating that show as you did. But I did that in 2 parts because I wasn't doing 5-hour shows. If I did, that would be 1 part. And I did do 1 part on We Love Katamari. And I'm going to come back to that again with Nocturne at some point because she was supposed to be on that in person. She couldn't be. And now that they patched that game right for the new one, I'll show the new stuff. But, yeah, because, Edwak, I'm thinking what you're saying there as far as wanting you want to have records of, like, most completed games. So, then in that case, stuff is just 1 part. What are you thinking of stuff you might want to show? Just a full list.
Tower of Dorado?
I think Nocturne told his, like, if you actually want to do
Darn
that.
it, no, you know it's taken already, so.
Well, no, fine.
He's definitely
if you want it that
joking.
badly,
Joking.
I know he is.
I do not want it. Okay, here we gotta like fly and.
Who wants Hello Kitty Island Adventure?
Isn't that a real game now?
Is it?
Which one?
I think they made it for real now.
Do they really?
Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Well, there's a lot of games based on that enterprise. As it was, Hello Kitty Island Adventure was.
Yeah.
Is
But
that?
that's like a joke from like South Park.
Wasn't there that the car racing game, Cruiser, Kitty
Hello
Cruiser?
Kitty... It might be Island Cruisers, maybe. Or
It was
Hello
on
Kitty
Wii U, and I
Something
think it was
Cruisers.
on
No,
Switch.
we
as
have
well.
Hello Kitty Cruisers on Switch.
Yeah, or
That was
just
the
Hello
one.
Kitty Cruisers. Okay.
I feel like they just made a game called Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
That'll be so
I saw
funny.
like a TikTok of it.
Let's see.
Was it the sound clip from South
Yeah.
Park?
No, he's right. It's on PC. It's on.
Wow.
No, it is on Apple Arcade. Yeah, it's on Apple Arcade. No, it's real. And I believe it's free to play as far as that goes. Yeah, that's right, they did. So then, fine. What single part games do you want to like? Hey, run. That maybe we haven't discussed yet.
Ripto's Rage.
Is that one part game?
It might be a little longer.
Okay. So fine. You want? I don't know. Do you want to call the rest of these? Is that the idea?
No, we'll see.
We'll find the rest of the PlayStation ones. Or PlayStation era ones, I guess. Yeah, because that's, as I said, that's been a fascinating thing for like, hey, for certain games I want to show off, but also, like, because I'm doing Contra Hardcore, that's a one-part game as it is for that, but I've been practicing that one for so damn long. Actually, going back to this Edwak, since you weren't in when I asked this to Nickie, Beautiful Katamari, is that, how long is that one?
Shorty.
Beautiful Katamari is probably a one part as well.
Also, because we're running on
Yeah.
Series X with the loading time, it's going to be better, so it's probably, and the frame rate's going to be 60 FPS slot. But, so I think that probably will just make it go faster anyway. I know you love Sonic Unleashed, that's not going to be one part, I know that for a fact.
That is not, no, that is definitely longer.
And Series X are playing that, that's also why I bought the Series X, in all honesty, among some of the other stuff that I know is only on that coming now. Yeah. If you're going to keep hitting me with stuff as far as, like, single part stuff that hasn't been taken. And yeah, in that case, if you want to create records as far as stuff beaten on show, you can have that. Or we can get that way as far as case of gas. Actually, I'll have to think about this.
Supercharge will get you to
Who's-
new places here in Lofty Castle, too. See where it takes you.
Yeah, there's probably camcorder as well. I can kind of
I
indicate.
feel like that was a pretty good voice performance delivery there.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think who's had the most completed games as far as show. As far as other people playing. Let me think about this. Fine, she's had 2 in one show.
Where am I going? Where am I? I don't remember where I'm supposed to go.
Wait, so you're gonna...
So let me think about this. Okay, fine. We'll have this. This can be a fine. It's gonna be 2. It's gonna be Nickie will be 2.5 with this, and the 2 Freddy Fish games you played. Edwak will be 1.5 with this and Guitar Man.
Well, I'm gonna keep playing humongous games then if I get to win. Most games played.
Yeah, you could.
Let's see.
Wait, does that count? I guess that counts as 2 for 2 Freddy Fish.
Yeah, I already beat 2 games.
They do, yeah.
Wow.
The Crusader 64. Actually, I think he might have the record before because of Space Channel 5, Majora's Mask.
I like Space Channel 5. That was.
Oh, that game's awesome. And he'll be in the movie to do the sequel eventually. Kirby Superstar and Shadow Hearts. So, yeah, that's right. Let me think about this also. Nocturne.
Thank you for
She has Mega Man Legends 2. She's finishing in November. She'll have Typing the Dead. So it'll be part of that. Mega Man Legends 1, Aladdin. That's about 4 for her. Dolly Fan will have 2 by end of year with Tetris Attack we already had, and Street Horticulture. Kazan 22 has 1 currently, which is Guardian Heroes. Todorova has hold on, let me think about him. He might be the record now thinking about this, because fine, I played Ocarina of Time, he was involved in that one. We did GoldenEye, and let's see, he's doing Lunar. We got Game Dev Tycoon that's still pending the final couple parts. We're doing next year at some point. Well, fine. He was in on Sonic Mania. Actually, no, Nocturne's involved with Sonic Mania, so actually it's Nocturne. Well, yeah, I think it's Nocturne then. Because there's 5 parts. We did 5 of them because we did Sonic Mania. I think who else we've had on shows if it's not. Stranger Tony was involved with 2 games with Beef, but only on part 4 of each of those. And Aeronaut was on 2 with that. Actually, no, 3 for Dolly Finn, and also Monty UK on 2. Well, Dolly Finn might have been 4 because we did Christmas Nights. Monty UK was on Christmas Nights as well as Tetris Plus for all 3 of those. I think World of Illusion. Yeah, and then fine. I'm technically more than anybody because I've done the show multiple cases for it of games I've played for it. But
hang it.
Well, no. But that being said, I guess that's fine to that as far as what is because I'll mention one other thing now. I'm thinking about this.
I'll host your own show without you. That's the only way I can. That's the only way I can catch up.
Well, it's either way, but it's interesting because I'm thinking about this as well, which is that when it comes to the guests we have on the show, as I mentioned, we have the best chat on Twitch and the best guests, which we do. But
another skill point here.
What do you do?
Is, very particularly, we have to destroy that log stump. That stump over there. The only way to get there is to, or one of the ways to get there is to do this.
Nice. So, yeah, because I've been thinking about this, like, hey, if guests I've had, there's going to be that element that they bring to it as far as, like, the niche they fill with what their interests are, what games they show and all that. But it's also the case that, hey, I always said this, I think I said this to Nocturne, I said, I don't necessarily want to pigeonhole you as far as what you are involved with or play on the program, but clearly you have your, it's like, she's big on the Mega Man stuff, Nickie, you're big on the Humongous Entertainment stuff, Edwak, you're big on, Spyro, used as far as franchise and stuff we've done so far. Let's see. So it's a bit of question like, hey, you know, I also want to be in that case like, hey, clearly you're going to be known for that. So Nickie, in your case, I'm saying like, yeah, you want to do the humongous stuff. I'm going to say, sure, of course. But also the case that I'm also going to give you opportunities like, hey, if there's other stuff you want to show that aren't those, go ahead. I'm not going to say, hey, you know, it's just, fine, whenever we have those, she'll be on, no question. But also that other stuff she might want to show, like, hey, something unexpected. You might not expect to see her on a program, or Edwak on a program, or anybody on a program. Feasibly, I guess Animaniacs, because I forgot as far as that, because we did Parasite Eve, and we'll do Streets of Rage 3 at some point next year. That would be like one part case. And then also, in his case, that might be a case, like, maybe, fine, I don't know. The unexpected case is if he is willing to be coming in on a Sonic game of some sort. Oh, okay. Well, fine.
Maybe an old one.
Yeah. We'll find one we haven't covered yet. Although, I think maybe what we have to do, when I get to Sonic 06, I think I need to have, like, every guest on one part of that, at least. Tell the story. And also, remember, because of that Xbox 360 store closure thing, remember, Sonic 06 is not backwards compatible with the later Xbox system. Imagine if it was, because then that would mean that it would be a locked 60 FPS frame rate. And the loading would be, like, almost instantaneous. Although, fine, we have Sonic Project 06 on the PC that basically turned that into something amazing as far as, like, the fan project of that, which is unbelievable. But I think with Sonic 06, the point is that because they're going to be delisting the DLC that's for that, I have to buy the DLC for the purpose of this program. And, yeah, we'll show it that way. So I think in that case, I'm going to basically balance everybody. Like, everybody's getting a turn with this game feasibly. Well, I don't know if Meg's like, no, like, she's like, I don't know, I'd rather go and, I'd rather go listen to the Red Hot Chili. Fine, if he came down to a choice like that, he'd probably pick the Sonic game, or probably say what the Crusader 64 said as far as, so, like, that or bullet to the head. I was like, I'd take the bullet, probably. It's like, no, don't say that. But I was like, okay, fine. Because I've been thinking that shared dibs, and go back to the, actually, you know, yeah, that's an idea. Maybe be down with this idea, which is that for some of these Final Fantasy games or certain things, if we have like a shared dib where you have one person on one group of people or person on one show and other people on another one. I'm gonna do that with Final Fantasy 9 at some point because I know there's like 3 people who would love that game. Or yeah, so I don't know, maybe more right now more than anything. I'm just spitballing ideas as far as what that is. But yeah, I'll take that of course to heart as it is, just because I kind of make me think that way as well. He's knocking down. Dark passage.
Scary.
No, it's fine.
It's dark.
No, it's okay.
Okay, now you're going toward. Now he's going towards the camera, so like now it's really serious. Actually, is there any...
I know. Why is that so serious? Like he's like, all right. I mean business right now.
Actually, I gotta ask you a question. You're saying like, hey, there's a psychological element of going from left to right or right to left and something. Is there one from coming from the background to the foreground? Perhaps. I guess that you're gonna be, you know, maybe something dominant. The fact like, hey, he's coming to get you or something. I don't know. Or coming to get action as far as the, like, hey, where we are.
Like nothing that I learned kind of like with the other one, but it does seem intimidating, right? Like it seems like, all right, I'm coming at you. This is serious right now. Like I feel like a lot of times they show like, I mean I don't know, I don't watch a lot of like superhero stuff really like too much, but doesn't it feel like maybe, I don't know, in my imagination, like Superman when he flies, like he's like coming right at you in the screen. Yeah. Like it's like a really like feels like powerful like. Or like domineering or something. I'm coming right at you.
The enemies here can be quite fierce.
No, I get that. That makes, because I was kind of thinking that as well. Like, hey, it's like Superman flying towards the camera or something like that. No. So maybe something like that.
Well, yeah, little baby Spyro.
Yeah, Spyro's coming to save the day. I guess that's the idea. I guess that's the point of this game, narratively speaking, which I guess is the fact that, hey, they initially, I guess, don't think Spyro can do it, but the idea is that, hey, it's kind of a proving quest, I guess. Which one, the doggy or the other thing? Oh, yeah, not anymore. Fuck him, kill him.
Yeah, I don't think he's that handsome, actually.
I was saying,
Spyro, extremely handsome.
I could have went one way or another until he bit you. I was like, yeah, fine, get rid of him. Sorry. I love dogs, but even I have my limits.
He's a handsome man with a handsome son.
Oh, damn right he is. What's up? It's easy.
Thank you for releasing me.
Straight to the point.
So when exposed to light, the big enemies are small. So.
Okay. I like the way the lighting is also. Oh shit! Yeah, he just knocked you down. What's up?
That was an accident. There was an unbreakable chest here, but you spin a fireball at it and it broke. But I do not remember it was the way you solved that.
But maybe there's another way to solve it.
Maybe.
Because I guess here's the question: how open is this game in terms of being able to do certain things in ways that maybe the game, not that they didn't intend you to, but something that is unexpected?
Sometimes there's a couple ways, but
okay.
A lot of other times there was only one. I like this guy's slippers.
You just might be the dragon to defeat nasty Noor.
Do you guys have a favorite dragon?
In this game?
Or just in general?
I think about that. Let me think about this. I do like Spyro.
Like Smaug or something?
Smaug in
Smaug!
In The Hobbit. You know, I get that.
Smaug!
Oh, you know what? That is an alternate way, because I think that firework up there.
Yeah, it's supposed to go to this.
How it's supposed to go over to that platform and break it.
Oh, cool. So there you go, showing the pro strategy. So, fine. You're saying the speed run going, what's that looking like? That's what's looking like. You found a way that way, and you made it look like it was totally planned. Yeah, we planned the show, I swear to God. I say it all the time.
It was a handsome plan.
It was a handsome plan.
It was nice.
I made that.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, they're gonna kill us. The other one bit us. We can't take a chance at this point.
I would love a small creature right now. I see some over there.
All those mushrooms.
Poor mushrooms. And the roasted mushrooms.
Yeah, well, yeah, look like they're burnt now as far as that.
Also, a very small touch, but if and just one thing to know too, if you beat one of these guys, you get a little butterfly, right? But if you're not near it though, you don't get it, so you have to go near it for him to chase it. And while he's chasing it, he also doesn't do his duties of picking up the gems on the ground. So
gotcha.
Just something to note if you're like speed running or just going really fast.
Okay.
If you kill a little monster and Sparks is chasing it, you don't have that suction effect that Sparks like grabs for you.
Gotcha.
Continue on here.
they're not. You can't beat them at all. Oh wait, because it's all right because you mentioned the thing with the light. You just shrink them down.
Because they're big and they're metal, so you can't do anything to them.
Okay. So I like in that way. There's kind of a little bit of an elevation going on here in the sense that hey, you're going so far in the game. You just think like, hey, just bash or fire enemies. But like, no, you have to do that to other enemies to kind of reveal a weak point. It seems like it's forgiving enough as far as how it handles it in multiple different ways. Yeah, you knocked him against the lamppost. Damn. Yeah, that's gotta hurt, Case. We got a para.
Thanks, Spyro. I'd love to help you catch Nasty, but I'd really hate to be trapped in Crystal again.
Don't worry. The only one that's gonna be trapped is him.
There you go, got him.
So how are lady dragons?
The second game, I think, yeah. 2 and 3, I think, indicate that. Because actually, that was the other thing I said. Wait a second. As far as the voice cast, I said, are there any female dragons in this game? And I think the answer is no, from what I gather. But again, I don't know. And actually, going back to the thing with Sparks, is like, Sparks, fine, he's voiced as far as, I guess, this Reignited Trilogy. Maybe not for this one game. Maybe he's still muting this. Alright, fine. I'll also go in the last voice actor we have, because the only one I've mentioned. I don't know if we ran into Albin and Osmo, we might have. If we did, this game it is Trevor Duvall, who is the voice of, this is a Nocturne thing, Drillmoth, Misaki, and Dr. Eagle on Mega Man Anti-Warrior, as well as Shima's father, Shako, and Genbu on Inuyasha, and LaFlaga on Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. And on top of that, also the voice of Jace in League of Legends, Wilson the Cockatoo in Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever, and Fancy Pants in My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, specifically. So yeah, that is all the voice performances. It's been a weird one. This one's like, hey, I can't really jump completely on as far as what the voice performances are, because like they're like voicing like 5 or 6 characters, or I can't find who they voice, or they're one version or not another, or if we've seen them already because we're going so rapid in a good way, but still a case of just to make sure I get all those things set. But yeah, I got the Dreamweavers. Good job.
I used to watch a lot of Inuyasha.
Yeah, I did too.
Ask Spyro yes or no question.
What?
Ask Spyro yes or no question.
Spyro, do you like Inuyasha?
Aw, he loves it.
There are games based on that.
Spyro, do you like Full Metal Alchemist? He likes it. Okay. Oh.
We'll wait to the next cut. Fine, next loading screen. Yeah, we
okay,
can ask more.
Okay, I'll hold on to my questions.
Also, just to quickly go back to this, we have not done any of the games based on Inuyasha on the show yet, of which I have a feudal fairy tale on the PlayStation, which is by DMC, who made Sonic Advance. There's also Feudal Combat on the PlayStation 2, which is by Aiding, the people who made Bloody Roar, and they made Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. And there's one I played. They made an RPG of this, which is shockingly terrible, which is Secret of the Cursed Mask, which is on PlayStation 2. And I say shockingly terrible because that game was developed by Cortex, and it was like, company mean anything to you?
Quartet?
They made.
I don't know if it sounds familiar.
They made ActRaiser on the Super Nintendo. I've told you how much I love ActRaiser. They made this game. It's like, it's terrible. It's like, wait, what happened? I love this series. It was a case of, like, fine. Christmas that year, I got that in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Like, yeah, I'm playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas specifically over the Inuyasha game, which I did not expect I would be doing, or that one specifically. But yeah, that was kind of a shocker as far as it being bad. But hey, if it's not good, we can still show it on the show. I'm not gonna say no, we don't show it on the show just because of it. But yeah, if you want to call any games like that too, feel free. I've like mentioned like how many fucking games I mentioned tonight. So like if you want to call this, it's not like a broken record as it is. But I say that because I do mean it. It's like, hey, you know, if you want this and you want to be involved, like, hey, there you go. I say that to every guest, like, hey, you want to do something, you want to do something. In fact, that was the next case. What?
This level is a little annoying. There's some annoying jumps.
Well, it's a little cramped.
There's a couple of annoying things where you get to do stuff in a certain time limit, and there's a lot of unbreakable suits of armor that you need to power up for.
Yeah, what is this? Have we seen this yet?
We've seen it once before, where you get a little fairy to kiss you, and you get supercharged with your flames. And you'll see this enemy here will not get. I cannot get past this guy.
Right.
Unless I go get that buff right here.
Gotcha. Okay. Basically, you're a hyperfire or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. At least it just fused into the wall. Fine. The fire's so strong, it just melts or disintegrates.
Alright, that's it for this little area here. Now we can hurry and not have to worry about these guys if we can just run back here and defeat the wizard.
Okay.
Well, these guys that have been resurrected are still up, so.
Hey, Spyro. All dragons know there's magic in a fairy's kiss. See what it can do to your power of flame.
I like these holding candles as far as that specifically. It's just a nice little. Okay, so wait, you bashed him and then you just got knocked back at the same time. I
guess he threw the bomb, technically.
I like the music here. It almost sounds like something out of Crash. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
With some of like the instrumentation going on a little bit. Nice. I was gonna say, like, yeah, you're gonna get back there in time, but the answer is yeah, you're gonna. No problem.
I didn't get everything, unfortunately, so we'll go get another kiss. I think that's doable on one cycle, but.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, hey, you have to focus on getting the enemies taken down first, and the gems are just gonna stay on the ground until you go get them.
Yeah.
So it's not a case where you have to, worry about them disappearing.
No.
Good job.
There's also a skill point in this stage to find a wizard's hat and burn it.
Okay.
It's actually up top on that building. Can't really see it. You can see a little dot of blue up there.
Okay. I mean, it looks like a place a wizard would live, I guess. Just from my own, first time look. Oh, shit. It doesn't count his hat, does it?
No. It is a little confusing because the skill point does just say burn blue wizard hat, so.
Oh, okay.
It could be a little confusing, definitely.
Oh, fine. I don't know. That one you just burned there. That was not blue, was it?
It was blue, but it doesn't count.
Not the blue one. Yeah, look at that. Look at that fall. It just felt satisfying when in that room and saw this treasure chest. Even as someone just looking at this from afar, I'm seeing that and saying that, oh man, I want to get these now.
Hold your horns. Here comes Spyro.
Patience, little one. You'll soon have the opportunity to battle the one who matters most. Nasty Nork.
Oh, Nasty Nork. See, I thought it was... Oh, yeah, he's Nasty Nork. I was like, for some reason... Okay, I keep making that mistake when with the dialogue. Like, Nasty Nork. I was like, no, it is Nork. I thought I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
It does look like it's an E at the end or something.
And actually, I'll say this also. I think it probably is better we're running this version because... I don't... Fine. I don't think the subtitles in the original game... Oh, well... Fine. For this game, I might exception the rule I have of muting unsubtitled cutscenes. Because like this, so we're gonna run into cases where they're getting rescued so much. You'll probably hear what they are anyway. So at that point, it's like, oh, boy, do that. Sometimes that's a tough thing as well to manage that, but it depends on the game. Sometimes earlier games case like that. But it also means that also in that case we don't have to worry. Fine, we ran with Guitar Man, so you know all about that. Yeah, we're still waiting on the remake of that as one as well. It's like, hey, I'll say this, we don't get every wish we ask for in this program, but we do put it out eventually. It's like, hey, we'll maybe listen. Because we have good ideas. We do in the chat have good ideas, no question.
Metal chests with fire as well.
I like that the touch of that is that it almost looks like he's shooting out almost like a white fire case or something. That looks like maybe more intense. Fine, like a pink flame that way, so it's like, hey, it looks more... You know, they say with fire, the idea is like, red fire is not the strongest fire. So it's something little that I think is kind of cool to see.
So we also had to do this, to get to the secret area, we had to do this very convoluted supercharged jump. Here, we have to go out here, we have to go wrap around here, back up through here, and go to the secret ledge here.
Okay. Yeah, good job. Yeah, Papano.
You've become a master of the supercharge. Great work.
Yeah, honestly, I think that I like that. The idea that he's saying like, "Hey, you get a sense of encouragement when you find one of them, and then they tell you something like that." Like, yeah,
because it
master
actually
this.
does require you to get that supercharge down. Because it is very tricky. Also, this part here is kind of a race against time. Because once that's resurrected, he blocks the way, and you can't get in here.
Oh wow.
So that was very annoying.
Okay.
And now that we've busted into here, we have this, which is slightly different. It is our supercharge, but there's no time limit on it. Which is very nice, because now you can go through the rest of the level and get rid of any of the other armor you missed along the way.
Does this hold through just the level only?
Yes.
Okay.
Very handy for this stage. We've broken mostly all the other armor in this stage already, so.
But either way, I mean, hey, there's something to say with that.
It's very nice.
Aside from the secret point.
Did I miss something out here? I guess I did. Oh, well, we needed the, that might be everything.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, just that secret point. Or what was it called?
The skill point.
Skill point, okay.
Which is actually, we could have gotten already. Let's go back up here. Good enough. We can make
yeah,
it.
I should be able to get there, I think.
And it's right here.
There you go. Good job. Actually, just out of curiosity, how much more of this is there as far as it? Because yeah, like we're not even at the 5 hours. Fine, it doesn't have to be just 5 hours. I want to say no, stop. I'm leaving after 5 hours. But case of that, I'm just kind of curious. Like it seems like.
I think there's 12,000 gems and then 14,000 after you do the thing that requires 12,000.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, those are your choice of how much you want to do for the rest of the night, or what it's like. Just to go into that as far as it.
11:30. I mean, we can.
It's really your pick. Like you're both playing. There you go. It's your choice.
We could probably finish it out. I mean, there's not that many stages left.
Okay, yeah, if you want to do that. And I said I'll also still hold that show for you if you want that, as far as the 8th, or if you want anything else, or find Nickie, you want to do the 2 games you're indicating, or anything else.
What would you like?
Hmm?
Would you like to do your 2 games next time, or do you want to do like Spyro 2, or like what do you want to do?
I don't mind either way, because I mean, we could either finish this and do my 2 games, or just my 2 games, but like it kind of makes no difference then.
Mm-hmm. It's also worth pointing out
if you like want to like, I mean, I don't mind if you want to finish now or if you want to wait till next time. Either way is fine with me.
Okay. And if that's the case, if we do finish it next time, then we can also do those with the 2 for it if you want. But it was also one of the things, like if you're gonna say about Spyro 2, keep in mind that would be multiple parts. So if that's the case,
definitely multiple parts, yeah.
We would have to. I'd have to wait until the new year in order to get another part for that. Just to let you know, because I'm managing stuff as far as the parts set as much as I can. But yeah, in that case, because we won't shelve stuff. I usually, as I mentioned, we'll do when multi-part games come. We'll do them each month until we finish, but not for certain cases. Based on how it is, it's not always been that way. I think Pokemon Gen 9's been one of them, but also Cave Tap Tycoon is one. We're going to do that next year as far as it. But that being said, like even if it's like, hey, it's maybe sitting, if it has to sit, or something like that, we'll eventually finish. I mean, hey, it took me 3 years to finish Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, but I did finish it. And fine, I finished it for the show. I finished it before. I actually never do 100%, so actually when we played it for the show, that was great to be able to do that. Actually, it was on that show, just to go into that, I think I mentioned this at one point, where I saw actually from you, Edwak, as far as the first time I saw this, like, hey, you're a movie night announcer. So, like, you said to me specifically, you said, Captain D-Trag, you ever seen Repo the Genetic Opera? I said, okay, let me find out and see if I saw this. And I said, no, I didn't, but I said, well, I'll watch it later. But, that was an interesting case of that, and then, yeah, I was into Ghost Choice Castle in the game, and then I got that in. It's like, I don't know, I guess I gotta watch this movie now, which I then did.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. There's worse movies I've seen. Way worse. Fine. I've seen stuff that is way worse than that, but fine. Okay, Crazy Nights, which one of the people voices in this game.
Did you watch the Rollerblade 7?
No, I haven't. We still got to figure. No, because it's not a DVD. Well, because I gotta buy the VHS of that. It's only on VHS, but I have VHS. I have to. You're right. I think that was like almost around when I first met you, so like I have to watch it. You're right. I gotta watch that specifically. Actually, I don't know. Since it's VHS only, you haven't done it for your movie stream night. But here's the
I have not. So a friend Upton might be able to.
You can do it. Well, that or the other thing you can do is like do what I do, which is like hook your old. Fine. I have a VCR. You can hook that shit into a. Actually, I'll probably hook that in. You can hook that into like the RetroTube 5X for that, and then just stream it off that way as far as Twitch is concerned. Fine, not Twitch. No, I can't. We can't. Oh. Would I even get a content strike if I fucking stream that movie on Twitch? I don't know. I don't know. Not
you stream movies on Twitch?
Probably not, because they would have a licensed reason. But then again, I don't know. I've seen people like stream weird stuff as far as Twitch for certain things, like old commercials and things like that. So I don't know. Oh, actually, also here's the other thing, because I know it's worth this point out. It's like I know with YouTube as an example, whenever you run that on a console, like a modern console, it is smart enough to know that, hey, we're not going to let you actually show that through for a device specifically. So I actually couldn't show that. I'll actually throw an error for that. So the only way to really backdoor that is like, hey, if you're like, not with Netflix or something like that, but hey, like the PS2 doesn't have that copy protection as far as stuff like that, so you could feasibly do that. But yeah, that's as far as, you know, Twitch's case with like, I get content strikes or something. For that, yeah, that's the case I couldn't do that. Game-wise, it's either way. Is we're gonna fight Jacques?
We're confronting Jacques.
Okay.
That's so scary.
Oh, I forgot to ask him a question. We'll ask him some questions on the way out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Do you like Tower Draga? That's the right answer. So he's like our Magic 8-Ball case of this.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that? Like, yeah, okay, so you knocked like a, what was that, like a pot on his head or something? Or like a bowl?
It's a clock? Oh no, that is like a pot or something. Then he drops his clock and then it uses time magic to raise or lower platforms.
Cool. Oh, I see, so it's on a timer.
Yeah.
So you basically insert that thing in, Zelda's on N64 go the...
Yep.
Why are you so good at that?
Because I played that game since 1988 for the first one, and then the Majora's Mask afterwards. But yeah, it's all these weird little things that kind of associate with the game, and it just kind of comes out, I guess, feasibly. Or fine, I don't know. It's like maybe that's what it is, because there's certain things that might go on with you when it comes to something like that, where you can kind of do something like that, or maybe remember something so specific or recite it that way, and it kind of gets people either really, really scared or really intrigued, or maybe both. Fine. People haven't necessarily run away completely from the show yet, so I must be doing something right. I don't know, maybe they get the sense that I give a shit. I don't know if that's the idea. It's like, I do, but also, hey, guess it. Like, that's the idea. It's like, I want you to be involved in this as far as that you want to see this. Otherwise, they're like, hey, that's going to be the case. And in that case, I'll do the stuff that I guess nobody else wants to do or see. But then sometimes I get cases that, no, people are like, oh god, I love this game. I want to see this case of this. And they'll ask for stuff. And so that's how it works. This is the circle of life as far as Super Bowl against Saturday is concerned. Boy, I forgot it. Oh, fine. Well, almost forgotten it's not a Saturday show. Fine. It's going to be in a few minutes of Saturday shows. Technically, we are doing a Saturday show this week for that very reason. For it. But either way. Actually, in that case, I don't know. Do you have, like, specific cases that we can do something like that from a game or anything where it's like it impresses people that way. As far as like something like I just did with the Zelda TikToking thing.
Jared's Talentron.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
that's
Oh,
the
you're
best.
right. That's
Yeah.
absolute. Oh yeah, well yeah. It's
We
like,
should insert footage of him doing that.
I'll yeah. When we get to Banjo-Kazooie, I'll basically make sure I do a recording of that, but also making sure that's still fine. Well, I don't know if he won't mind that case, but I'll figure. Yeah, I'll figure to do that. Fine. He's really really good at that. That's true. But what about either one of you?
Oh man, I can't think of one. Well, I can do the Sephiroth song.
Oh.
Sephiroth.
Oh, very good.
That's
now
all.
do all like the Latin.
Oh, over one-winged angel.
Yeah.
Actually, that's really good. Fine, I know that because fine, I've heard the song and also because I play Kingdom Hearts, but they do play a really good remix of that.
What's your secret talent?
Eating boss.
I'm like trying to think. It's like hard to think on the spot.
I'm trying to remember what lowers this guy down. I can't remember.
Name more okay, not him.
I don't think it's him. This guy?
That'd be weird. It's like, wait a second, how is he there? And then that goes down. Did you even necessarily have enough time?
Blanking. Remember. Drops that. Oh, it
It
is
is
that
him.
guy. That is tricky.
Oh, but they give you enough time to. Okay, so it's a longer timer. Awesome. Yeah, for Unika.
Thank you for
I do love the designs of the dragons. We'll say they're so varied as far as it, so you get the sense that they're not necessarily skipping on any of these, even though they have tons of them. Because they just like, hey, no, it's like a palette swap. No, it doesn't seem like that's happening.
Yeah, it's not all like the same, but a different color. Like they actually all are pretty very unique.
Right, and I guess you can understand maybe if they have to do it that way, but still, they didn't, and it is pretty impressive. Like, boom, 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 and it spiraled all across. Oh, okay, wait, good. I was like, wait, hold on, you didn't fall in the fire, did you?
The level design is very satisfying. They like to put things in a row where you can
It
just
looks-
charge
Yeah.
through like 5 things in a row.
I was gonna say, it looks like it is. It looks like they really, it goes back to what I mentioned as far as the elements of the way the game's controlled from what I understood, and what I played with the PlayStation game, which is that they clearly said, let's take the mechanics we set up for this and let's also make it so it's an absolute blast to run through these levels and then build your skills on what everything is. So it's so satisfying. You just look at that, like, that just looks cool from my perspective. As
I thought I might not make this.
actually, I got a question for you. Like, wait, I guess the fact that he's a dragon and he breathes fire doesn't mean that he'd necessarily be immune to fire. I guess, maybe, but fine, maybe he's a kid for that, so I guess that makes sense, I guess, now I'm thinking about it, because I know some people said this, like, hey, Frogger, he's a frog, why does he die in the water? But, but either way, I mean, fine, honestly, I think some of the later ones, like, you know, when they have Frog with backpack on, like, fine, maybe that makes sense because he's a kid at that point, but then the old ones, like, yeah, it's weird.
My mistake was I didn't dash before I collided.
Yeah, it also seems like you have just barely enough room to do that. So in that case, it is challenging your skills. There is the build in this game. I'm really getting a sense that
There is definitely challenge. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it ramps up. We talked about this on the show too. The idea of like, where's the ramp? And actually, we kind of had that with Guitar Man in the sense you said like, hey, it seems like there's certain levels that are easier. The later ones are easier than some of the levels that are earlier easier than some of the later ones, which is kind of surprising. That one. We saw Sandbow Trio. I guess that's probably the hardest level in that game for how you ran that.
Yeah.
So that was kind of surprising that that was the one that came not at the end of the game as far as how that was. So there's sort of reason to get why the other ones were the way they were. The point is, I think this has a really difficult picture from what I'm seeing. I get to explain why people love it so much, why they love it, and why some people
battle?
Advice. A wise dragon once told me aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
Huh?
Alright, so here we got a Jacques. The key to Jacques is to keep moving, because if you give him time to attack, he will attack you.
Oh.
But if we get close enough, he doesn't get to attack.
Wow, nice.
Wow.
In this case, yeah, you have to be far away, I guess. Nice.
Wow.
Good job.
Wow.
Yeah, awesome. That was beautiful.
That was like totally awesome.
Yeah, and that was a skill point for that. Deservedly so, just for the way you handled that. But I guess it's because he was a it was a one hit. It was a no damage.
He would toss boxes or presents or whatever at you.
All right, so question time for Spyro. What do you want to ask him?
Oh yeah.
Do you like Orna High School Host Club? Okay, oh, very good. Okay. Do you like do you like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Oh, okay, very good. Do you like Sonic? Do you like Sonic 06?
He doesn't know. Oh, you said no. I thought you said you kind of liked the game. Well, fine. Well, whatever.
Spyro doesn't know how to respond.
He's unsure.
Well, fine. I don't know. Ask him.
He's conflicted.
World, are you ready to go?
How about this? Ask him if what is the name of the game?
This is Nasty's World. So it's still a world we had to go through, but.
Okay, I was gonna say this.
We're very close.
Yeah, if does he like Spyro the Dragonfly? Because I don't know. Fine. I'll ask this: what's the bad case in this franchise, or if you've played any?
A bad game?
Of Spyro, if any. I know some people say they don't like Enter the Dragonfly because of frame rate problems, amongst other things, but I don't know if there's one that just sticks out. I mean, look, people say that about for Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, but then again, a lot of cases they talk the PS2 version, whereas at least on Xbox they say like, no, it runs fine.
How could they say this?
On PS2, I get it. On PS2, I get it as far as with some of the tech problems within the loading. I like the game when I played of it myself, playing the Xbox version, but then again, I don't know necessarily if that's the case as we're seeing Delvin.
Hey, didn't I already free you?
Oh yeah, we did.
Nasty's world now, Spyro. And you are the dragon that must defeat him.
Bring him on. I'm ready.
Reach the exit in each of Nasty's lands. Then you can challenge the Nork himself.
Yeah, it's fitting, I guess, that Tom Kenny saying "I'm ready" is both he says it all the time in SpongeBob, but then also the fact that I he's saying it's Spyro in this game.
Oh, have you heard the new hit song from SpongeBob, Just the Pineapple?
No, I haven't.
You gotta hear it.
Oh,
I don't know if you can insert it into here because it's probably like copyrighted.
I put a link in the link list for that. That'll help. I can do it that way.
It's an AI SpongeBob song.
Oh yeah.
Man, is it good though.
What's
it's
it called
Just
again?
the Pineapple.
Just the Pineapple? Okay, I'll definitely have a link list item for this when I put it to YouTube saying, ooh, sweet. Actually, I found a pretty interesting one where you had an AI one of Squidward singing My Way by Frank Sinatra. It was surprisingly really good as far as how it was. I don't know, Spyro, have you heard those songs that we mentioned, the cover of those things or the Pineapple thing? Are they good? Yeah, okay.
Oh, you like just pineapple? Oh, very good. Okay.
Do you like pineapples, the fruit? No.
No.
Okay.
He doesn't. Do you like chicken nuggets? Okay, good. Oh, do you like Oh.
Do you like doing loop-de-loops? I think you do. And we were talking Donkey Kong before. I guess we get that element of that. So yeah, just knock it back. I also like just the idea of how much activity and interactivity it gives with the environment. I think it's pretty cool, just from me looking at this. Because as I mentioned, I haven't gotten up this far in the PlayStation game, but after looking at this, like, I think I should. Specifically, I said, Edwak's decision, I said, do you want me to come into this blind? I said, sure. Well, we're mostly blind. And I'm kind of glad I did, honestly, just looking at how this has been going.
Stage is so like industrial looking.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Banjo-Kazooie with, like, Rusty Bucket Bay. I kind of get a bit of that, a little bit, kind of, sort of. Although then again, I guess you had that idea of, like, hey, you know, like, the ship area that you might run into. But yeah, they do look like the dock workers that way with, like, the little helmets. As you got Latif.
Keep up the good work, Spyro. I expect Nasty's really starting to worry about you.
I'd be shaking in my Nork boots if I were him.
Yeah, I think at this point that's true. I guess one thing as far as the dragons here, it is all dragons we've met before in 7 years, is that correct?
I think I remember Latif.
Yeah, because we talked about voice performer not being in this game or not being indicated that I could find. But, because they, in fact, I think they mentioned that before, so like, hey, I saved you before. It was like, yeah, you did, but you're in Nasty's world now. I guess the rats are the little creatures here that you get recovery from. Oh, they kind of do the pirouette as they die as well. It kind of gives it... I don't know, the fact that maybe they are doing stuff on their off time that shows that they have moves or something. Or sometimes I think of the movie The Full Monty, where it's like, hey, they were like mill workers and things, and they want to do Chippendale dancing.
Oh, is that what that's about?
You ever seen that movie, by the way?
No.
It's wonderful. It was a British import from 1997. That it is very interesting. It's the idea, like, it was initially the thought, like, hey, these old guys are going to do like a striptease review just because they think, like, hey, it'll be popular enough they can sort of raise some money. But it's actually like, no, it's kind of going into more than that, honestly. And it's really, really good. I think they did like a TV show or something about it recently, which I've heard is whatever. But the original movie is delicious. Yeah, we'll go on wives. Yeah, we're not getting the game over anytime soon as far as this, so yeah, good job.
We have so many lives.
Oh, yeah, that was nice. Oh.
Tomas. Wait, didn't we already get Tomas?
I think so. Well,
oh, were we getting some now?
I thought I'd be rescued. Especially by such a little dragon. What I mean,
and I know they mentioned before, like, oh, didn't I rescue you? But like, what's with that?
You gotta believe.
World now.
It just.
But there you go. There's not too many though.
To me, world building wise, that makes it seem like these big dragons maybe were going after Nasty Nork.
Probably.
And they got caught again.
They got caught again. But they made it over to Nasty's world, but they didn't quite.
Guys, what do you think then about the world building in this franchise in general, as far as what it does, how it does it, and I guess how it hits you?
Well, they do a lot more of it later with supporting hero characters, things like that. So they do a good job. There's not really much building besides the dragons that talk to you about.
Well, I mean, I guess even with that, it goes to what you were saying about the. Like the idea of, hey, you know, this is smaller, but it still feels like it's still big in that way. I almost wonder if maybe that has something to do with it too, in that it has.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, ouch. But in that it's that idea of maybe less is more, but it seems like it's still adding to this world. Maybe the idea of, like, they keep talking about Nasty Nork. We haven't seen him. We don't know what he looks like. It's almost like the Zelda thing, the original Legend of Zelda. Like, they keep talking about Ganon.
We saw him in the beginning.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, we did. Shit,
he was
on
watching
TV.
TV.
Okay, never mind. So fine, I take that back. But the idea of, like, okay, fine, there's that guy who's like, he maybe looks like a cartoony, but then afterwards you get the sense that he did all this evil stuff and kind of that build up, like, what's Spyro gonna do? Okay, fine. From Spyro's perspective, I guess, fine, he's never seen it, so we have. So like Zelda, like the original Legend of Zelda, where nobody knew what Ganon was like or looked like. We'll have that when we get to Earthbound with Gygus, because the question like, what's the deal with Gygus if you played Earthbound, what that's like. So fine, Spyro's case, yeah, he's never seen it, so they do like, what's this like? So he's kind of getting this information, so I guess, in a weird way, I guess it's kind of putting the player in that mindset, even though they've already seen him from one perspective. So I'm still kind of curious about that. But I mean, maybe that's the other detail, but hey, there's so much that's gone on in this game and so much that I've gotten, I guess, focused on, or that the player would be focused on, that you maybe almost forget that, hey, we saw him at the beginning of the game, and he's the last skill point. So there you go. I mean, maybe, you think about that, maybe that's a good narrative thought. The fact that, hey, there's so much going on that you almost forget, in a good way, that there's this other thing going on. And that kind of thing, like, what's it going to be like? So it kind of gives you that sense of that intrigue for it, as opposed to like, oh, I know what it looks like. I'm prepared for what's going to happen. But then when you get to the end, it's also a question of like what that's going to look like. We're like going back to Zelda, like with Ocarina of Time. Like we see Ganondorf early in the game, but then what's he going to be? That's the question, a little, sort of, kind of, but that's a little different because then you see what tactics he does hit you with and things like that, and they're like, oh yeah, he's not fucking around anymore. I guess feasibly also with Nork, maybe with this one. Sort of, but fine. From Spyro's perspective, not even like Zelda, Ocarina of Time, or yeah, that one specifically where Link already saw Ganon specifically, but Ganondorf. In this case, no, he hasn't. So yeah, I think he plays that. Good job. Yeah, we're only 5 hours now, so yeah, I think you're probably right. You're saying we're probably gonna hit this thing through the. Oh, by the way, more question time.
It said 10. Oh, question time. Do you like French fries? Okay, very good. Okay. Do you like The Legend of Zelda? Oh, okay.
I don't know. Then I'll ask like, do you like the CDI Zeldas? Like, you know, I was like, you did see, by the way, that game that they're making. That's the spiritual successor to those games.
Of Zelda?
You know, CDI Zeldas. It was called. I have it down. RZ Jewel of Faramore. It is on all the systems, including Switch. He's getting it. Actually, I don't know. You like the CDI games of Zelda, Spyro.
Did you watch Kingdom play it?
Which one?
The CDI games of Wand of Gamelon and...
Link the Faces of Evil and Zelda's Adventure.
I don't think so.
It's a really third-party looking Zelda game.
Okay.
Yeah, but this new game they're doing, it's this company called CDI Software. That is their name.
Wow.
It is so in style of that game to the point where it even has some of the same sound effects from those old games. They were able to get Jeffrey Rath and Bonnie Jean Wilbur, who voiced in those games as Zelda and Link, to come back for this game. And it looks almost like, if those games are good from the perspective of their gameplay, that, you know, it's almost like a second chance, really enough, to the point where when that comes out, I'm fucking buying it. There's no way I'm gonna not buy it, just for that very reason. Because it seems, I don't know, I'm kind of fascinated by what this is gonna look like. In fact, hey, if it's a good game, because I'll tell you, I have played them because I mentioned to you, I went to this game store that like built emulation box at some point. I think I mentioned that a couple times in the show. But they did stuff for CDI. So these games cost a fortune. There's that Zelda's Adventure where it's like a $1,000 game. So it's like, okay, emulation is the only way I'm going to be able to play this thing this way right now. So it's like, let me play I played one game one, actually. I said, I want to understand how the game plays. And the thing is that it's like Zelda 2, which is 2D style, but it's stiff as anything. Up is your jump button. You only have 2 buttons to use, even though the CDI controller uses 3. And the design of it is insane. You have no recovery time. You get hit by attacks and you die in like a few seconds. Like imagine here with Spyro, if he keeps getting hit like multiple times in a row like that, and you have no way to kind of recover. Like you get hit by all of those and die like in a second, say. As far as that, that's what that game is like, as it was. And even like the design, like hey, usually in Zelda, like hey, you take a bomb and you toss it out to blow up a hole in the wall. You need to use 10 bombs to bust a rock. Wait, no, that's not cool. So maybe if this new game is coming out, they're gonna really kind of tweak that gameplay-wise. Like, yeah, it's kind of something potentially interesting if they're going to be able to pull that out. Yeah, that's the idea of what that was. And in fact, they're kind of doing that, so like, yeah, I guess the madmen and mad women who are saying like, yeah, you know, we're going to do this that way, like, I gotta kind of give them respect for that. So as soon as they announce a pre-order on that, I was like, I'm going to get that. That and it was that and the Plumbers That Were Ties definitive thing, which is out. Finally, pre-ordering it starting next month. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that because yeah, that's another game that costs a lot of money. One of those, what the fuck is this? So much kind of game. It's totally nuts. I was explaining that game to people. Yeah, I only know the stories of this thing, but the fact that even re-releasing it, there you go. That's also, as I mentioned, it's also the fact that if they can re-release that game, any game can be re-released. And they jump over the bridge. Whoa! Wow!
Oh, I was trying to get this treasure chest.
Oh, that one. This looks really exciting. Seeing like, oh my god, I'm out of control. Gotta go left, gotta go right, and then gotta hit it in the chest.
Yeah. You can raise and lower this bridge. Doesn't really look like it, but if you see the little handle,
yeah,
you can actually raise and lower it. So we want to raise it so we can super speed jump up the ramp.
All right. Alright, nice recovery at least.
I like the music around this area.
Oh yeah.
It's good. Like,
oh, the way the percussion works?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, the guy who did the music for this was drawn from the police, so it makes sense that there's going to be that focus, but also the way that it sounds unique for where you're going.
Yeah.
Which is a through line we're going to have when we get to Banjo-Kazooie, because that's another case where there was Greg Kirkhope who did the music for that game. Oh, just missed it.
Are you serious? I jumped too far.
Well, that's another case where you get the sounds going on as far as how the music is for the area, and it fits so well. Like, hey, you're in Rusty Bucket Bay, you hear like the whistles going on the soundtrack. It sounds amazing. And you're like, yeah, I feel like I'm in an area where this is. I think you say the same as Spyro. It also has this, fine, going back to this Stewart Copeland thing, it has this Calypso Caribbean beat, which honestly a lot of songs of the police tend to have. When you really think about it, some of the stuff you listen to of theirs. So it kind of fits to that as well. The point was like, hey, there's a piece of music that's basically the theme song from the Animaniacs show. Which I did not know that. But I'm glad that we were able to go into that.
Yes, that may probably.
Actually, now I'm also looking at this as far as the levels line. The other thing that's kind of catching my attention, I guess going more in the perspective of the PlayStation game only because of the Insomniac Games design. It almost has this look a little bit like how some of the level design of the Ratchet & Clank games tend to work, in that you go in an area, there's a lot of areas to go to do certain things, and then you can kind of just go to the next place. Kind of a little bit of a circle as far as like you have a choice to go this way or that way, or then there's like branching paths as you go along. So then it says like, okay, I can check here, and do all this stuff, and then like, oh, I can go this way. Or you can say like, hey, I'll go this way, and then go backwards and go that. Which I always did like, particularly in the Ratchet & Clank games I played. I'm a big one on Going Commando in particular, as far as that. I don't know what your takes as far as the Ratchet & Clank games to be.
I have not played any.
Oh, you haven't? You're in for some good games, my friend, because yeah, those games are delicious. At some point, we should show some of those. I have Going Commando. That's the one I have, and I have Total Destruction, which is on PS3. Oh wait, didn't you play what was Rift Apart? Was that the one that was on PS5? Did you play that?
I did not play that.
Oh no, that was somebody else who played that. You know, that was what it was.
I think Domino played that.
Yes, that's true. I was just trying to be a sense of it. Anyway, do you even have? Okay, I'm looking on your shelf. To get a sense of
I
this.
do not. I don't think I own a Ratchet & Clank game.
Really? Okay.
I have the 2016.
Oh, the remake of the original.
I have it downloaded on my.
Yeah, I think they gave it away as a freebie.
It was a freebie. I didn't play it, but I downloaded it.
If I understood, that might be a good way to play. Cause actually, weird enough, I have not played tons of Ratchet. Like the one I played most is Going Commando. I completely beat that game. I also played a little bit of Up Your Arsenal, which is the third one. Total Destruction, as mentioned. I played in a store demo. I played Cracking Time. That was the other one.
I actually used to play Ratchet and Clank a lot when I was little because my uncle had it actually.
So you're the Ratchet and Clank expert, I guess, of the three of us. I guess I don't know how many of those you played.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say expert honestly, but like I did play like a couple of them, and I did like them a lot.
Okay. I like the style of them, and we mentioned David Kay, who was the voice of Clank in that game. Was. Especially Going Commando. Going Commando is a fun game, and also really funny as far as which is the second one that was on PlayStation 2 as was. I definitely want to figure when we can do stuff with Ratchet and Clank, because yeah, those are definitely interesting ones. And hey, that's the other thing is also with Spyro, we get to fill a gaping hole in this coverage of the kit. We haven't touched this franchise until now. Good job with the gems there. 100%.
Very nice.
All right, Spyro, what do you think of Ratchet and Clank? Oh no, not sure.
Like
not sure.
Oh, how do you like Mario Odyssey? Oh, it's good. It's good. How do you like Donkey Kong? No monkeys, I see. Oh no, he likes it. Okay.
I think maybe he's also asking a question like, hey, he doesn't know. Oh, is this the final boss?
Is it?
I don't know.
Man, it's a short game. 10 hours was like...
Yeah, I don't know whether that was kind of fine. I looked online to that, so like, fine, maybe that was off. Maybe it's the PlayStation game.
10 hours is the average.
For babies?
The average gamer.
Fine.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know we had a above average gamer here.
Well, you, Nickie, as well. Hey, I couldn't do this. Well, I don't know if I couldn't do this with practice. I probably could, but coming off of nothing, I probably couldn't do that. So there you go. Yeah, you're both showing the skill for this.
We got the skills that kills.
Yeah. I know we hear what's going on with Nasty Nork again. And yeah, you went into space. Alright, this is it. There he is.
Well, they can't reach him. He's up on top of this platform that we can't reach. So we'll need a key.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, this guy.
So yeah, Nickie, you have experience with trying and go after this guy in particular?
Yeah, this guy sucks. I mean, look at him. He's like running away.
Yeah, you have to do the tight turns, I'm noticing, as far as that. Or just do that, that'll work. Actually, question, when you're doing like the run into it, do you slow down when you hit into the chests as you're running? Okay, since you want the skill point of no damage.
The skill point.
Oh.
You can't get hit.
Well, I don't know. Do we want to put to the test also this, which is that hey, if you get the skill point when you how is it? When you die and then come back from life.
I could let him kill me, maybe. Yeah, that would be fine too if I'd let him.
But then again, it's like, hey, would you still be able to get the skill point if you?
I think so.
Work? But if you're not sure, don't take the risk.
Oh, Spyro, do you like Pokemon? Oh yeah, it's Pokemon, okay. He really likes it. Do you like, Undertale? He likes it a lot, okay. Do you like, Latail? No? You don't like Latail? Oh, Spyro doesn't like Latail?
I haven't played Latail.
It's this really great MMO where you're supposed to spend 45 hours a day playing it so that you can win.
And that's not even... Fine, there aren't 45 hours a day yet. I was going to say that. Eventually there will be, probably.
You're supposed to make 45 hours a day so that you can beat it.
Okay, there you go. Because I don't know how... Fine, that's the case where, like, fine, running that for the program probably is going to take, like, what?
You're going to have to... Well, you're going to have to increase time. That's
the rest of my life, feasibly, and then there's nothing else we're going to ever show for the game. Is that how long this is?
Yeah.
What? What?
Oh, he says yes.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, because that's the RPG or the MMO you mentioned we played Guitar Man. It's like, hey, I had familiarity with that, or the stuff music. Oh, nice dodge.
Yeah, that's where this guy comes from, this mushroom guy.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, not yet. It's like this.
Yeah,
Like, it's the alternate canon.
Well, Oh, that. Oh, okay, no, that's where that guy comes from then.
Yeah.
You said like this is where the guy comes from Latal. Is that what you're saying, or indicating?
Well, she was pointing to the mushroom, but it was a maple story lesson.
Oh. I was gonna say yeah, the combined canon of franchises. Well, fine. This is also a good time to point out the fact that hey, where combined canon of this and Crash came from. The fact that hey, Naughty Dog and Insomniac games tend to be really kind of tight with each other to certain degrees. And that's why we had the spin-off specifically. They were like, what was it? Was it Spyro Orange and Crash Purple? I believe it was on the Game Boy Advance, I think.
You might have one or the other.
Yeah, I think you might have mentioned that. I don't know if they're any good. Like, hey, people know them. And the idea of like the crossover of Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon, which I guess makes sense because Universal's involved with one or all of them, or both of them specifically, and then they crossed over peacefully later. If you wanted to compare that way, it's like, hey, Spyro and Crash, kind of like two sides of the same coin, really.
Alright, now that we've gone to clean up the first area, we can try to get to the second area. He runs pretty quick here.
I was gonna say, you probably can't tag him while you're running away, can you?
Never have done it. We want to get to the end. He'll stop briefly at the end, but if I wasn't fast enough, he'll just keep going. So I don't think I was fast enough in this case. Maybe we'll run away again. Unless I could. Oh,
okay. I think you kind of. I think it looks like you sort of almost kind of hit him. So I guess that might answer the question: can you hit him? The answer being probably not. I mean, I guess it would make sense. You probably can't, unless that's what you're supposed to do.
No, I feel like I should have hit him there. That was crazy. I don't know why I didn't count.
Oh, so this is how you have to fight this. So how we fight.
You
the
have
boss.
to get to the end of the lap, basically. Then then he'll stop, and you have a chance to tag him.
Got it.
But I could have sworn I was close enough with the hitboxes.
Gotcha. Nice.
And now that he's running off to that section, we can casually clean up this section now.
Okay. I guess the thing is that as soon as you kill him, then that's it.
I can't remember actually. I guess we'll find out.
Alrighty. You've come so far, clearly.
As soon as I start, this is going to be like a timed thing here with these platforms that are going to sink, or not sink, sorry, retract. And also, if he gets a good enough lead on me, he's going to turn around and hit me with a little beam attack.
Ooh, that was close. Good job.
That was
close.
it? Holy
Ooh,
moly.
nice.
You're toast, Nork.
Awesome. Great job.
Aw, good job, Spyro.
There you go.
Sorry I took so long.
What are you talking about? You were in record time, my friend.
What about Ganasty Ganork?
Nasty Nork is toast.
So now there's order again in the Dragon Kingdom?
Well, mostly. I've still got some treasure to find.
What will you do next?
I'd say the sky's the limit.
There you go. That is the first part of it. I guess.
Oh my god!
Does
I
that
can't believe we beat it right now.
question? Does that dialogue change if you have more treasure? You don't get if you don't get all the treasure, or did you just already get all the treasure and
I
just
think
change
we
it?
got all the current treasure, but after you beat Nasty Orc, you can unlock the final stage if you have the rest of the treasure.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
I think we got everything.
I think you did too.
Well, I think every time.
Unless I
we're
missed any
100%
gems. Unless I missed any gems in the Nasty North level, because
I don't think so.
didn't get a chance to see if it said like 100% complete.
maybe, but it didn't pop up. It was like right at the end, right when you got the skill point. It just then cut to the end cutscene. All right.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if you want to do final thoughts now before we do the final worlds.
Yeah, we can do that now.
Fine, alright, then, yeah, that is Spyro the Dragon, the remake in the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Final thoughts to my guests, take your pick if who wants to start.
It was so handsome. Like, look at this guy here. Look at this little guy.
Mm-hmm.
He is just so dang handsome. I really like this game. It's so fun and it's so relaxing. And I don't know, it feels so good playing it. Like I said, last time when we played the trilogy, I like immediately was like, I need another one. Like I was really disappointed that there was no more. So yeah, I think this game is really awesome. Everyone should play this game if they haven't.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that. Like 5 million played it on the PlayStation, and definitely a decent amount on this one. And Edwak, how about you?
I would say, like I said before, it is very relaxing. And this is one of the few games that I've played to like once in a while, just to be relaxed. Because I kind of personally have a little bit of trouble of feeling relaxed in general.
Okay.
I always feel like I need to be doing kind of like something, or I need to be contributing towards something, sort of, and so I kind of struggle a little bit with feeling relaxed. But this is one of the games that I sometimes go back to, and I'm just like I'm playing it just to have a good time and just be relaxed, kind of.
Okay.
Is it like a comfort game for you?
Yeah.
Definitely. I hope you're not getting a sense that when it comes to the show that you don't feel relaxed when we do something.
Oh no.
No.
Because I mean, hey, if it is, don't be afraid to tell me like, hey, you know, something like that, and we can figure stuff for that. But
no, this was a very relaxed run that actually was faster than I thought it would be.
You know,
I cannot believe that we finished it in these couple hours.
Yeah, you're looking at the two experts as far as that for it, for sure. But is that if there's other stuff you want to go into, I'll go into what I'm seeing of this. I will go home and play this game. I'll go put this into my PlayStation 1 as far as the original, and experience this, kind of fill this gap. It's like, hey, I've had this game for a while, I've not played it completely, but it's something, yeah, looking at this does look a really relaxed game. Something that is very compulsive that, yeah, you'd be able to want to sit down and, like, marathon this thing and just have a blast with it. And you mentioned this, which is that I was sad when there was not any more, but the fact that, hey, you know, when you find out there is more, it's like, yeah, you want more of this game right now. And I guess that's the thing you could say about a really good game is that, or anything really, which is that when you have such a great time with it, you say to yourself then, I want more of this now. So that idea of you're hooked, and that must have been what happened clearly with this franchise. People clearly had a hook on this, and it had a great hook as far as what's known, as you're also seeing the other teams of Activision that were involved with helping with the finale of the development of this, including B-Nox, who made Spider-Man, Shadow Dimensions, and Guitar Smash Hits. There's Vicarious Visions there, who now are formed with Blizzard. They made the Diablo 2 remastered version, Resurrected, specifically, and they did the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, amongst other things. And Sensory Games, who did they did a couple of the Sly Cooper games. They made Sly Cooper 4, I believe, amongst other games. But yeah, I'm very impressed as far as what I'm seeing on this game. I think you both played terrifically. As far as, and we're not done yet. We got a little bit more as far as it, from what I've understood.
Should be just one stage,
but still, I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm really impressed. So yeah, if you never played this game, I would suggest, yeah, absolutely play it. The remake version is on PS4, Switch, Xbox One, and PC. Of course, you have modern Xbox or PlayStation systems. The PS4 and Xbox One editions will run on the new systems, of course. And on PlayStation, yeah, because you can get this on the PlayStation. I don't think it costs much on the PlayStation. As far as the original, if that's wrong, I'll say it down here. Like, no, it costs like $800, but I don't think so. Unless you're going like for a seal. Even then, I don't think it costs that much. And I believe you can download this on PS3. I believe still.
That just reminded me. Apparently, it's hard to find. It's kind of rare now. Skylanders for the Switch.
Really?
The Switch version specifically?
Because it didn't sell that many copies, and it's apparently very hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just talking about Skylanders earlier, and I just realized I never got the one for Switch, but it's very hard to find, very rare now.
Really? Yeah, because because I guess we went all this time and didn't talk that, but specifically, hey, after so much with Spyro, after the 3 that Insomniac Games did, it then went off to other companies when Universal had the full reign about what they wanted to do with it. Kind of went in different fits and spurts. I get the sense from what I understood, even when I was saying like, hey, what's the bad Spyro game specifically? I get the sense that there was not as much of a growing pain without Insomniac on this franchise as there was for Crash Bandicoot without Naughty Dog. Who developed that on the PlayStation specifically. But it's something that, yeah, Skylanders was kind of the, also that's the other thing. Crash did not have like an equivalent to Skylanders, which was a Spyro game. It gave it a shot in the arm, really, in the sense that it kind of went off on its own thing, as the Toys to Life case, where you have the portal, and like you take toys you buy and link them together into the game, like put them in the game. Like that's cool. It hits two markets right over there. Like kids who want to collect toys and figures, and video game players too. And that was a huge deal, especially when Toys to Life games were all the rage, like the early 2010s, stuff like that. Disney Infinity, like the Dimensions, as far as other stuff like that as well. I always remember going into stores. I don't know if I always see like the videos of like the game footage, like the trailers and stuff with like the figure, and put the figure on. I think one of the characters in the game, I believe, is voiced by Richard Horvitz, who is in Vader Zim and Dagon on the Angry Beavers. I always remember hearing that voice specifically, like, yeah, it does get my interest. Although, aside from the first one, Spyro, I don't think as many of the other ones, or if he is, he's kind of buried in. You know, I think you probably know Edwak. I guess more as far as Skylanders. Is Spyro in most of those, or only the first one?
No,
I know he's in the first one.
He's in most of them.
Because I didn't know it was like the Rayman franchise when Raving Rabbids came out, where for a while, like, Rayman wasn't in the other ones. His name was over the titles, but it was always the Rabbids until Rayman Origins.
Raving Rabbids.
Yeah, and then, so, in that case, until, fine, the one that didn't do that, which actually I think is an underrated gem on the Wii, that is Rabbids Go Home on the Wii, which is basically, it's like Katamari Damacy meets Supermarket Sweep, which is a sentence that's, if that sounds at all appealing to you, I absolutely picked that game up on the Wii for that. Oh, Virtuos! Okay, so, no wonder why this is a good port. It's Virtuos who did the port of that, who did the port of Nier Automata to this console, which is like a really good version. And also ported another Toys to Life game, Starlink Battle for Atlas, which was by Ubisoft, and it was on a bunch of systems. It's on Switch. I'm like, people bought it on the Switch, if they bought that at all, because of the Star Fox stuff, but it ran really, really well on the system. As that explains why it runs well on the Switch. Yeah, good porting to Switch. Virtuos, if you see their name on a game, them and Saber Interactive, I think it's Saber Interactive who did the Witcher 3 port, or Panic Button, specifically, who did the Doom games, and they also did Wolfenstein games. Yeah, you know you're in good hands.
I like this super special shout out to all the original Spyro Dragon team members from the original game.
Yeah, which is something that nowadays people are like, hey, when the remaster comes out or something, or remake, they sometimes say like, wait, why did you not credit us? And then they patch the game later, so like, okay, fine, we are doing that now. See any fan of Metroid Prime remaster will tell you that, as it is. But yeah, there's something good said about that, and also shows just the legacy. Can you believe next month it's gonna be 25 years since this franchise? I always say that, and what Dollyfin has always said in the chat, and also when we've done on the show, when she's been on, saying like, please don't say that, it makes me feel old. And you know what, I do get that, admittingly, but it's also the kind of thing that, it's also one of those things that, even though I didn't play this at the time on PlayStation, I knew it was around, I knew the name, I knew this was something that PlayStation faithful were bragging over, and they were right to, clearly. But it's also the case that, man, it almost feels like just yesterday, weirdly enough, but it's also the kind of thing that just always like, why is a series like this endured? Why has this character endured? And looking at this, you see exactly why. And why, like, hey, our chat is the same way. They know this franchise. They really like what they're seeing, I think. They've said. Yeah, it has this person. Yeah, you deserves to have Spyro up with the greats of platforms, stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario Brothers and Crash Bandicoot and a lot of these other things. I mean, I've seen characters in this industry come and go as far as like mascot cases, stuff like Air the Acrobat and Bubsy and Awesome Possum kicks Dr. Machino's butt, who makes Bubsy look like the coolest thing ever. But then you get some of the really special ones. I think Spyro is definitely one of those. He's endured for this long, I think, for a reason. And it seems like this remake in particular reinforces exactly why that is, on top of the original games themselves. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna have to go to the final part of this. I guess then we come back to Spyro, it will be with Riptor's Rage, the second game?
Specifically for Spyro, yes.
And do you still want to do the Reignited version for that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's your pick as far as what it is, especially if both of you can control it again. It seems like they might be the Spyro people as far as our show's concerned. Yeah, feeling the niche that way. Yeah, there you go. It's yeah, I've had a good time so far for this. Like, hey, I didn't necessarily know we'd be done with as far as one part either way, and that means that fine. next time they are on the show, it'll still be September 8th, assuming it's still going to work for both of you. For, yeah, fun. We'll go into schedule later for that. But, yeah, for the games that Nickie wants to do, the next twofer of Amongst Entertainment. Alright, so we don't have to reignite, we just have to go. The venture will continue, and Spyro will return in Spyro 2 Riptor's Rage. We'll get to that eventually. Although they like, hey, the letters are kind of shifting. There's like, yeah, it's definitely going to continue. Okay, so here we are. So, yeah, what we got? Magnus. Hello, friend.
Nasty's ancient history now. So, what's in there?
I believe this is Nasty's treasure hoard. But the gate will only open if you have found everything in the Dragon Kingdom.
Yeah.
Come back when you have reached 100%.
Wait, did you? Go Dragons. So he's 100%.
No, it opened, so we are good actually.
Nasty's. A question also before we go in here. Was this in the PlayStation game as well?
Yeah.
Okay, because I didn't know if this is like Stormy. Was it?
No.
Stormy Descent in Crash, or the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, where that was something they were developing. They didn't put it in. They put it in the new one.
Oh wait, I think I remember this.
All right, so yeah, you got another case. Yeah, Nickie, you get to control the head waving. It's like, yeah.
Oh.
So, did you like your game, Spyro, for part 1, as far as the first game? Are you looking forward to when we get to Spyro 2, Riptor's Rage, and all the other ones?
He's real excited.
Yeah, looking forward to backtracking in 3. Oh,
never mind. He avoided the question because it's kind of awkward.
No, also because yeah, the loading time ran out. But
so the way this stage works is a little weird and different than normal.
Okay,
you can freely fly in this stage.
Really?
But you can only fly up to a certain height based on how far you have made it in the level. You can fly progressively higher and higher and higher if you've successfully navigated the lesser parts of the stage.
Oh my god.
Jump. So right now that's your max height.
Okay.
But once you successfully get to jump up these stairs, now I think this is your max height.
Alright, so your flight ceiling increases based upon how much you climb. Okay.
Yes.
In this case, just basically what? Just getting the gems?
You are just having a good time collecting gems in this.
Yeah,
more gems than any other stage. 2,000.
Oh. Okay, I was gonna say this because basically at this point, like, yeah, it's Nasty's Luke. He's dead. I guess he's dead. No, he's dead. He got crushed in his head. Unless we see him in one of the later games. But that being said, at this point, like, fine, we're gonna become rich. So you got spoils of war. So good job with that. Oh, fine, that guy. Fine, he didn't die, but he'll have to join. Yeah. Yeah, we came for Nasty Nork, you're next. Yeah, like, yeah, that furnace, like, yeah, that is an indication of that way. Oh, fine, we're a walking furnace, because, yeah, we have Spyro with fire breath.
Oh.
Okay, we just ran into you, awesome.
Wow, I did it.
Have you seen that before?
He ran the wrong way, that was strange.
So
that was weird.
So fine, I guess he ran into my knife from Chicago. I always mention that. But I was like, well, no, fine, he ran into your horn, so good job.
I guess you can.
Wait, you can't, this is the, when you jump on this, there's no ceiling above that? Okay, I guess not, if you're probably pulling back fully.
You can't go any higher than that, though.
Okay, which is weird, I guess. Yeah, no, you're right, you can't.
There's a ceiling there right now. Can't even go somewhere else.
Alrighty. I get what you're saying this is a very relaxing thing. It's fine. The game itself being very relaxing, but even more relaxation on top of the relaxation we already had. I was like, yeah, here we are. There's nothing really going on. What are you saying?
I was like, she can't go that high yet.
Oh, okay.
But you can reach other places.
Okay. Here's another question. If you get up high and say you fly down to the bottom, you have to come back up here again or keep flying that high?
Your max height is saved.
Oh, okay.
So now you have slightly higher max height again.
Okay, gotcha.
Now there might be more places you can explore around here.
That's probably where Nickie, you were trying to go. Like, yeah, I know I can get there. In fact, perfect. There you go.
Thanks a joke.
Yes, it's a joke.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have much area to run and hide. He's just, as long as you run a tight circle probably around him, he's gonna go down. I would say, yeah, like we're all entranced.
Oh no, I was too tight.
Turn around.
I think that probably, I guess from what I'm understanding, it seems like that's probably what you want to do as soon as you get that like curve into him, so then you can kind of just aim it that way. And then sort of go straight so that you can just bash right into him.
Oh, he's making fun of me. Oh!
Oh, that's so cool. That's the thing. It's like, yeah. At this point, it's like, yeah, just keep going. It's like he can run, but he's not gonna be able to run forever. You're gonna get him. But yeah, fuck you. You're going down.
Over.
Remember, you can use your breath and jump.
I guess that goes to the idea of how good Spyro is being able to,
let
run.
go of run and immediately flame.
Which makes sense, I guess, then why, in some cases, maybe you wouldn't think to do that. Like, hey,
Oh!
So specifically. I was gonna say, that would have been amazing if, yeah, you got him on the rebound that way.
Oh.
Good job.
Oh.
There you go. Didn't that feel good?
Oh, it felt good.
Yeah, just looking at that. That's the other thing. Just looking at as far as this game, it just feels good seeing like how. It probably is even better, with all of you controlling it specifically. But yeah, that idea is like, yeah, I want to play this game now. That being the same idea for that. I love the synth on this track, I'll say that specifically. Even like that dee. Honestly, the more I think about that, I think of that theme, Peter Gunn by Henry Mancini that I always love to reference. Fine, because we played a couple of the Spyro games, that's why I referenced that. Ew.
Oh.
You don't lose the key on death, do you?
I don't think so.
Also, I guess another question, those lives we got, do they hold after we beat the game?
Let's find it out. No, you have 2 lives.
No? Yeah, they do. Okay. Although does the key hold?
Actually, it doesn't look like you have your max height.
Oh no.
Oh, you should wait. Okay, yeah, I guess it doesn't. I guess you have to.
Oh, man.
Wow, you gotta get all the keys again. Alright.
I would say, like, yeah, well, fine. The game works that way. Because if you die,
a reward here.
Well, it is a reward, but fine, you still have to sort of fight for it. But either way, so because that happens in the game specifically, where it's like, hey, if you get something like that and you die, it's gone. As far as the key's concerned, I think that happens in the main game. I think that's what we saw. Okay, the one thing that is saved is all the gems you got. So the gems saved, but the key does not. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It's not like, as I mentioned, the Crash Bandicoot 1 thing, where it's like, hey, You have to get all those boxes in one run.
Yeah. Or is it too tall?
Maybe it's too tall, right?
Well, I know there's the keyhole that's up on the hill over there, but I don't find it fair enough to go look over there. Okay, in that case, like, yeah, I didn't even go. Fine, went in the hole sideways, but yeah, fine, I'm getting in that hole somehow. Oh, is he also the one who's gonna drop the key?
He's doing the play now?
Actually, you can't do like the charge when you're in the air, can you?
No.
How are you supposed to catch him? If he's going slow enough, I guess you can feasibly. Fine, yeah. In that case, yeah. Take the shortcuts. Like, yeah, he's going down through the pipes that way. So I think you can go quicker that way. We'll burn him. Oh, it looks like he's just still going in a circle. I don't think he's going the other way, is he?
It looks like he like turned around or something.
Yeah, it looks like he just. Or maybe he's behind you now at this point. Actually, wait. When you're in the air, can you slow down, or just like, hey, you just glide and?
No. You can stop yourself from flying, and you can go straight down, or you can charge, but then you'll be charging, and not flying anymore. But anytime you're doing that, you can press B and start flying again.
Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, he's just kind of shifting up and down.
Flame him.
Oh.
You're not charging or anything.
There you go. What do you hold, key?
Yep.
Did you get? Wait, did he?
Yeah, you got a key.
Oh, you
I
got it.
it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good.
It's on this. It's like.
Okay, there it is now.
The
I was like,
size of the whole screen.
yeah. See, I didn't even notice it myself either. Yeah, the first was like, wait, you dropped it. You have to go get it. But all right, yeah, I guess you got it in flight. So good job.
Do you know where the thing is?
I think so, but start flying. It's gotta be. Think about it. It's gotta be somewhere high, right? Otherwise, you would have been able to use another key on it.
You're probably over there. Okay.
Huh.
My next key is right there, so it's basically a case of right there. Oh, another plane. Okay, so as you go up, you're basically going to be in the air. Yeah, I don't know. Is it me, or does it seem like it's easier to hit him in the air than it is when he's on the ground?
Yeah, I after I started using the flame, it wasn't too bad.
No, even before you use the flame, it seems like he's not going as fast because, hey, I guess it's to account for the fact you're flying, and you don't go as fast flying while you're charging. Or you probably just keep flying ahead. Oh, hit the pipe. Oh. I don't know. He'll probably come back the other way. It doesn't even seem like he's turning his direction around that much. Okay, fine, he does. Never mind. He does eventually, so it just seems like he wasn't initially. I say, you can't hide forever.
No!
Oh. in that case, you get this guy, which probably would be... Yeah, otherwise it would be like Mega Man Legends 2. We have to go into the lava to get the key. Like, into one area. If you don't do it within a certain time. Otherwise, yeah, you don't have to.
Is it?
You gain something else that's more important.
Full flight.
Higher height.
Alright, so that's your full flight. So basically follow that way and you basically just fly around and get everything else. And I guess with that, okay, you're allowed to do the dash across that thing and hit into that. Oh!
Okay. Oh, okay then.
Okay, that was awesome to see that. There you go, look at that.
Oh.
That's probably how you hit those then. There's another firework.
Shoot.
Where did it go?
I think it went over there.
That way?
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
is it those?
Yeah, it's this. I was saying, yeah, because it does go in different areas. Oh, right over there. It does seem like, because at first, like, hey, it looks like it's probably going to go wherever it points. But then it seems like, oh, it kind of went off on its own, and then finally, I guess, went to where it was pointing. So fine, it is probably going where it's pointing, it just goes a little bit of a roundabout way to get there. That's probably how it's going to hit that one over there. I would think. Oh, yeah, it is. At first I was like, no, it's way the other way.
Where am I? What?
Yeah, scaling down the building, which is kind of interesting to see that.
On no more path? Oh man.
Okay, just pretty much hit the buildings, I guess. See where things are. Oh, right there.
Aha.
Guys are probably back there where the return home is, at the cave. There you go. Okay, alright, okay, so you said at the beginning of the game what's going on, there you go, you should pay attention to that, there you go. What a great attention to detail, what a great hold as far as that, both of you as far as that.
Oh, yeah. Treasure galore.
There you go, good job,
Whoa,
that
I did
is
it. I did
100% completion of,
That's it. You can read his motivational posters.
Oh, motivational posters.
Fine, let's see what they are. Imagination rhymes with devastation.
Oh.
Patience is for dragons. That's true, it is. Knowledge is the power to turn dragons to crystal. Practice, it's not about being the best, but destroying everyone else.
What?
Look at all the love mail that he's gotten, I guess, from people. Imagination again being rhymed with devastation. Nothing standing between you and your goal, but a tiny little purple dragon. So he knew what we were. Teamwork
is the who can't do it themselves.
Yeah, his Norks can't do it themselves. Although, actually, part of that is okay, actually, it looks like there's something covering up the other word, so he basically just took out something else off another one. And of course, his safe as well. Find that. Is there anything in the safe over on the right?
No.
No entry. All right, fine.
Decoration.
That, like, yeah, Scrooge's money bin from DuckTales.
Oh, it seemed like you couldn't open. Let me see.
No, but like, is that his door that's opened right now?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Maybe it's meant to be closed. Like,
yeah, I think it might be.
Oh,
like
okay.
this is the door for this whole.
I see.
All right, there you go. So that is your experience. Good job.
Well, we.
Walk home. I guess now that we're back home, is there anything extra to see now that we got all this stuff? Oh.
Spyro the Dragon, you've defeated Ganasty Ganor, collected the dragon eggs, saved all the dragons, and recovered every bit of treasure in the Dragon Kingdom. How do you feel?
I'd feel fired up, Bob. And I'm happy for the dragon world, of course. I certainly wouldn't want to spend the rest of my dragon days butting heads with Nasty Nork and his weird minions.
What's a minion?
Never mind.
Yeah, we'll let that one live, I guess.
For every good battle, you need a good adversary. And I felt that Nasty, in spite of his misguided nature, was a worthy opponent. Uh-oh. Here we go again.
That's not nasty. I guess that's the indication to Riptor's Rage, yes? What's going on for that?
I believe so, I guess.
Okay.
Well, but like, Spyro gets pulled into another world, though.
Maybe that's different between the remake and the original, then?
No, it should be the same.
As far as the way that shows itself. But, alright, so there you go. So that is our play of Spyro the Dragon for the Switch, as far as it with the Reignited Trilogy version. Thank you so much, Edwak and Nickie, for coming in for this one and showing all the love and knowledge of the franchise. I had such a good time.
Me too.
As far as it for the show, and since we did finish it early, and I did say 2 parts, and just in case, as we also do, we can adjust on this show. They're going to be back on September 8th for the play of
Pajama Sam and Putt-Putt.
Alright, so yeah, it's fine. You need to say the name of the Pajama Sam game because I'm not going to fucking remember.
Pajama Sam, and sometimes it's dark, so bring a flashlight.
Yeah, she said it right as far as it was.
There's no need to hide when it's dark outside.
And then Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon is the other one. Yeah, we'll do that the same we did with our Freddy Fish Case of Missing Kelp Seeds and Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse plays, where we'll play through, or Nickie will be playing through the first game, and then we'll have a bit of a 10-minute break as far as that, and we'll swap tech to go to the next game.
And then after she finishes, how many?
There's 2 games.
Freddy Fish.
How many are there all together?
Yeah, is there 5?
5.
Okay, because I'm gonna pop in here for the 6th game.
What's
if
that?
You remember that from last time?
Oh, right, the one I made in Game Dev Tycoon that was very well.
Case of the Broken Kneecaps.
The one that was very well reviewed when we did our first part full of play of Game Dev Tycoon. It was actually very well reviewed. It's like kids' game as far as it. Proto and I did, model it that way. I did it specifically. So yeah, it was very well reviewed. People liked it, and yeah, we moved up as far as that game. So that's that idea. So yeah, eventually that'll be the case, I guess, with stuff with that. But yeah, like that's going to be our case of that for the next time they're going to be on, which is going to be another Friday show. That's going to be September 8th. So it's going to be in a couple of weeks. But yeah, there you go. And good job again with the play as far as it and all that stuff. Had a great time.
Yay!
All right. So last order of business for the program. Schedule. We got a lot of it, and I got a lot of it finalized for other stuff that I was kind of in question of last week. So next week we're going back to Saturday. Fine, it is Saturday now, so fine. They are on a Saturday show, Super Bowl Game Saturday, as it turned out. But yeah, next week at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, starting a bit earlier, is going to be Protorova and I guess Blood Spice Moon. We'll see. I think he said like he might be able to make this one for part 4 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. We've been playing that game. We've been off with it a little bit as far as not having a part last month, but we are coming back to it with a vengeance as far as it. And I guess what do you want to show off as far as like something else for this? It goes well with what I'm going to schedule for sure.
Oh, I can twirl too.
Oh, cool.
Since when?
Oh, you know what? I never demonstrated too. I need to come back out of this as well. I just wanted to do some loop-de-loops here. I didn't get to show that off.
Okay. All right, that's going to be a good case for that as well. Yeah, we can do that. You do that as long as I go on the schedule because it's going to take a decent amount of time. But anyway, yeah, so that's going to be next week's show. As I mentioned, it's going to be Protorova, most likely Blood Space Moon. It's not going to be Nocturne, as I mentioned last week. She had COVID. She was negative last time I checked. We did dodge a bullet as far as her. I'm not going to lie to that. And thank you, by the way, everybody out there for all your support of her and us as far as the show is concerned. Actually, Edwak and Nickie as well. You've been very good. I honestly needed this case of it, even though last week was the case, like, hey, it was the one that was most shocking to me. It's like, yeah, going swimming. But either way, as I said, she'll be back on the show for the part of that in September. I think it's looking good for that, but if that changes, I'll let you know. But anyway, that's going to be next week's show, but then we get to September, so we got everything set now. We have actually 2 Friday shows starting in September. September 1st is going to be my play of Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi for the Sega Genesis. You play that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, we played Shinobi 3 for the program already on the Sega Genesis. You want to talk about great games that you should absolutely discover. That is one of them. Oh, you can roll along the ground too.
Roll on the ground too.
Oh, cool.
Something I did not do at all.
Although I don't know, maybe you don't have to specifically. This game might not be hard enough that you would necessarily have to do that.
One thing that's kind of nice is that your fire persists when you're rolling too, so you can fire then roll, and then you're spreading your fire like even further.
So they say stop, drop, and roll to avoid to get yourself off of fire if you're caught on. In this case, you're doing that and you're on fire and spewing at somebody else. So I do like that touch. As far as it, but yeah, to go back to Shadow Dancer, it is an arcade game that was different when they made it to the Sega Genesis in 1990. We're using the Sega Genesis Mini 2 to play that. Because I've been looking for a reason to show that off, and also I'm taking suggestions. Oh, speed roll. Okay, there you go, look at that. Because, yeah, we're going to start... Okay, fine, that's going to be really short. That's a game that if you know what you're doing, and I need to practice a little more, you can beat that game in half an hour. So what we're going to do, since I'm using the Sega Genesis Mini 2 to play it, Chad, it's going to also be your decision as far as other stuff you want to see as a little bit of a smorgasbord as we look over the Sega Genesis Mini 2. We'll go into every game that's on that. I will certainly mention the games that are not on it, which are Lunar the Silver Star, Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, and Powerful Mail, which Japan got, we didn't. And because Sega was too cheap. So that was a case of that. I wish we would have gotten those. I got mixed feelings on that unit. I will also go over what is in that unit, because we haven't showed it off in the program yet. And that's going to be the game we're going to be showing off for it, as we're also going to see the other concept art that we did not see. Alright, so the Artists and Dragons, Delvin and Gavin, Nestor and Thor, Trondo and Boris, Magnus and Conan, Xander and Jarvis, Lucas and Eldred, Cypern and Bubba, Damon and Zeke, Capano and Revilo, and Unica and Mudada. There you go. There's your full case of it with all the skill points. Again, great job, by the way, as far as that. Okay, so yeah, just to go back quickly on schedule, and I'll go through this as is. Yeah, then the week after that is going to be September 8th. Nickie and Edwak are coming back. Nickie's going to be playing Pajama Sam, No Need to Be Afraid When It's Dark Outside, is that right?
No Need to Hide When It's
No
Dark
Need to Hide When It's Dark. I'll get the name right eventually, don't worry. And Pop Up Goes to the Moon. We're going to do 2 for as mentioned for that. We'll have a commercial break after we do the first game because we're running them both on the PC because Pajama Sam got a Wii port, but I don't think the other one did. And also, I don't know if the Pajama Sam Wii port had the same problems with sped up animation that Breakfish did. Did you play the Wii port?
Yeah, I did actually. I think I have it.
Okay, that's fine. It's you that we get to thank for keeping that franchise, I guess, alive, and not the people saying, like, hey, it's on the Wii. It's like, hey, it's like me with certain things. Like, I picked those games up. Yeah, we're on the PC versions. Of course, we're ported really, really well to Switch by Night Dive Studios. We also made Quake 2 recently. So that's going to be that idea, and looking forward to doing that. That'll be a 7 p.m. show as well for that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, by the way, everything else I mentioned except for Lunar is going to be 7 p.m. show so far. Lunar's 3 p.m. Next Saturday. Then this week after that's going to be Friday for me with Shadow Dancer. And then the week after that is going to be Edwak and Nickie for the next case of... you don't have to be afraid of that. Fine. No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside. So there you go. He's in that case for it specifically. Yeah, those will be 7 p.m. shows except for the Lunar case. And then we do have a confirmation as far as Finn's concerned in chat. She's going to be your choice for September 16th. That's probably going to be a 7 p.m. show as well. We're playing Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey for the Nintendo 64. You want to play that? You play that game?
No, I haven't.
It is arcade hockey done to a really great degree by Midway. Basically, you can get in cases where you can set the puck on fire and set the goal on fire. Or basically trap people in the goal. They hit the puck so hard into it, they get slammed against the back of the board, and their club comes down on like a cage. Oh. And you have the case like you're just checking people, and it's like totally no rules, no holds barred hockey game in the style of stuff like Anthem Blitz and NBA Jam. And Tim Kitzrow, who did the announcing of those games, announcing on this one. It is a great game for Nintendo 64, the very first game that was 4-player on the console. Fun fact. And we're going to show that one off specifically as far as your choice. Then the week after that's going to be 3 p.m. for September 23rd for the next part of Lunar, Part 5. Protorova is going to be on that one. Bloodspoon will not be on that. And, God willing, Nocturne will be back on for that. We'll get a sense. I'm going to keep a look at that because, yeah, it was so bad enough for her as far as what she has or had or maybe still potentially might be lingering with. I'll keep a close eye on that. And then the week after that, I'm doing Contra Hardcore. That's going to be September 30th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The game is insanely hard. He has it on a shelf. I don't know if you've played it.
I've not yet.
It's great. It's just the case that I had to prepare for that game, but after the preview program I did and the practice I'm going to be doing over the next couple weeks, as far as that, I think I'm ready. I've been waiting to do this game like first wanted to do it and wanted to see it happen. And I said, I'm going to prepare for that game because I want to deliver that game to you right. And I'm definitely going to do that for that. And then we get to October, where we get our Halloween block, where we have Gemini 96 coming in the first week at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 7th. Start Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. I don't know if you played Earthbound specifically. You've seen him play that to expert degree so far. Yeah, wait till we get to the show as far as that for it. So yeah, we're gonna have our adventures with Ness, the young boy, in the town of Onet, and see all the adventures he goes on to try and stop the evil Gygus. Definitely looking forward to that for sure as our next RPG. And then the week after that is going to be Crusader 64 for the Dark Pictures anthology, The Man of Medan for the PlayStation 5. I'm going to be controlling that because like, otherwise your TV's probably going to have a massive hole in it because of the scare factor of that game. It is a great game. Oh, I played a very scary and atmospheric game with a lot of star power. Kind of like Spyro here as far as that. And then the week after that, Nocturne's coming back for The Typing of the Dead, the Dreamcast. I know you both know what that game is. You both played it.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn glorious. So, yeah, we're going to show that off. We're going to kill zombies with typing out sentences and words, and it's pretty damn glorious. I have the keyboards for the Dreamcast to run that, and that case of it as well. So that's going to be the case. And then the week after that is going to be another anniversary show. October 28th is going to be Castlevania Rondo Blood from, the PC Engine Super CD. But it is coming out to, fine, it was on the PSP that we got it first. We're playing that version. And then the other stuff, just to go quickly into that, November we do have an update as far as what's going on with the finale of Mega Man Legends 2. We're going to do that whilst he's going to the store. If he's not revealing any personal information, if he does, I will I'll hide the screen from that specific. But that being said,
show your credit card.
No.
I'm surprised you're saying that specifically. But that being said, November 4th is going to be next part of Earthbound. The finale of Mega Man Legends 2 is going to be on November 11th. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and she's going to finish that game. We only have that one part left to go. And then in November, we also have the pre-Thanksgiving Disney Showcase, where we have, for this year's choice, another two for Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers and Adventures of the Magic Kingdom on NES from Capcom. You play those?
I don't think so.
Yeah, they're interesting, especially the Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers game. That's a pretty fun one. And Adventures of the Magic Kingdom is one that's kind of tormented people in some ways. But
yes. The NES game?
You played that?
Yeah. A lot, yeah.
Oh, but is it something you like that game? Or you're like, oh, you're nervous about that?
It was very difficult as a child.
Okay. And it's worth pointing out also, I do have at some point still Mickey Mousecapade. I know you probably want to emulate the Game Grumps program by having us play that game. The Capcom published was developed by Hudson Soft to meet Bomberman. So I do have that as far as on table. I still have not touched that. I'm not going to until you say the word for that. But yeah, we're going to play both of those because they're short enough. And with the Adventure of the Magic Kingdom, fun fact as well, the music was done by Yoko Shimomura, who did the music for Kingdom Hearts. This is one of her very first cases of it. And if you think like, hey, in Kingdom Hearts she does the Mickey Mouse music.
Oh.
That was not the first game she did it. She did it in this one as well. So that's an interesting case. Yeah, it's going to take 15 minutes. It's not going to be that long. Don't worry. Putting it to the test because I guess you want to. So I guess you're redownloading your ukulele because I don't know. You want to see what we're dealing with on this.
I was just curious after we were talking about it, but it will not be done anytime soon.
Yeah, it's fluctuating like crazy for that. But either way.
What's that?
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Probably being like 5 minutes or something.
I don't know. Fine, I guess that's going to be the challenge. Can I finish the schedule case before this downloads?
Let's find out.
Probably. Okay, so, but then also the week after that, we do have our Thanksgiving Showcase. Dolphin and Chats can be on. Puzzle games for Switch. Got tons of them. And we got stuff I know that everybody's wanting to see. Chat, guests. I know you both want to see the Picross Genesis and Master System Edition. That's going to be part of the play. Also going to take a look at a game I know I think maybe we mentioned you want to be in on at some point. Pokemon Puzzle League for Nintendo 64 is one that also get going. So we're going to have a bunch of puzzle game goodness for your post-Thanksgiving celebration, as we always do on that weekend. Then December, we have the next part of Earthbound, I think on December 2nd or 16th. It's going to be up to Gemini 96 on that one. The next week is going to be the next part and maybe the finale of Lunar. As far as that, we might be able to have the whole Lunar crew on that game as far as Protorova and Blood Space Moon and Nocturne. We'll figure that. We'll see. Week after that, or the second we need it for that show, it'll be Tetrisphere for Nintendo 64. I've been practicing that game sort of, kind of. But I definitely need to have more practice before I can handle that puzzle game for Nintendo 64. It started as an Atari Jaguar game called Sphere. And then it got moved over to Nintendo 64. And now it's something that has a very, very high learning curve. But speaking about facing my fears that way, I was afraid of this game necessarily. But the case that I wasn't good at it, I was asked for this game. So I said, we got to do something with this. I will play it. And yeah, definitely looking forward to doing that. And then at the end of the year, the last 2 shows of the year are going to be for Strange Horticulture, which we were going to show in the Puzzle Showcase, but Dolly Finn's going to be in chat, or who is in chat is going to be in. We're going to play that game. I don't think we finished that in one night, but that's another one that's 10 hours supposedly. Fun. We did this in 6. Not even. But that being said, that's going to be our final set of shows for the year. And then January, we're going to have our Return to Sonic Heroes for the Super Hard mode. I haven't shown that off. I have the Xbox version with the easiest way to get it, so I'll show that off for that. Next part of Earthbound. Feasibly another part of Lunar if we need it, or if not, part of Game Dev Tycoon. Actually, no, if we don't need that, it might not be that. I'll talk to Protorov as far as that. But I'm going to come back to Pokemon Violet at some point, because I was intrigued by what I saw as far as last week's part. So I'll get to that point of going further in it, and when I get close to the finale, they're going to be on it. So we'll schedule at that point, when I know. But from what Chad has told me last time, I'm just under halfway through it, I think. So, because I think it's worth getting to happen next. Hey, I only am playing this game because of them. They made it happen as far as it. I do thank them for that, for sure, and for putting up with me constantly, not constant complaining, but also the case that, hey, I'm caring enough about them to say, like, hey, you shouldn't have had this game bust in the first place, but there are good things into it that honestly make me more mad as far as how it is, because I said, the people who did the stuff with story did so good, you had to, ruin it with the way this game is not in a good state. So, that's the deal, but eventually that'll be the case of it, and then, right now I think that's mostly everything except Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. We're going to start that either in January if I have an open show for it, and we don't need another part of Lunar, which I think we should be able to, or February, it's one of those two. We're running the PlayStation 2 version, because I have Substance, where you can do Metal Gear Solid Skateboarding, which is not in any of the re-releases, including the one that's coming out in 2 months. So yeah, reason to own that PlayStation 2 edition. At some point, when we get to 3, I'm going to use Subsistence on PlayStation 2 as well for sort of similar reason. Because speaking of Monkey Case, there's an overlap of Ape Escape in that game.
No!
Oh, yeah.
You ever play Ape Escape?
No!
I have not.
It's, that's an interesting one. It's actually came around the time of Spyro, when we really think about that. Where you have this young boy, he's like, the monkeys have these little, siren things on their head, and they got loose, and you have to go catch them in a net. And it ran the dual controls as far as the PlayStation dual analog controller to be able to use that in order to, catch them in the net. And actually, the second game in particular had a lot of famous voice actors in it. I believe it did have a lot of people from the Pokemon anime in it. But there's, specific missions for Subsistence, or Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence on the PlayStation 2 that aren't in the other versions. So that's going to come down the road eventually. And then the only other stuff I know is that February, we're going to have the next parts of long-form stuff we got going, which is going to be still Earthbound and Metal Gear Solid 2. And then in March, we have Snowboard Kids 2 for Nintendo 64. We're celebrating 25 years of that one with Nocturne. She wanted to be in on that one. And for the April Fool's Day show, we have Justice League Task Force with Super Nintendo. And I might see if we can do Plumbers Don't Wear Ties if that comes out in time, but that's going to be a question. And of course, anything else that Edwak and Nickie you want to call dibs on, say the word. We'll figure the schedule, make it happen, and all that stuff. So, alright, fine. I did finish the schedule before the download of Ukulele. So, unless you want to vamp for more time, it's either way. But, yeah, we have definitely gone a long ways on this. But thank you so much for the show and all of your contributions.
That was awesome.
And for your contribution to the show, of course, to all of you out in the best chat on Twitch. And, of course, I said the best guests. Thank you so much to both of you again. My gratitude's never going to cease.
Thanks, chat, for watching.
Absolutely. Okay, so with that, we wish you a good rest of your weekend. Good Saturday. It is Super Bowl Game Saturday. It's all Super Bowl Game almost Saturday as far as starting on Friday, but we're in on Saturday, so thank God. It is Super Bowl Game Saturday now, but we will not have a show as far as Saturday night tonight, just as it's going to be. But as it is, have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Protorova and most likely Blood Spiced Moon for part 4 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything. Take care, everybody.
Good night, chat.
Good night.